Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 1076 Ronald as Witness. After visiting many filming locations for Ronald Rain's classic films in Los Angeles and accumulating enough photos and video footage, the Capcom development team came to say goodbye to Ronald, as they were returning to Japan. Why did you choose these two locations? Ronald asked several designers. In the photos shown to him, Ronald noticed the beach where Sean Penn surfed in fast-paced Richmond High School, and the airport where McGillis, the blonde, red-lipped, black-stockinged pilot from Top Gun, taught his students. These are scenes for two American protagonists in our next game. One is Naval Air Lieutenant Commander Guile, and the other is Ken, an American boy learning karate. We used the Dragon Boys concept, designer Ryo Nishitani explained, his English heavily accented. Still two protagonists, Ronald admired Capcom's creativity, combining elements from several of his films to create a new game concept. Hi, this is a new type of fighting game, it's a one-on-one arena battle. Characters can also use special moves, like Ken, he can use Hadouken, Hadouken, and XX-Brogen. Ronald was already dizzy listening to his English. What was all this stuff? It's Hadouken, Shoryuken, and Tatsumaki Senpyu Kyaku, the game's music developer, Yoko Shimomura, explained to Ronald with a smile, writing down the Chinese names of the special moves on a piece of paper. The Japanese accent was really something else. Ronald felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. He patted his head. It sounds like it'll be really fun. Send me a machine to play when you're done developing it. After seeing his Japanese friend off, Ronald called his assistant, the chubby Lake, and then called in the private investigator, Mike Parker, who had been waiting for a while. Any results from the investigation? Why would someone willingly provide my gossip to the media? After Lake brought him coffee and closed the door, Ronald couldn't wait to ask the increasingly balding detective. There are many possibilities. It could be a fan of Ms. Slater acting on their own initiative, or it could be a fan who likes your work. The possibility of an insider seeking a reward has been ruled out, because anonymous submissions can't be checked. The biggest threat is that someone is deliberately orchestrating this. That's the biggest threat. Can you confirm who it is? I haven't found out who the informant who proactively gave the information to Hollywood Reporter, but the information I got from their reporters, the photos, the film's project announcement, and the photos of Ms. Helen Slater and you, were all sent via anonymous email. Is that so? There's no way to trace it. Ronald frowned. It seemed someone was watching him and leaking information. Who was so idle? It's not that there are no clues at all. Although it's anonymous emails, there are still some traces. I'm trying to contact a friend in the NYPD lab. Ring 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 ring. Ronald was interrupted by the phone halfway through his sentence. He raised his hand to apologize to Mike Parker, picked up the receiver, and it was Richard calling. Ronald, Spielberg wanted to talk to you first, Richard said on the phone. What did he want to talk to me about? Is there a new film he wants to collaborate on? If you're free tonight, he said he'd like to talk to you in person. Okay, fine. Ronald noted down the time. Then he gestured for the detective to continue. Sorry, I'm too busy, let's continue. What do you mean by laboratory? The NYPD has a department specifically responsible for crime scene investigation, and one unit is for trace evidence examination. I happen to have a friend there. You don't need to worry about the funding. Do I need to make any arrangements? I'm quite familiar with Rudy from the Southern District Attorney's Office. Ronald took out his checkbook, asked Mike Parker how much money he needed, and then signed a cash check and handed it to him. It's best to keep the secret for now. The more people who know, the more trouble we'll cause. We can also approach it from another angle. For example, have you offended anyone recently? The detective put the check away and said. Ring ring ring. Sorry. Ronald picked up the phone again. This is Ronald, this is Olga. I'll switch lines. Ronald stood up and gestured to the detective, then went into the back room and switched to an orange telephone that his bodyguard Dan had modified to be difficult to eavesdrop on. He then reconnected with Olga Honorio. Ronald San, we've reached an agreement with CFIUS. I will be using the open market acquisition method. If someone buys Columbia's stock now, they can make some quick money. Oga Honorio explained Sony's strategy over the phone. My securities investments aren't in the entertainment industry, Oga-san. There would be suspicion of insider trading. The SEC is a very troublesome institution. If I were to buy, I would have to prove that I didn't have inside information, so I generally don't touch it. If your acquisition is successful, I will buy some Sony stock. My last investment made me a considerable profit. Ronald sensed a subtext in his words and relayed some of the information that his accountant, Ed Basti, had discussed with him. Ronald's character is admirable. In fact, we owe a great deal to his guidance. The acquisition of American companies by Japanese companies is a difficult and complex undertaking. Spending more money is no problem for us. Anything that can be solved with money isn't an issue. Now, someone is negotiating with the minority shareholders we contacted earlier, awaiting our public takeover bid. Earning quick profits is a price we must pay. Fortunately, Coca-Cola owns more than half the shares, so it's not a problem for us. After chatting with Day for a while, Ronald sensed something was amiss. Something seemed to have happened again. Day had even called to remind him. He thought for a moment, then called Bastian and Steve Bannon, asking them to gather information. Excuse me, Mr. Mike Parker, where were we? Ronald came out to continue his discussion with the detective. Your enemies in Hollywood? Oh, right. I've always been a good person. I don't have any enemies. If I had to name any, it would be a few people I've had disagreements with. Like Sylvester Stallone, former Universal President Tom Mount, and that Neapolitan producer, De Laurentiis. Mike Parker repeated the name several times, then indicated that he would investigate those areas further. Having temporarily put his worries aside, Ronald met with Minahan Golan, who had come to visit him during his daydream. Sorry, I've been very busy these past few days, Ronald said to Golan. Haha, we're old friends, no need to be so polite. I'm here for that Lombard song. I've already talked to the record company and got the rights to use it. Great. Your script is for Simpkins. No, he went to South Dakota to produce a film. Give it to me. Ronald took the script Minahan brought and began reading it quickly. The entire movie was far inferior to Spicy Dance, basically at the level of breakdancing. Many scenes were forced together, with a few deliberately reserved for the actors singing and dancing. But it's a musical exploitation film. As long as you rush to make the movie while the songs are popular and catchy, and release it while the hype is still going strong, that's fine. The male and female leads need to be beautiful and sexy, and the song and dance need to be something that makes people want to learn how to dance it themselves. After all, a movie that seamlessly blends performance and song and dance like Spicy Dance is a rare find. How much? Ronald asked after watching it. I'm planning a total budget of $8 million, Minahan said, holding up 8 chubby fingers. Anyway, since it's a collaboration with Ronald, the whole movie could easily be made for $4 million if we cut corners. And if I were to lend my name to it. More budget, better production, better director. I'll contribute $4 million, and we'll each send an executive producer to oversee budget execution. Ronald thought the price wasn't outrageous, and breaking even at the box office wouldn't be difficult, plus there was a market for musical videotapes. However, you need to revise the script. I'll get a script doctor to cut out all the Amazon rainforest protection stuff. We just need handsome men and beautiful women, breaking the taboo against dancing in high school, and some hot, intimate dances. Actually, Ronald had already seen through the script. Its score was plagiarized from the 1984 film Full of Energy. It just didn't have that much social realism in a typical high school setting, so Minahan added the cliché of the female lead being an Amazonian princess protecting the rainforest to fill the plot gaps. But without this, it's just a pure dance film. What else? You still want an Oscar nomination? Ronald looked at Minahan's distressed expression. You really want to use this movie to compete for an Oscar? The first one should focus on making money first, and we can talk about the script later when we find a suitable one. Whatever you say. Minahan rubbed his hands, abandoning his own idea. He'd leave the script to Ronald. Forget about protecting the rainforest. We can keep the Amazonian princess character. Find a sexy Latina woman to attend an international high school in Los Angeles, then she and the male lead fall in love while dancing. After the exchange ends, she returns to Brazil. The male lead doesn't know which high school she attends, so he goes after her and finally finds her through a Lombard dance at the carnival. Through the carnival, Minahan quickly jotted down notes. Are we going to film the carnival in Brazil? Forget it. Let's set the location in Mexico and change it to a dance competition. Ronald realized that if they went to Brazil, the budget might not even be enough to cover $15 million. Hey, whatever you say, Minahan left satisfied. Spielberg's wife, Amy Irwin, announced that the two will end their marriage amicably. Irwin's application to the court indicates that the couple has reached a written agreement on property division. Amy Irwin will seek child support and joint custody of their 4-year-old son, Max. There is no dispute regarding the division of assets. The couple married in Santa Fe, New Mexico in November 1985. Before going to see Spielberg, Ronald saw a news report on television. He hadn't expected Steven to get divorced. This was big news. Ronald thought to himself, there were rumors in the industry that Spielberg and Kate Capshaw, the female lead of Indiana Jones 2, were having a passionate affair, and they were already openly seen together at the beginning of the year. Is this for real? He really is divorcing his wife? Ronald, thank you. You saw my news too? Spielberg looked embarrassed. I saw it, it was sudden. Is it because of Kate? Ronald looked at the beautiful Kate Capshaw waiting in the outer room. This is really embarrassing. Spielberg's expression turned strange. Ronald had been his witness at his wedding years ago. Yes, it's sudden. But true love shouldn't be condemned. I'm sorry you and Amy separated, and I wish you and Kate all the best. Ronald didn't know what to say, so he resorted to American values, true love above all else. What I meant by embarrassing isn't this, Spielberg interrupted Ronald. I mean, I need your help with something. I shouldn't be bothering you with such a personal matter, me. Ronald was surprised. What does your divorce have to do with me? Did I witness your wedding and now I have to witness your divorce? Do Jews have such a custom? I do need your witness, but not for the divorce. Spielberg chuckled, regaining some of his humor. It turned out he really did need Ronald's witness. Amy Irving's divorce petition fell under the category of uncontested divorce. This meant that both parties had reached a consensus on the reasons for the divorce, the attribution of responsibility for the breakdown of the marriage, and the division of property. They married in New Mexico, a state Spielberg specifically moved to because it doesn't recognize the principle of equal division of assets. The wealth they accumulated during their 3.5 years of marriage wouldn't be divided arbitrarily, but rather based on their prenuptial agreement and contributions to the wealth. However, their permanent residence was in California, so their divorce case was filed in California court. Naturally, the California court respected the laws of the state where they married and wouldn't divide the assets according to California's equal division principle. Generally, with a no-contest application and the prenuptial agreement Spielberg wrote on a napkin, the judge would simply rule on the property division. But this judge created an unexpected obstacle. Whether it was because he was a fan of Amy Irving or dissatisfied with Spielberg letting E.T. go home, he initiated a judicial review of the terms of Spielberg's divorce agreement. The focus of the dispute was the legality of the prenuptial agreement written on a napkin. Did Amy Irving receive adequate information at the time? What were the specific contents of the agreement? Was she explained to her by a lawyer? Was she coerced or deceived? Ronald, a groomsman and witness hastily brought in for Spielberg's wedding, was also included in the witness list. What? I have to testify in court? To prove you didn't cheat on Amy before you got married? Ronald found it absurd. Why do you need me as a witness for your divorce? I'm not that close to your wife. This is truly embarrassing. No need to go to court, just deposition in the presence of both parties' lawyers. I'll have my lawyer talk to you. Spielberg also felt embarrassed about having his privacy exposed, but he had no choice but to ask Ronald for help. His assets were approaching $1 billion, and he had earned $200 or $300 million during his marriage to Amy. If this were to be divided equally, it would far exceed the cost of his old friend George Lucas's divorce. The witness will testify under questioning by the opposing lawyer and in the presence of the court clerk. All of this is strictly confidential. Besides me, it's best if you also have your own lawyer present to maximize your privacy and protect your interests. If the opposing lawyer's questions go beyond the scope of the case, we can protest. Everything will be conducted in a fair and confidential environment, with absolutely no possibility of leaks. I can guarantee that. My client, Mr. Spielberg, will also not allow his friends to be involved in gossip reports. We will arrange for them to enter another law firm. Those reporters won't come looking for them. This professional arrangement dispelled Ronald's concerns. He called Lindsay Dole and received the same answer. After arranging a time, Ronald agreed to collect the evidence. "Ronald, thank you. I won't forget your help." Spielberg came over and hugged Ronald, thanking his friend for standing by him during this time. "Take care. The gossip media will be camped out outside your house these next few days," Ronald patted Spielberg. Divorce is truly terrifying. Chapter 1077 Sequential Shooting? Were you aware of this prenuptial agreement before you married Spielberg? Amy Irving's lawyer, a man with a large nose and a sun-kissed orange complexion on his face and exposed skin, such as his hands and neck, spoke aggressively. Ronald, who worked with the best makeup artists on set, noticed the lawyer's unnatural skin tone. It might not be naturally tan but rather artificial. Ronald glanced at his lawyer, Lindsay, who nodded in agreement, and simply replied, "I heard Mr. Spielberg mention it. Did Spielberg tell you that the marriage in New Mexico was to reduce the amount of property my client, Ms. Amy Irving, might receive in a divorce?" Objection. Leading witness, Spielberg's lawyer objected, and court-appointed staff also deemed the question irregular, invalidating the notes already taken by the stenographer. Let me rephrase that. Do you think Mr. Spielberg's prenuptial agreement is fair to my client? No. Mr. Lee is a famous director and producer. He's not a divorce lawyer. The evidence-gathering process was tedious and lengthy. Ronald was questioned by both lawyers for over an hour, and the final conclusion was that Ronald hadn't heard Spielberg mention any violations of the prenuptial agreement written on a napkin. He also found no evidence that Amy Irving was forced to accept an unequal agreement because of her gender. Simply put, Ronald's testimony provided no valuable information. However, Ronald's testimony wasn't useless. On the contrary, his testimony corroborated Spielberg's claim that the two married out of love, without any reluctance or coercion, and without any concealment from Amy Irving. Spielberg was grateful to Ronald. He was his strongest witness. Amy Irving's side found no flaws in the agreement's terms, and New Mexico marriage law doesn't support women, so they could only form a legal opinion based on opportunity cost. In other words, Amy Irving, because of her marriage to Spielberg, has been focusing on her family for years and hasn't received the roles she deserves. Originally a Hollywood commercial star, after marriage she only voiced the cartoon character Who Framed Roger Rabbit, all sacrifices made for the marriage, for which Spielberg should compensate her. Based on her average pre-marriage salary and a frequency of one film per year, Spielberg would only need to pay Amy Irving a one-time compensation of several million to tens of millions for career losses. Although the opposing lawyer still has grounds for argument, it's roughly the same. Ronald's house in Los Angeles has begun construction, and Old Wang from the Southeast Forestry Bureau has brought workers to build a lotus pond and arch bridge. Combined with the new house's East Coast neoclassical style, it has a unique blend of East and West. An additional small screening room is being built, equipped with the latest Balco projector and a refrigerated underground film storage room, all inspired by Spielberg's home screening room. After reviewing the construction progress and imagining life after it was completed, Ronald returned to daydream. Jonathan Demme was having trouble casting and was waiting to discuss it with him. Michelle Pfeiffer still hasn't agreed, Ronald asked, looking at the somewhat dejected Demme. I've tried to persuade her twice, but she hasn't agreed. When we talked in person, I thought she was very optimistic about joining, but she called again the next day to decline. Jonathan Demme's directing style is very meticulous. He used Pfeiffer, whom he had worked with before, mainly because he needs the actors to understand his meaning and execute it. This requires suitable actors and time to gel, just like Bergman or Antonioni, who can make films with small plots that captivate audiences. A fixed cast is an essential part of their films. But this is Hollywood, and the methods that European filmmakers prefer don't work here. Ronald guessed the area of the problem and called Michelle Pfeiffer's agent, Limato, from his office. Ronald, it's been a long time. Do you have a new film that you're looking for to play my client Nick as the male lead? Limato is still Nicolas Cage's agent. The cunning old fox knows Ronald is casting for The Silence of the Lambs, so he's recommending Cage first. I'll consider it if there's a suitable script, and you know why I'm calling. What are your terms for getting Michelle Pfeiffer in the role? It's not about money, Ronald. You see, Michelle's star image has finally recovered after a 6-month hiatus from the extramarital affair scandal. She needs a positive, upbeat, and lovable beauty, like in Demme's last film, Married into the Mafia. This Lambs movie is also very good. There's a lot of room for acting. An FBI agent, bravely and fearlessly capturing a serial killer. Audiences will love her, Ed, I admit Starling's character has her lovable aspects, but her relationship with Hannibal is really hard for the average audience to accept. L'Amato has also read the novel. Starling and Hannibal's relationship clearly transcends ordinary romantic love. Ed, don't be like that, the movie doesn't show that. Ronald argued with him, but L'Amato was strongly against the film. Even if the audience wouldn't hate Michelle Pfeiffer because of it, it was best not to associate a film that portrayed the positive qualities of a murderer with Pfeiffer's innocent image. Ed, we've known each other for a long time. Name your conditions, and I'll do whatever I can to meet them. Ronald wanted to test if L'Amato had any demands, so he lowered his voice. I won't harm Michelle, you know that, unless you can guarantee she'll win an Oscar for Best Actress. L'Amato felt that perhaps only an Oscar could make Pfeiffer sacrifice her star image. Who can guarantee that, Ed? Is there no room for negotiation? I'm sorry. I can't do anything that would harm Michelle's image. L'Amato hung up the phone. You see, Jonathan, not every actress in Hollywood thinks acting is the most important thing. This is a business decision, not something money can solve. Ronald shrugged at Jonathan Demme, indicating he had done his best. You should try contacting Jodie Foster. I heard she doesn't drastically increase her salary like some award-winning actresses, but film is art, after all, and can't be entirely driven by commercial demands, Demme said sadly. Ronald, like Roger Corman, was tolerant of artists within budget. Actually, there are good things about Jodie playing the role. For example, she's more innocent and shorter than Pfeiffer, which evokes a stronger protective instinct in the audience. Ronald still strongly recommended the dream pairing. Seeing Demme's hesitation, Ronald remembered someone. Here's what we'll do. I'll have my lawyer, Lindsay, arrange a meeting with a real female FBI agent. You and I will go to New York to meet her and see what a real female FBI employee is like. I believe you'll change your mind. The woman Ronald was referring to was the FBI's New York deputy detective who had inadvertently detained Ronald when Michelle Pfeiffer was being coerced by a vegan group. She was also an expert in serial murders, a true hero who had brought several serial killers to justice. She had even helped find Diane, who had been kidnapped by her mother. Okay, I happen to have some details I'd like to discuss with them, Demme agreed. Ronald was delighted and had his lawyer arrange it. Back then, this female detective had been the kindest to him, helping him free himself from his handcuffs, and he hadn't seen her since he became famous. When are we going? Demme was practically impatient after hearing about the female detective's background from Ronald. I need to go to South Dakota first, there's been some trouble there. Ronald chartered a private jet and flew to Wilderness National Park in South Dakota. The Dances with Wolves crew had already arrived and begun filming on location. David Simpkins, the script expert, was assigned by Ronald as the on-set executive producer, responsible for budget and filming schedule. However, while Simpkins excelled in script selection, he was unfamiliar with the producer role. Or rather, he lacked the authority to command Kevin Costner, leading to significant delays in filming, and he couldn't control the crew. The entire production team listened to Costner, not Simpkins. For some reason, they all strongly endorsed Costner's artistic choices and sided with him. Seeing the severely behind-the-line filming schedule and the significantly over budget, Ronald had no choice but to go and resolve the issues, even if it meant putting Costner down or demoralizing Simpkins. After all, Orion Pictures simply couldn't afford to invest any more in Dances with Wolves. Ronald was currently juggling multiple projects, with his personal funds invested in rebuilding his house, acquiring Capcom shares, and buying Microsoft stock. He didn't want to sell Coca-Cola to fund the investment, especially since Buffett had told him to hold long-term. Action. Kevin Costner, dressed in a Union officer's uniform from the Civil War era, with a neatly trimmed mustache, signaled towards the camera, then quickly got into character, walking towards a group of shirtless actors dressed as Native Americans. Cut. We need to do it again. Although it was Costner's first time directing, he still had the air of a director, and the entire crew of technicians respected him. The creative team, writers, actors, cinematographers, were even more on his side. David Simpkins had been relegated to a site manager, handling miscellaneous tasks, with no say in the filming process. Ronald clearly saw the problem. In this desolate national park, everyone naturally admired the strong. This wasn't a Hollywood studio, titles didn't bring power. Ronald, it's great to see you here. I have some directorial questions to ask you. Kevin Costner was delighted. The team Ronald had assigned him was very cooperative and technically excellent, allowing him to fully realize his artistic ideas. "I'm here to discuss technical matters first." Ronald gestured with his fingers as if counting money. "Everyone, take a break. We'll rest this shot for an hour." Costner understood that Ronald was upholding his authority in front of the crew, and he was grateful. But what's done is done. Someone would eventually take responsibility for his wasted money and time. He just hadn't expected to disturb the boss of Daydream himself. "Ronald, I have to tell you, this movie will be a masterpiece. Don't let small cost issues hinder our smooth creative process." Costner got into the RV, took 2 bottles of light beer from the refrigerator, tossed one to Ronald, and began complaining preemptively. "I don't know the situation, but any producer, seeing that the cost of filming has exceeded the budget by 100% in the first few weeks and the schedule is half behind schedule, their first reaction is to fire the director." Ronald laughed. So eloquent, and with such a trustworthy face, no wonder Simpkins, originally a screenwriter, couldn't control him. "Hey, you can't." Costner panicked. He'd been filming for weeks, and things were almost getting good. "Hey, ha, you fooled me, you're joking, right?" Costner, seeing Ronald standing there calmly with a half smile, realized he'd been startled. His cards had been laid bare, now he could only offer gentle persuasion. Costner launched into a long explanation of his creative ideas: how to find the bison herd, how to have the second team of directors film bison footage for his research, how to organize a Sioux language training course, how to help the lead actress, Mary McDonald, overcome her shyness. "You're a director too, Ronald, you understand. We've all entered a shared space for this film. Everyone gets into character as soon as they arrive on set each morning." Costner even uttered a few words in Sioux to demonstrate their dedication. "I haven't said anything yet," Ronald chuckled. "How about this? Show me the sample footage you've already shot." "That's all." Ronald, Costner, and Simpkins drove to the nearest town, booked a movie theater, and began showing the daily reels from the first 2 weeks of filming. The number of reels was normal, but the number of shots was unexpectedly small. Many shots had been filmed multiple times, and many were scrapped due to the director's inexperience. "That's it. I don't want to defend myself, but shouldn't these shots shock the audience?" Ronald told himself, and he wasn't exaggerating. Audiences hadn't seen a big-budget Western in many years. Recent Westerns had gradually become low-budget films, with many good versus evil characters clashing and shooting, rarely showing the grand scenes of humanity's struggle against nature that Westerns of the 1950s depicted. "I agree with that, but why did you shoot them in sequence?" Ronald's dissatisfaction with Costner mainly focused on this aspect. "The plot of Dances with Wolves is complex. Lieutenant Dunbar initially fights on the north-south front, later settling in a border town, becoming acquainted with the Sioux tribe, and meeting a white woman, Clenched Fist, who was adopted by the Sioux as a child. The scenes shift back and forth across various natural environments. Normally, in big-budget films, this would be categorized by scene, filming certain grassland scenes first to save on budget. Whether due to his inexperience or artistic considerations, Costner actually filmed the film according to the scene categories in the script, shooting them sequentially. For example, the war between the Sioux and the Comanche, a very warlike Native American tribe, involves several back-and-forth scenes. Filming the extras, horses, and cameras sequentially would mean renting and hiring them again each time, resulting in a huge waste of money. But don't you think that filming it this way is incredibly moving? Costner certainly knows how to shoot normally. He deliberately chose this sequence to achieve the best chemistry. "First, I'll bring back Simpkins and assign you a more experienced on-set producer who will handle the cost." Ronald thought for a moment and made his decision. The sample footage was quite good, so Costner wasn't wasting money on a film. Therefore, his shooting method should be acknowledged, but an experienced producer is needed to restrain him, otherwise, too much money will be wasted. Second, Ronald took the script and shooting schedule, flipping to the scenes of the bison stampede and the war between the Sioux and Comanche. "Rip," Ronald forcefully tore those pages out. "These scenes must not be shot sequentially. They must be shot together. I don't care about the rest. This, alright." Costner couldn't argue anymore. These scenes were just too expensive. Someone who couldn't deliver on time couldn't argue with investors in this kind of place. "I'll be back in a few weeks to check again. If costs and schedules aren't under control, I'll suggest to Orion Pictures that filming be suspended until we find someone to invest more. Understand?" Okay, but this time you need to send me a producer who respects the director. It's not just about controlling the budget. Making a movie isn't like producing Coke. Don't worry, just do your job. I've sent you Polly Pratt. She's a tough woman who divorced her husband, Bogdanovich, and still became his art director. She definitely has artistic judgment. Do a good job, Ronald patted the dumbfounded Costner. Now I've sent you the best female producer, you won't be so easily fooled. Oh, and I also brought you some portable toilets and mobile freezers. Filming is hard work, good support is crucial. The ice cream is from the nearby Air Force Base, we'll make sure there's enough. Costner was intimidated by Polly Pratt's reputation. It seemed he wouldn't be able to film however he wanted anymore. Thank you, Ronald. Costner, leaning against a portable toilet parked behind the trailer, was both amused and exasperated. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1078 Aunt's Wedding. Detective Claire, this female FBI agent had been promoted to detective in the FBI's New York office, heading the behavioral psychology lab and becoming an authority in the field of serial killer research. However, she still wore her FBI vest, maintaining her unassuming nature. Ronald, we meet again. I saw your new film, Working Girl, and I really loved it, the detective said, a person who believed in equal opportunities for women and men in career development, immediately praising Ronald's film. Do you remember her? Ronald stepped Diane out from behind him. Oh, you're the Diane Ronald rescued. Detective Claire had a good memory and hugged Diane. She was very observant and immediately knew their relationship, chatting with her for a while. This is Mr. Jonathan Demme, the director of the new movie starring an FBI agent. We're here to ask you to be a consultant for the film, to provide some details about FBI work to make the movie more realistic. Ronald then introduced them, quickly discussing details of FBI training and promotions, especially how women can stand out on this male-dominated work environment. I think you're right. After chatting with this true FBI elite for a while, Demme agreed with Ronald's opinion. Jodie Foster's temperament was more like that of a daughter raised by a father who died in the line of duty than Michelle Pfeiffer. Very good. Jodie has heard about Michelle Pfeiffer's withdrawal, and she's called me several times to recommend herself. It would be great if you could agree to let her audition. After winning the Oscar, Jodie Foster's life changed drastically. First, she moved out of McGillis's house, ending their years of living together. This petite actress, who had experienced the life of an assassin and the lack of acting opportunities after graduating from college, was incredibly determined. She turned down 4 or 5 scripts her agent had found for her, refusing to take on roles that were easy money, insisting on deciding what roles she would accept herself. Having always loved the script for The Silence of the Lambs, she used all her connections to lobby Ronald to secure the role when the casting changed. Finished talking with Inspector Claire, Ronald asked, taking Diane's hand as she said goodbye to the inspector. Jonathan, Diane and I have some business to attend to. We need to go to Staten Island. I've had Richard book a commercial flight for you, so we won't be able to take you back this time. What are you going there for? Do you mind if I ask? I've always wanted to see the filming location for The Godfather. I know it's on Staten Island. My aunt is getting married. Ronald wasn't at all bothered that Jonathan Demme wanted to attend. Although Demme had achieved great success, he still maintained his original character, sympathizing with the poor and undoubtedly self-reliant. He was sure he and Aunt Karen would get along well. Of course you're welcome, come anytime. Demme's home is in Manhattan, and she'd be happy to have more of her personal friends at her aunt's wedding. Oh, Ronald, you're finally here. I was worried you'd be late and miss the former president's speech. Aunt Karen was chatting with Donna at home. Her wedding would be a small, private one. For her, now middle-aged, the wedding was a ceremony, but she valued the speech that former President Ronald Sr. and his wife had promised to give in Tatul even more. I won't miss it, Ronald replied with a smile. I'm so glad you're marrying Eric, he's a nice uncle. I'm so happy to have your and Donna's blessings. Aunt Karen showed Diane the diamond ring on her hand, the one her boyfriend had given her when he proposed. It wasn't big, but it made her very happy. Oh, it's so beautiful, Diane exclaimed in amazement, and she and Donna chatted incessantly around Aunt Karen. The family, dressed and ready, rode in the van driven by Bud Jr. to the Hanson family's auditorium in Tatul. The town's entrepreneurs, Engineers, sales managers, and worker representatives were all seated neatly, ready to welcome the former president on his post-retirement speaking tour. These are photos of Nancy and me during our visit to China after taking office. Wow, there were so many people there. The former president's energy was visibly waning, his former wit and humor were gone. He relied on photos in Microsoft PowerPoint to recall his experiences, sometimes needing reminders from Nancy beside him. Thank you so much. We all really hope to see you speak on television again, and today our wish has finally come true. After the half-hour speech, the former president and his wife had to catch their flight. Aunt Karen quickly went up on behalf of the residents of Tatwell to thank them and present them with gifts, while photographers below snapped photos. Ronald, it's so nice to see you. Mrs. Nancy shook Ronald's hand in gratitude. Such a speech could earn the couple $100,000. They didn't have much savings, nor many official positions. They were saving up for retirement before the people completely forgot about them. Yes, I'll always remember how President Ronald spoke up for me, which is why I landed the directorship of Top Gun, Ronald said, still grateful to the couple. I thank you on behalf of Ronald's Memorial Library, Nancy said, thanking the young director whose astrological compatibility with her husband's, wanting to say more to him. Ronald not only organized this speech but also donated a large sum to the Memorial Library. Stanford University, which had promised to build a library on campus named after her husband, canceled the project last year due to protests from faculty and students. Partisan politics profoundly influences universities. Faculty and students are increasingly leaning towards the Democratic Party, and those who have left can't really hold a grudge against Stanford. Fortunately, the beneficiaries of Ronald Reagan's economic policies quickly found a new site in Simi Valley, 40 miles from Los Angeles, and began construction on the new library with donated funds. However, this meant the library, which was originally scheduled to be completed after Reagan's term ended, would have to be delayed again. Furthermore, the federal government had not allocated funds for the Presidential Memorial Library, and the initial construction costs had not been covered by the Hoover Institution at Stanford. The new library relied entirely on donations. Fortunately, among Reagan's old friends was Hollywood mogul Lew Wasserman, who raised $30 million through donations from many old friends. However, many of the younger generation in Hollywood did not donate. Reagan himself quietly donated through his son, Douglas Jr. Nancy understood the new Hollywood's lack of appreciation for them and felt good about meeting the friendly newcomers. During Reagan's 2 terms, the economy developed rapidly. However, his image in intellectual circles remained poor. It was only in Tatwell, the emerging film and television production hub, that he received loud cheers and gratitude from the workers and white-collar workers who had earned money. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Surrounded by the crowd, old Ronald shook hands with each of them, regaining some of his composure. Nancy, feeling tired, he turned to call for his wife. I'm sorry, he tires easily these days, I'll have them drive you. The retired president still had a guard, but the protection had been reduced to a minimum. Ronald had specially rented a long luxury car to make the retired president more comfortable. Karen Parker, do you take to be your husband? I do. Now the groom may kiss the bride. The newly built Quaker church belonged to the very traditional Pennsylvania Quaker tradition. Unlike the evangelical Quakers to which another former president, Richard, belonged, this New England Quaker church did not actually have a pastor. Every Sunday, the members spontaneously came to the church for silent prayer, and no one spoke. However, a wedding without a pastor would seem too monotonous. Since everyone wasn't a particularly devout Quaker, Donna specially invited a pastor from Manhattan to officiate the wedding. The pastor, Robert Castle, was very open-minded and didn't mind officiating Aunt Karen's wedding. In fact, on both the East and West Coasts, such wedding ceremonies have gradually become a commercial operation rather than a traditional religious ritual. Aunt Karen and her new husband shared a passionate kiss, and confetti rained down. The couple happily thanked everyone, ran outside the church, and got into Aunt Karen's old SUV to go on their honeymoon. Empty cans rattled in the back of the SUV, which bore the words "Just Married" written on the back. Ronald and Donna couldn't help but hug. Their aunt had supported the two young people by driving this very car as a waitress. Oh my, they're so happy. Did you see the proposal video? It's so romantic, Diane exclaimed excitedly. Donna hugged her and went off to whisper about what her friends had shared. Ronald and Doug exchanged a glance, both lost in their own thoughts. Doug was considering when to propose to Donna. His grandfather, having learned that Donna had invested her own money in a fund, held her in even higher regard and urged his grandson several times. Ronald, unsure how to respond to Diane's constant hints, pretended not to understand. "Bobby, is that you?" Jonathan Demme looked at the pastor officiating the wedding, recognizing him more and more, and exclaimed, "Cousin Jonathan." The pastor paused, recognizing his close cousin Demme. They were relatives, though they'd lost contact after growing up. Ronald found it amusing and quickly arranged for them to catch up. "Ronald, Donna told me Doug might propose to him." Diane ran over again, whispering in Ronald's ear. Oh." Ronald was at a loss for words. The divorces of Spielberg, Lucas, Cameron, and others flashed before his eyes. That evening, his aunt and her new husband returned home. Their road trip was merely a formality. The two had already booked tickets for a round-the-world trip, with Japan as their first stop. "Auntie, what should I do?" Ronald privately approached his Aunt Karen, confiding his worries. It wasn't that he didn't love Diane and Helen. It's just that people who achieve great success often become suspicious and paranoid, and he couldn't talk about this with anyone else but his aunt. "Ronnie, I remember you weren't like this before. When Antonia came to the island, you really wanted to marry her." Sigh. "Maybe I've changed. I've become complicated and worldly." "Don't say that, Ronald. You're still the same good boy. God will give you guidance on some things when the time is right. I didn't want to get married again, but the other day he came to my house and brought me food. I was sitting in a chair knitting, and suddenly a strange feeling welled up inside me. It was as if my ex-husband had come back. He told me that I was raising Donna and Ronald very well, and that he was grateful for being with me and for giving birth to Donna. It was just that now it was time to move on." "Really?" Ronald received a typical Aunt Karen's answer. "Yes, God will give you guidance on doing the right thing at the right time. Then you just need to follow your heart." Aunt Karen gently stroked Ronald's hair. But the guidance hadn't come yet. The next day, Ronald saw his aunt off at the airport and then returned to Manhattan with Diane. "I hope your newspaper will be on my side during the election." In an Italian restaurant in Manhattan, Prosecutor Rudy, the mayoral candidate, met with Ronald and Doug Jr. again. "Of course, the Staten Island Forward will support you," Doug Jr. replied. "No, I'm talking about the New York Daily News. Don't tell me you're not their anonymous sponsors." Rudy obviously didn't care much for the Staten Island newspaper. Hardly anyone in Manhattan read it. "Seems like we have no secrets from you," Ronald muttered. "Never mind, I'm busy with my election campaign right now. I don't have time for beating around the bush." "Okay, but we're not the real owners of the newspaper. We don't have much influence over the editorial team. At most, I can connect you with them. You know those reporters." "I know, the uncrowned kings. Freedom, my ass," Rudy cursed. The New York Times supported his opponent, the Democratic Party's black candidate Awakens, mainly because of their advertisers' and readers' preferences, and had little to do with freedom. Another large circulation newspaper, the New York Post, supported Rudy. His base consisted of the NYPD and other disciplined services, firefighters, and correctional officers, all of whom were Post readers. This year's mayoral election presented a different picture than in previous years. Rudy, participating in the Republican Party primary, unexpectedly did not embrace the right wing as traditionally expected, but instead chose a centrist approach. To win over centrist voters, Rudy abandoned the extreme positions of conservatives and evangelicals, opposing any form of abortion, opposing affirmative action, opposing same-sex rights, opposing gun control, and supporting prayer in public schools, etc. New York elections are similar to presidential elections. Embracing the conservative far-right might easily secure you the nomination, but in a mayoral election, losing the support of swing voters will almost certainly lead to defeat. Ronald didn't want to interfere too much with the Daily News editorial team, at least not now. He wanted to project an image of a well-meaning person who respected newspaper tradition and only wanted the Daily News to weather the storm, not revealing his ambitions prematurely. The Daily News continued to lose money, although its circulation was large. The more it circulated, the more it lost. He estimated that if advertising revenue didn't improve by the time of the New York mayoral election, it would truly have to declare bankruptcy. At that point, Ronald could leverage this positive reputation to take over the Daily News. After arranging everything, as Ronald was preparing to return to Los Angeles, he received another call from Norio Oga of Sony. "Ronald, I'm in New York. Can we meet in person? We found the Colombian minority shareholder who secretly contacted us to back out. the one who wanted to get involved in acquiring their shares. I've brought Doug Jr. along. The Moscow Philharmonic is performing at Carnegie Hall. Ronald understood that Dago wanted to continue contacting George Jr., and since their Sony, a Japanese company, was a suspect, it was safer to do it through his own connections. Who's bidding against you for Columbia? Ronald asked. An Australian, Christopher Scars, president of the Kintex Group. Chapter 1079 The Hollow Tycoon. In Stern Hall, the largest room in Carnegie Hall, the Moscow Philharmonic Orchestra, visiting in the name of human peace, was performing Shostakovich's symphonies, which they had played during the Second World War when the two countries were allies. Many audience members had come specifically for the performance, and the hall was packed. However, the musicians of the Moscow Philharmonic no longer possessed the courage and ability to perform for soldiers on the Soviet-German front. Aside from official performances in Moscow and Leningrad, they were haphazard and perfunctory in other places, just going through the motions. But this performance tour in the US was something everyone was scrambling to do. Besides the opportunity to buy some fashionable items to take home, many were hoping to make connections with the Western music scene and earn money. The female musicians, dressed to the nines, almost came to blows during a photo shoot. Little George, who had come with him, went to the VIP lounge next to the smallest room, Welsh Hall, after the concert with Norio Oga and Ronald. They discussed how someone had used Sony's public acquisition of Columbia Pictures to inflate a bid. This is normal business competition. Our American government would never interfere with free market competition. Little George casually rattled off some of the things his mother, Barbara, had taught him. The gist was that Sony just needed to follow their rules, and they wouldn't help suppress other bidders. Next time, let's go to some country music concert. Little George had absolutely no interest in classical music. If it weren't for the need to deliver a message without arousing suspicion, he wouldn't have sat there for 2 hours. Oga-san, let's find a place to talk. After seeing Little George off, Ronald invited a helpless-looking Oga Norio into his luxury car, and they drove towards the Peninsula Hotel. This is the tragedy of the defeated, Oga Norio said sullenly, sharing some of his true thoughts with Ronald. Sony had no foothold in the US, and its connections with the political world were just beginning. They often lacked crucial warnings, and no one was willing to speak up for them. They had already given in, agreeing to CFIUS's demands to acquire Columbia through open market acquisitions of major shareholder Coca-Cola and other stocks. Sony was suddenly forced to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for no reason. However, to gain access to the American market, they decided to endure it. Then, Australian businessman Christopher Scars intervened, driving up Columbia's stock price as soon as the news broke. Sony was left speechless, forced to pay hundreds of millions more dollars, with no way to retaliate. This was because CFIUS had prohibited them from privately contacting minority shareholders for a takeover. Scars, doing nothing, could profit handsomely from the stock price difference before and after the acquisition. This was a problem for Day and Sony, a problem that could be solved with money. Although money would solve the problem, Day still couldn't help but complain to Ronald about the unfairness. Their money was all earned through hard work by each and every one of them. Where did Christopher Scars find out about this acquisition? Is he here to steal money, or is he really going to compete with you for Columbia Pictures? Ronald ignored Day's question and switched to CNBC. Scars was being interviewed, saying that after completing the acquisition of MGM, he would increase investment to revitalize the old film studio. Who knows? Day was displeased. In America, this Australian white man was more often treated as one of their own, while they, the Japanese, no matter how fluent in English they were or how much they loved Western symphonies and other highbrow arts, were always seen as outsiders, whether intentionally or unintentionally. HMPH, Ronald stroked his chin, looking at Scars. The more he looked, the more familiar the man seemed. His tone of voice and expression were very similar to an old acquaintance, Minahan Glenn. Yes, last year I spent $1 million to celebrate my 40th birthday, and another time my wife forgot her code in Brisbane, so I had my private jet fly over to get it. I'm always this careless. Christopher Scars shook his head as he recounted his embarrassing moments, actually flaunting his wealth. This style of first boasting about his assets and then aggressively haggling was very similar to the tricks of those two Israelis. Don't you think this guy is pretending to be fat? Ronald looked at Oga. You know, he does seem a bit like Oga Norio, a seasoned CEO of a large company, observed Scars' expression and sensed something was off. Alice, it's a pity that for our Japanese company, finding a media outlet in America that speaks fairly for us is a luxury, let alone exposing our competitors. We might even be attacked in return." Oga thought for a moment, then shook his head. In this country dominated by white people, it was best to proceed cautiously. Sony's goal was to establish a foothold first, and spending more money was just tuition. "You know what, I do know an honest editor-in-chief, Ronald, you really have connections." Day's eyes lit up again. Being taken advantage of wasn't pleasant, and they wouldn't let the opportunity to retaliate pass them by. Besides, Ronald was a white man. Ronald can decide how much advertising and public relations to spend, and will fully support you. That's not the time yet. There will be times when we need Day's support in the future. Ronald wanted to put James Wells, the editor-in-chief of the New York Daily News, on the back a little longer. Rumble. In the New York Daily News building, the elevator to the newspaper's floor was of poor quality, noisy, slow, and small. Ronald was very uncomfortable inside. James, finally, he got out of the elevator, and the lights in the editor-in-chief's office flickered. "Ronald, you're here? Mary, bring Mr. Lee a cup of coffee, something nice," James Wells called his secretary over loudly. Mary, the secretary, nimbly weaved through the various manuscripts and faxes in the narrow corridor. "Why aren't you fixing this?" Ronald found a reasonably nice chair and sat down. "We haven't paid the property fees in full yet. Although it's a company property, this is New York. No money, no service." Although the building is also owned by the Daily News Corporation, many shareholders had long wanted to evict the newspaper, which occupied several floors, and sell it to focus on office leasing. "Little Doug told me you've used up half of our sponsorship in just 2 weeks. I came to ask what happened," Ronald said with a smile. The $500,000 in sponsorship they had allocated wouldn't last long. Sigh. "This is all the result of the circulation department's low price strategy," James Wells said with dissatisfaction. The subsidy strategy adopted by the board last year had actually failed. Although increasing the color printing area and lowering the price did increase circulation significantly, the lowest price among the 4 major New York daily newspapers meant that the more they published, the more they lost. The original strategy was to use the increased circulation to generate more advertising revenue. But this idea proved to be a pipe dream. There's a reason why the 4 major daily newspapers are reluctant to increase circulation in Brooklyn and Harlem, north of Manhattan. The Daily News subscribers are primarily lower-class families in Brooklyn and impoverished Black and Latino residents of Harlem. These people can generally only afford one newspaper, relying entirely on the Daily News for their daily gossip. A single newspaper is often shared by children from 2 or 3 families. Many even reuse the newspaper after reading it, using it to wrap food or placing it next to the toilet. It's easy to imagine that the advertising value of these new readers is extremely low, if not negative. Many middle-class families would consider it a newspaper for the poor and abandon their subscriptions. But James Wells, in charge of the editorial department, has no choice. All he can do is try his best to produce good news to attract more readers with advertising value to the Daily News. With this strategy, I doubt you'll be in financial trouble again for many days. Ronald bluntly pointed out the absurdity of the newspaper's business strategy. "What kind of news can you bring us?" James Wells smiled wryly. He agreed with Ronald's assessment, but it wasn't something he could solve himself, and it would take time. So, I casually asked Ronald about any recent entertainment news. "News? I'm not exactly well informed. I only found out about Spielberg's prenuptial agreement being nullified by reading The Hollywood Reporter." Sigh. "That's definitely a hot topic. We don't have first-hand sources, so we'll just do an in-depth report, discussing the differences between divorce laws in different states, just to keep our readers entertained." Although Ronald testified as a witness in the presence of both sides' witnesses and the court clerk, supporting Spielberg's claims, the judge once again created a major controversy. Amy Irving's lawyers' demand for career compensation lacked precedent and logical support. Actresses' incomes are extremely unstable, and no one can guarantee that Amy Irving's continued success wouldn't have happened if she hadn't married Spielberg. There are many cases like Michelle Pfeiffer's, where a scandal affected her career at the height of her fame. Spielberg and Amy Irving's lawyers had already reached a consensus, a one-time settlement of tens of millions of dollars for Amy Irving, along with alimony and joint custody to end the litigation. Unexpectedly, the Jewish judge invoked his rarely used judicial discretion, overturning the legality of the couple's prenuptial agreement. According to California law, prenuptial agreements are subject to California law for California residents, even if they marry out of state. Only agreements signed with a lawyer present or drafted by a lawyer are valid. Spielberg's prenuptial agreement was hastily written on a napkin. Therefore, under California law, a judge can initiate judicial review on the grounds that the prenuptial agreement was illegal, even if both parties agree. The review concluded that the prenuptial agreement was illegal, and Spielberg's napkin-written agreement was annulled. Their divorce remains under California law. The wealth Spielberg earned after the marriage, worth over $200 million, is considered marital property, meaning all assets accumulated during the marriage, and Amy Irving is entitled to half. The news caused a sensation in Hollywood. The Hollywood Reporter and Variety, two major newspapers, began reporting extensively on this $100 million napkin. Hollywood divorce lawyers saw a surge in inquiries. Many wanted to know how much money they could get in a divorce, or how to draft a prenuptial agreement to minimize losses. That's a good idea. If we can't grab headlines, doing in-depth reporting is a good alternative, Ronald said, looking at the newspaper proofs. The comparison of divorce laws across states was relatively simple and easy to understand. He grabbed a copy and stuffed it into his pocket. We need to produce more of this kind of gossip. You can't always live off donations. A well-managed newspaper can be a profitable business, you're right. I'm thinking about it too. Our circulation in Manhattan and Queens has improved recently, and advertising has increased. Everything will be alright, we still need more gossip. Did you see the news about that Australian tycoon, Scars? He had his private jet fly back and forth for his wife's coat, and he hired a lot of bikini models to celebrate his birthday. Many people in Hollywood are envious. Ronald steered the conversation towards Scars. I know, this is actually a news story. I have a feeling there's something wrong with this guy. James Wells, with his exceptional professional skills, immediately got Ronald a videotape and played it on TV. Look, this guy's expression and body language are strikingly similar to that real estate developer in New York State. I suspect his finances in Australia are in dire straits. Really? If he's broke, why would he flaunt it like this, even going so far as to acquire MGM in America? Ronald asked deliberately. It's rich man's mindset. The more financially troubled he is, the more he has to appear wealthy and powerful. Otherwise, when creditors discover his cash flow problems, they'll all come to collect, and a company that could have held on for a while will soon go bankrupt and be liquidated. And his acquisition of MGM might just be a financial maneuver, a quick in-and-out move to sell to other investors at a higher price to alleviate his financial situation. James Wells, a Yale graduate who used to frequently cover Wall Street, had a keen sense for these kinds of things. This is indeed a great news story. I wish we could get an exclusive report, Ronald said, feigning surprise. One characteristic of journalists is their love of expressing themselves. If they had any opinions, keeping them silent would be the greatest psychological torment to them. Therefore, Ronald didn't need to prompt them to check Chaskus. As long as he asked the right questions, they would say what Ronald wanted to say and arrange what he wanted them to do. Then what are we waiting for? We're going to turn things around. Ronald looked at James Wells, seemingly puzzled as to why he didn't immediately stand up to assign interview tasks. Unfortunately, we're out of money and can't afford the cost of flying to Australia for the interview. We also need to prepare for next month's printing costs. James Wells sighed. This kind of investigative reporting was a journalist's favorite. Do we really have to go to Australia for the interview? That's a huge sum of money. Ronald feigned reluctance to spend the money. Actually, it would be nice if we could collect previous news reports about him in Australia, but unfortunately, we don't have a bureau there anymore, so the guys at the Wall Street Journal got there first, James Wells said, glancing at Ronald's expression. Did the Hollywood director want his name appear in a news article as a sponsor and Pulitzer Prize winner? I can help with that. I have a friend in Australia. You can make a list of newspapers, and I'll have her collect them and have them delivered or faxed to you. Thank you so much, Ronald. James Wells couldn't hold back any longer and took out a pen and paper to start writing down the Australian newspapers and magazines that might be involved with Christopher Scars. Rachel? This is Ronald. Yes, I have a friend who wants to know about your Australian tycoon Christopher Scars. Ronald got the list of Australian media and called actress Rachel Ward. He's a pughead. We all hate him. He likes to invite actresses to parties, and then he starts roping them in front of his wife. Oh? You have information? Great, I'll have someone come and get it. Ronald covered the receiver, pretending he had found a clue. Great, Rachel, you've helped me a lot. Ronald took the receiver away again and thanked Ward. Don't mention it. The TV series Mission Impossible gave many of our actors stable jobs. We really have to thank you for that. How is it? James Wells asked. She said there are some rumors about his finances in Australia, and some media outlets are covering it. She'll fax all the copies to New York. Great, Mary, get all the financial and entertainment reporters to a meeting. Ronald, what's up? The head of Sony's New York office, who received Ronald's call, immediately adopted a superior-like attitude. Norio Oga had instructed him to treat Ronald's requests as if they were his own. Have your Australian office fax the reports about scars to the newspaper. The phone number is. When asked about newspaper readers' opinions of the Australian tycoon, Ronald said he was a typical empty-headed tycoon. Lacking funds, they couldn't send reporters to Australia to investigate. Ronald decided to contact his connections in Australia to fax the media reports there to the Daily News. One of them was about creditors suing him. Squeak, soon, the Sydney Morning Herald's report slowly printed out from the Daily News fax machine. Tear, James Wells ripped off the first page, a sensational headline, Scars, owner of 5 resorts, Channel 7, and Brisbane Bears Football Club, financial mastermind or con man. Chapter 1080 Preventing Media Monopoly. The New York Daily News report garnered some attention in Hollywood. However, the real uproar occurred on Wall Street, where the Australian tycoon was the focus of intense scrutiny. Can a boorish, reputation-driven Australian entrepreneur, who built a vast media and tourism empire on borrowed money, repeat this story in America? The Wall Street Journal focused on his business, questioning whether the tourism sector could support such a large acquisition and raising doubts about Australian stock market regulations. Scars's ambition exceeds his capabilities. We do not welcome a financially driven individual acquiring America's cultural heritage, and raise questions about the financial soundness of other Australian companies. The situation clearly spiraled out of Ronald's control, gradually escalating into an attack on Rupert, the de facto head of 20th Century Fox and another Australian. Rupert already had a poor reputation in America. From his days on Fleet Street in London, he was known for his outrageous revelations about celebrity privacy and royal gossip. His acquisition of Fox shares had drawn criticism from established, serious media outlets. The New York Times, for example, launched a lengthy attack on him, criticizing Rupert's business practices and political views. In one article, the New York Times called him a media pirate, intent on destroying the traditional values of journalism in our country. Other newspapers opposing Rupert included the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, and the Boston Globe. These newspapers argued that Rupert's ownership of Fox would give him too much control over the American media landscape, and that his conservative views would skew news reporting. Now there is another Australian tycoon, using the wealth he has amassed in their imperfect and immature stock market, banging on our country's media like a savage. This is alarming and needs to be legally restricted. These words came from Senator Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts, who had long been at odds with Rupert and was now publicly condemning this kind of entrepreneur who didn't align with American values, because Rupert was a conservative supporter. At Kennedy's urging, a special measure was being proposed for discussion in the Senate and was expected to be added to the 1970 Newspaper Preservation Act as an annex for passage. If passed, this new amendment would close any opportunity for Rupert to evade the federal ban on cross-ownership of newspapers and television stations in the same city. For example, his aggressive acquisitions of the Boston Herald and Boston WFXT-TV, as well as the New York Post and WNYW-TV. Rupert was furious. This stupid country bumpkin, Scars, had brought his Australian stock market manipulation tricks to America, resulting in him being targeted by the senators. These veteran senators, repeatedly elected and holding important positions on several key Senate committees, wielded power not much less than the president. Being targeted by them was definitely not a good thing. Fearing repercussions, Rupert rushed to New York overnight, meeting with Governor Cuomo, Mayor Koch, and major New York media outlets. He reassured them that he had done nothing contrary to American values, expressed his support for the governor's campaign, and offered the outgoing mayor a media advisory position. The politicians and media figures he cultivated verbally expressed their support and promised not to target Rupert for simultaneously controlling New York newspapers and television stations. They also welcomed the efforts of this businessman, now an American citizen, to preserve New York's media traditions. However, federal and state legislation were unrelated. The focus now was on the federal senators, who could only offer verbal support at most. Rupert was still under considerable pressure, especially from the instigator, the New York Daily News. He quickly had his secretary contact the head of this newspaper, which he usually looked down upon, hoping they would limit their coverage to the unfortunate scars. What's with this bill? Does it mean we can't simultaneously control the Daily News and WPIX Channel 11? Ronald, of course, was also aware of the new legislation targeting cross-media, and summoned Ed Bastian, who is leading the acquisition, and lawyer Lindsay Dole to inquire about the situation. Actually, it won't affect our acquisition. This amendment, ultimately enforced by the Interagency Federal Communications Commission, FCC, will determine whether our acquisition of a television station, newspaper, and radio station infringes on cross-ownership within the same city. And in our case, even the most lenient judge wouldn't find us guilty of violating this law, which was originally designed to make media operations easier. Ed Bastian explained to Ronald that the law allowed two or more competing daily newspapers in a city to merge in certain aspects of operation and production to prevent the collapse of news organizations. The aim was to promote news diversity and prevent the over-concentration of news and information sources, which could be controlled by a few large, monopolistic media groups, thus restricting citizens' access to the press. After television stations emerged, their profits quickly surpassed those of traditional newspapers, so this newspaper preservation law was soon supplemented with a prohibition against the same company owning both a newspaper and a radio station in the same market. I don't understand why we can disregard this prohibition. Aren't we going to acquire a newspaper and a television station in New York? Ronald stared for a long time, unable to see how he could be exempt. Ed Bastian smiled, pointed to Lindsay, and let her answer. Ronald, first of all, our acquisition doesn't cross the threshold for triggering the injunction. The injunction defines a newspaper as any widely circulated daily or weekly newspaper. The New York Daily News is a tabloid, not a major newspaper that this law protects. This act prohibits any individual or entity from simultaneously owning a newspaper and a television station in the same market. According to Senator Kennedy, a market is defined as an area where it is reasonably expected that 50% or more of the households in the area will receive either a newspaper or a television station. WPIX Channel 11, which we are acquiring, doesn't have that kind of viewership share in New York. Secondly, this law prohibits the same person or entity, but it doesn't prohibit exceptions, such as newspapers and television stations being owned by different companies or non-profit organizations. Finally, if a company can prove that its cross-ownership of the television station and newspaper is of significant interest to the community, or that without its existence, the community's news service would significantly decline, then the FCC will grant an exemption. Our newspapers and television stations are unique sources of news for certain groups in Staten Island, Brooklyn, and Lower Manhattan. Lindsay Dole rattled off 3 reasons, which Ronald understood. The newspapers and television stations he wanted to buy were still small players in New York, not yet subject to injunctions. Even if they expanded successfully later, he could establish different entities and use legal means to challenge legislation. Finally, his media could rely on certain groups to obtain exemptions, as long as he was their primary source of news. The media outlets Ronald wanted to buy met this condition perfectly: a source of gossip for black people in Brooklyn, real-time traffic reports for taxi drivers, and a unique source of educational programs for Asian Americans in Manhattan. Ronald nodded, acknowledging the reason, and also considered the key reason why the Australian was being attacked: he wasn't a native-born American citizen. These unspoken rules, common to self-made Americans like himself, were seen as original sins filled with evil intentions by Senator Kennedy and some voters when used by an Australian. This process is outrageous. The reasons given by certain politicians are absurd and extreme. I call it libertarian totalitarianism. Their aim is simply because we often criticize senators, and that's the true meaning of press freedom. I condemn this discrimination. That evening, Rupert also gave a rare television interview, his Australian vowels sounding quite harsh. Ronald and Doug Jr. watched television together. They had received a call from the Australian tycoon, asking them to restrain the editor-in-chief of the Daily News from expanding the scope of the attack. Ronald readily agreed. Attacks against Australians might also affect Sony, which wouldn't benefit Ronald and Norio Olga. His target was only that nouveau riche who dreamed of making money from Columbia Pictures. Rupert was pleased to hear Ronald's personal promise and wanted to add some more bombshells about Skarsgård, such as his demand for a $13 million annual salary from the board and his meetings with several Wall Street bankers seeking financing. Ronald understood that Rupert also wanted to get rid of this country bumpkin from America to avoid being implicated. After thanking Rupert, he happily called Norio Olga to share the good news. Olga was in high spirits and immediately said he would send a team to Queensland, Australia, to try and take down the Australian stronghold, which dared to provoke Sony. The Japanese wouldn't easily resist America, but they were quite willing to teach an Australian a lesson. After arranging things, Ronald and Diane boarded a plane to Los Angeles. Several films were completed and ready for test screenings, awaiting his approval. "Honey, I'm a little tired, I'm going to sleep for a while." With so much to do, Ronald felt a bit lacking in energy, so he covered himself with his jacket on the plane and fell asleep. Ronnie, do I look good in this?" In the dream, Diane seemed quite old, with clearly visible crow's feet around her eyes. She lived in a small house with him, and in a cramped fitting room, Diane, wearing a violet evening gown, was asking for his opinion. "You're beautiful, Diane." Ronald in the dream was also middle-aged, with slightly graying temples. Judging from their house, their financial situation seemed average. "I know you don't want to go, but my father wants to see me nominated for an Oscar, and I want to comfort him." Diane leaned against him and gave Ronald a kiss. "Mommy, Daddy," a child's voice called from outside. "We're coming right away." The dream shifted to the Oscars ceremony, where Ronald and Diane were present. Reporters swarmed around Diane, microphones in hand, asking for her opinion on her Best Actress nomination. Other reporters chased after Ronald, asking his opinion on his wife's role in Adrian Lane's film, where she had passionate scenes with the two male leads. Ronald looked uncomfortable, said some polite words, and finally waited for Diane to finish taking photos before entering the awards hall together. No, Ronald exclaimed excitedly. Why was Diane acting like this? They didn't seem to be doing so well in this timeline. He reached out and grabbed, and the image of the two of them slowly faded and disappeared. Ronnie, Diane, seeing Ronald suddenly raise his hand and talk in his sleep, gently patted him. Ronald rolled over and went back to sleep, his coat falling to the floor. Diane picked it up, intending to cover Ronald with it, but hesitated and instead asked a flight attendant to get him a blanket. She stood up and hung her coat on the chair behind her. Her hand touched a pocket, it seemed to contain a stack of papers. Diane glanced at Ronald's sleeping figure and reached inside. Ronnie, I'm going to be late, can you take me home?" Ronald was still fast asleep. In this dream, he and Helen were also living in a small house, both dressed simply, in line with Helen's usual taste. "Okay, I'll take you. Anyway, the kids are with Auntie, spending the weekend with Donna's kids. It's been so long since we've done anything alone like this." Helen took out a Supergirl costume and stuffed it into her bag. "Do you remember? You were the one who gave me the idea." This time, the two went to a comic convention in Manhattan. Helen looked middle-aged. She didn't have any acting roles anymore, earning money by attending comic conventions across the country, dressing up as Supergirl, and signing autographs and taking photos with movie and comic book fans. Helen still had quite a few fans, but in this timeline, Ronald didn't seem to be recognized as a director by any fans. Considering he drove a Toyota, he hadn't directed many blockbuster movies. During a break, this timeline's Ronald was still revising dialogue in other people's scripts. Ronald saw the title of the script in his dream, Superwoman, TV series. So this is what happened to me if I hadn't become a director, Ronald thought to himself. Perhaps these were just detours in life. Luckily, he'd been fortunate enough to become a film director. "Okay, I understand. Find me a lawyer, I'll talk to him." "Thank you, Donna." Diane hung up the phone. This was a recently added service on the private jet, allowing calls to the ground via credit card, enabling air-to-ground communication. Ronald had woken up from his dream and felt very thirsty, immediately calling out Diane's name. "You're awake? I'll have the flight attendant get you a glass of lemonade." Diane quickly hung up. "Who are you talking to? Where are my clothes?" Ronald took a sip of water, feeling a little better. "Here." You rolled over and fell to the ground. "Oh, thank you." Ronald put on his coat and then took out the many documents from his daydream to read. Chapter 1081 Rupert's Invitation. This is truly astonishing. I never imagined it could be this realistic, Ronald exclaimed, gazing at the newly lit screen. In the 20th Century Fox Theater, Ronald and Cameron watched a preview screening of The Abyss. The audience's reaction was excellent, especially the scene of the tsunami's water wall crashing against the shore and the use of artificial water to simulate human faces, which elicited gasps of amazement. But 140 minutes is far too long. I suggest cutting it to 120 minutes, or at most 125 minutes. We can see the audience's feedback later. The executive producer at 20th Century Fox continued to voice his objections. Ronald glanced at him, ignoring him, and continued his conversation with Cameron. Is all of this achieved through modeling and rendering? Why is the texture of the waves so realistic? We developed an algorithm to make the water's deformation smoother and more realistic, and engineers from Industrial Light and Magic added realistic water ripple textures to the model's surface. The two discussed the technical details of the special effects. Cameron had devoted considerable effort to refining the integration of computer-generated and live-action footage. Computer-generated special effects can satisfy filmmakers' imaginations like never before, but there's still a gap between them and live-action footage. A large part of special effects production is about perfectly blending the two. Catherine Bigelow was nearby, intently watching the two discuss. Cameron's chances of getting final cut were slim. The water wall scene might not even make it into the final version. Ronald's strong support gave him room to negotiate. Overall, it would be a waste if science fiction and special effects heavy spectacle films only had a market for ordinary films. Mr. Diller, it was Barry Diller, the head of Fox, who entered through the door. The executive producer immediately sprang to his feet like a spring. I just received feedback from the test screening audiences, and many people checked the box for too long in the market. This executive producer used these market research tricks very smoothly. With appropriate question design and given options, it was easy to get the desired results. He ignored the generally high scores from the audience and insisted on reigniting the discussion about the length, putting some pressure on the director in front of the boss. Stop talking. Gary, Barry Diller put his index finger to his lips, ordering the idiot to shut up. Ronald, we should get going. Mr. Rupert is waiting at home, huh? Ronald glanced at his watch, then stood up and said to Cameron and Bigelow, we'll discuss the technical details another time. Catherine, we'll see your sample then. Bodyguard Dan got into the car in front, while Ronald and Barry Diller chatted in the back seat of the luxury car. Is 140 minutes a good length for this movie? The distribution department has talked to me several times about how difficult it is for theaters to schedule screenings. I'll increase the marketing budget, no problem. The marketing consultant is Michael Gray. He came up with a gimmick, packaging the film as Cameron and Gail Hurd's last collaboration before their breakup. Like they were still business partners even after the split. I've talked to them both, and they have no objections, Ronald replied with a smile. Cameron and Gail's collaborations on films like Terminator and Aliens are classics for science fiction fans, enjoying high prestige among their specific audiences. The car drove up to the famous old mansion Misty Peaks in Beverly Hills. Rupert had purchased this mansion 2 years prior from the descendants of Joel Stein, the founder of MCA. Spanning over 8,000 square feet, it even included a small private library. This was once Katharine Hepburn's residence, and the backyard overlooks the entire Hollywood skyline. At the front door, Ronald didn't even feel like he was in Los Angeles. The mountain scenery had a feel reminiscent of Berchtesgaden, the famous Eagle's Nest resort in Germany. Beep beep. Diane arrived in Bud's car, and the two met there. For the role, Diane had reverted to her natural hair color, a slightly reddish dark brown. She wore a red dress with a large bow at the waist, a dark blue coat, and a sapphire and diamond necklace given to her by Ronald. She exuded a more mature aura than before, at the prime of her life. Looking at her, Ronald was reminded of the middle-aged version of Diane from his dreams. She had a slightly shy air about her, and being with her didn't give off that demanding vibe of a female celebrity. She always seemed like an ordinary American girl. Thinking about her, Ronald couldn't help but smile sweetly. Diane still had no wrinkles around her eyes. Ronald touched the small scar at the corner of her eye. Perhaps it was this imperfect detail that prevented her from having the aura of a traditional female star. Ronald gently placed his hand on Diane's waist, and the two walked together. Diane felt a little shy under Ronald's gaze, but she was happy inside, snuggling close to him. They adjusted their pace and followed behind the berry dealer couple, heading deeper into the mansion. What an enviable couple. Rupert's wife, Anna, was also there to greet them at the mansion's entrance. She used to be a reporter for the Daily Mirror, and spoke with gentle elegance. She stepped forward and started chatting with Diane. Mr. Rupert, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is Diane. After the introductions, the group walked into the mansion. The decor wasn't particularly special, but it was spacious. I've always been a fan of yours. Whenever I have a choice on a flight, I like to watch your movies on videotape, Rupert said enthusiastically to Ronald in his distinctively Australian accent. Successful people are energetic, and if they want to befriend you, they can make you feel like the most amazing person in the world. Since I bought Fox, the movies you directed and produced have been the best at the box office and have the highest return on investment. I hope you'll consider cooperating with Fox for distribution in the future. If you have any good TV series, you could also consider airing them on Fox. My collaboration with Fox has been very pleasant. I've also been considering trying my hand at TV series. Thank you very much, Mr. Rupert. I just want to know when you're going to film the sequel to Top Gun. My eldest daughter and 2 sons really want to see it, Mrs. Anna said with a smile, adding another compliment to ease the atmosphere. My dear Anna, you should say they like watching Die Hard, Top Gun, and the rights to it are with Paramount. Rupert was uncharacteristically humorous. Everyone laughed heartily. Neither side directly called it out, but everyone knew it was a reward for Ronald's shift in the daily news reporting. With Sony's efforts, the focus of media coverage across the U.S. had shifted from the Australian barbarians invading American media to exposing the extravagant lifestyle of Australian conmen stars. Rupert's News Corporation thus disappeared from the radar again, quietly regaining the privilege of being a media company owner free from gossip and sensitive news. Meanwhile, Scars, who wanted to repeat his Australian stock market exploitation tactics on Wall Street, was besieged by the world's most powerful financial media, New York, and most powerful gossip media, London. Even his misdeeds about expense reports were exposed. His MGM acquisition contract was also unearthed. Having only paid an upfront payment, subsequent payments faced even more scrutiny. In particular, the Dongying reporting team, which went deep into Queensland, Australia, sent back a documentary report about the Australian resort area. In the years before, during the low-interest rate era on Wall Street, many middle-class Europeans and Americans who vacationed there saw their wealth shrink due to rising interest rates, and many people's first cut was unnecessary travel spending. Based on previous trends, Scars' new luxury resort was also facing a severe decline in customers. The authentic interview video, broadcast on television as a travel program, immediately put Scars in a huge crisis. This house is so big, Diane remarked on the way back. From a young age, her father instilled in her the acting skills and lifestyle standards of Hollywood's golden age stars. In this misty mountaintop mansion, there are photos of Katharine Hepburn, Gary Cooper, John Wayne, and others with the original owner, displayed in the library. The basement screening room still has the hand-cranked projector used by the first owner to show silent black and white films. My new house will have a screening room with the latest automatic projectors. We can watch movies quietly without needing someone to change the prints. The library idea is good. I'll discuss it with the designer and see if we can make a change, Ronald said. He felt he had learned a lot from visiting the mansions of those stars and wanted to build some impressive facilities himself, along with modern renovations. Diane smiled broadly when Ronald mentioned watching movies, her eyes sparkling with affection. Did this mean her brother Ronald had inadvertently revealed his true feelings? The next day, Diane came again, wanting to go to work at Daydream with Ronald. Aren't you preparing for your new film role? What brings you so much free time? Ronald looked at the bread and coffee Diane was carrying, which she'd bought from the Italian cafe downstairs. He wondered if Diane had suddenly changed her ways. I wanted to spend more time with you. Diane took off her sunglasses and handed him the breakfast. Ronald made a satisfied sound. The Italian breakfast tasted quite good, its aroma whetting his appetite. Of course, Diane couldn't be like a movie star from the 1930s, making breakfast for her boyfriend or husband at home. But in the last days of the 1980s, to enjoy a breakfast brought to him by a movie star was quite a treat. Of all Ronald's female companions, only Diane remembered to make him something nice to eat. Alright, let's go see the rough cut of Who's Talking Together. Ronald slowly enjoyed Diane's breakfast and pulled her to the company's screening room. You're quick, Ronald looked at Amy Heckling's disheveled hair and large dark circles under her eyes. It seemed she had been working very hard on filming and editing lately. Just two main characters, lots of indoor scenes, and Bruce Willis did the voice acting for a week. It's a simple movie, Heckling said, indicating it wasn't much different from the TV series she'd been working on for the past few years. Let's begin, Ronald said, turning to his assistant, the chubby Lake. Make Ms. Heckling some espresso, a double shot. The film's subtitles and soundtrack aren't fully finished yet, but the main plot flows very smoothly. The film's perspective is very interesting, telling the story from the point of view of a baby named Mickey, voiced by Bruce Willis. The protagonist, Molly, has an affair with her boss, Albert, and has a child. She decides to have the baby and pressure Albert into marriage. Because no one helps her, a kind and handsome taxi driver named James stays by her side, even helping to change the baby's diapers. After the baby is born, Albert says he doesn't want to be a father yet. Molly then considers being a single mother herself. Finally, in the park, when her little son Mickey utters his first word, Dada, Molly realizes that her son has come to see James as his father, and decides to give him and herself a chance. This plot is very well filmed. Amy Hecking has a unique female perspective, making the child's story very heartwarming. Two adults who have lost faith and hope in life learn love and responsibility through the child's upbringing. Most importantly, Hollywood had never seen a film told from an infant's perspective before, with an actor narrating the inner monologue of a nonverbal baby. This kind of monologue is very relatable to audiences. Many people have experience raising children, and one of their struggles is the inability to communicate with their babies and understand what they want. This perspective is light and enjoyable, and the narrative cleverly allows for easy creation of great chemistry between the male and female leads. Where filming falls short, the baby speaks. Audiences are also more forgiving of couples where the woman is stronger than the man, no longer demanding that the male lead be more dominant than the female lead. Heckling also cleverly used this angle. Although John Travolta's James's job isn't as good as Molly's as a designer, James's income is considerable, and he's mentally stronger, making him the psychologically dominant one. In any case, after filming, the staff at Audience Daydream gave the film a standing ovation. They also found the film very heartwarming, touching, and entertaining. It was filmed really well. The little baby was so cute, Diane whispered her thoughts to Ronald. After the screening, she put her large sunglasses back on. Now that she was much more famous, she was never without them in public. So, what do you think? Heckling drank cup after cup of coffee to stay awake, but the most important feedback came from Ronald. You need to keep the runtime around 95 minutes. I think we can send the film to the Western Film Festival early to try and secure a release slot in the second half of the year. There aren't many children in the summer movie audience, and the Christmas season is too crowded. We'll find a gap in the schedule. Ronald praised Heckling's film editing, saying it was very smooth. Her rigorous training over the years had finally paid off, and there wasn't a single scene that would pull the audience out of the story. That's great. I'll go back and tell my daughter Molly the good news. The female lead's name was actually Heckling's daughter's name. Also, I'll sign a supplementary agreement with you, distributing bonuses based on box office performance. You can think of it as a profit-sharing agreement. Ronald offered to give Heckling a bonus. He saw the film's potential. Perhaps a sequel could be made. For now, he'd use agreements and benefits to tie Heckling down and secure priority for the sequel. The writing assistant login had a slight issue, hence the delay. Chapter 1082 Politely declining the invitation. At the Western Film Expo in Las Vegas, at the Fox 20th Century booth, a huge poster featured Bruce Willis's face and the words "Die Harder," even larger than his face. Many people surrounded the booth, asking for tickets to Fox's order fare. Sequels to such successful action films are generally guaranteed box office success. Theatrical buyers across the country were eager to finalize their share of the prints. Thomas Stevenson Jr., who runs a Hollywood theater chain in the East, was also there. Since taking over the theater chain, he had over 100 theaters and was still growing. Now, he no longer had to squeeze into the lower-level exhibition hall. He had a seat in the VIP lounge on the second floor. So what's the story of the second one? Thomas Stevenson Jr. asked Ronald, sitting next to him, along with Joel Silver, the producer duo of Die Hard 2. It's still a secret, but the scale will be even bigger than the first one. The explosions and fireballs will be bigger, more lives will be saved, and the villains will be more cunning. Great, we like movies with this kind of certainty. Thomas Stevenson Jr. was satisfied with Ronald's answer. The sequel would continue the box office formula of the first film, giving theaters a strong film to support their summer releases. Silver went to talk to other theater buyers, while Ronald stayed to continue chatting with Stevenson. Prince Bandar of Saudi Arabia had already begun investing in cinemas and shopping malls in the three major cities of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. The 6 Oasis Palms branded cinemas had become the newest and most luxurious multiplex cinema standard, very popular with teenagers. These cinemas were invested in by Bandar, who, impatient with running them himself, had all joined the Hollywood theater chain, managed by a team sent by Thomas Stevenson Jr. All of them used advanced stereo surround sound systems, with no more than 60 seats in each theater, and no steps separating the screens like in old-fashioned theaters. The ability to flexibly adjust the screening schedule for multiple films was a product of the latest cinema management philosophy. The Saudis were generous with their money, and Thomas Stevenson Jr. was very happy to have them on board. Prince Bandar secured a stable income, Hollywood theaters gained more participating cinemas, and Ronald's low-budget film had a more stable distribution channel. Everyone was pleased. We're really looking forward to your romantic comedy. I'll schedule more screenings this summer. The East Coast summer season has a large teenage girl audience, and the more movies like that, the better. Don't forget about the other film I'm involved in. See who's talking. We need to ensure get some screenings too. Ronald hadn't forgotten about his other film production. How about a baby movie? Give me a hint. What do you think of its box office potential? Of course, don't forget E.T. Any movie kids love is bound to do well. Okay, I'll give you a bit more. Every summer season has its losers. This year's Ghostbusters 2, Lethal Weapon 2, and Indiana Jones 3 are all sequels. The new Fireball, Batman, and the old 007, I have a feeling at least one of them is doomed. This James Bond is ugly, always looking so gloomy. The previous 2 were so dashing, and Dragon Kids 3, Ronald added, his connections with theaters giving his films a significant advantage in terms of screenings. And Dragon Kids 3. It's a pity you're not directing that series anymore. I found that my action scenes can't compare to those from Hong Kong. You'll see. Ronald then chatted amicably with several theater buyers about this year's summer season. He only smiled and praised their past collaborations. The remaining details were handled by the distribution director, Michelle Canold, who had come along. Ronald, oh, Mr. Lee, this time we really owe you a lot. Ronald was drinking Coca-Cola when Kevin, the executive producer from 20th Century Fox, came over and showered him with praise. Having witnessed the close relationship between Ronald and the 2 Fox executives, he immediately changed his tune, actively creating opportunities to communicate with Ronald. After all, he paid special attention to any project Ronald was involved in. Haha, they mainly made the purchase because of 20th Century Fox's illustrious history and the professionalism of you executives, Ronald replied dismissively. He'd seen plenty of these kinds of sycophants in the studios, there was no need to antagonize them. I'm not exaggerating. You're the one who truly understands the audience's pulse. Whenever you're the producer, the buyers don't even ask about the details, they just order the maximum number of copies. It saves us so much trouble. The distribution department colleagues all idolize you like a genius. Haha, I'm so happy you say that. To be honest, some people are just talented, and some aren't. Some directors with a glorious past, our distribution department simply can't sell their projects now. The theater buyers shake their heads at the mere sight of their names, they just can't sell them. Oh? Who is it? Ronald, hearing such a private matter, felt it would be a disservice not to gossip about the person who had specifically come up to him. I'm only talking to you, Ronald. It's John Hughes, who, like you, rose to fame a few years ago with teen movies. He had several box office bombs in a row, Universal and Paramount couldn't handle him anymore. We were going to gamble on him again, and now it seems the projected numbers are really, oh, Ronald was a little surprised to hear that it was John Hughes, who worked in the office next to his for Fast Pace and starred in 16 Candles and The Breakfast Club. Just a few years ago, he had directed the critically acclaimed Springtime is Not for School, so how could he have faded into obscurity so quickly? He called Michelle Canold over to find out, and it turned out this was somewhat related to him. John Hughes started his career making teen movies. His muse was Molly Linward, who mentored a group of teen superstars called the Brat Pack. Finally, Emilio Estevez disappeared after being suppressed by Ronald. Rob Lowe retired from acting due to the videotape scandal, Andrew McCarthy starred in The Prodigal Son, Ralph Macchio starred Ronald in Dragon Boys, Demi Moore married Bruce Willis, Jennifer Grey starred Ronald in Sex and the City. The actors he used comfortably were either unable to work with him or disdained to do so. Finally, Molly Linward, whom he valued most, couldn't stand continuing to play teenage girls and broke up with him, forcing John Hughes to switch to comedy. However, several of his transitional films, including Parents' Day, Wild West, and Uncle Buck, all failed at the box office. Suddenly, he was no longer the commercially successful filmmaker who was more famous than Ronald. What happened? Ronald felt a pang of regret. John Hughes, like him, was a versatile Hollywood talent, director, producer, and screenwriter, producing just as many films each year as Ronald. Hollywood trends change quickly. This talented individual was suddenly no longer recognized by Hollywood and had to beg Fox for distribution. What? You're interested? If you are, that's a different story. Shall I get you the script? Upon hearing Ronald's interest, the executive producer immediately changed his demeanor and had his assistant fetch the script. It's a children's film, but nobody dares let Hughes direct it anymore. Why? Ronald indicated he wouldn't take the script, suggesting he sign a formal waiver of copyright with Daydream's legal department before proceeding. Although Hughes had failed 3 times in a row, surely he could find someone to invest in him and direct it? You'll understand if you've seen his recent films. This guy's gone mad. If you're interested, and, if you're not interested in directing, recommend a director to us. Everyone in Hollywood knows you have a great eye for actors and directors. What is this? That evening, Ronald received the videotapes from Fox and watched John Hughes' 3 new films, skipping through them on fast forward. The rumors circulating that John Hughes' talent had run dry aren't entirely unfounded. While box office performance is affected by market fluctuations, Hollywood's apparent aversion to this once blockbuster director stems primarily from significant problems with his directing techniques. In his 2 self-directed films, Parents' Day and Uncle Buck, Hughes employed a technique reminiscent of his last blockbuster, Fever Is Not a School Day, featuring the protagonist frequently delivering inner monologues to the camera. This technique, often used in theater as breaking the 4th wall, refers to a theater with 3 walls, leaving only one open space facing the audience. Traditionally, actors cannot project an image of the audience onto this open side. Their performances are confined to the stage. Some avant-garde comedies deliberately break this wall, directly engaging with the audience, creating a sense of, oh, I'm actually watching a play, and sometimes this sense of separation actually enhances the audience's immersion. However, the large-scale use of this technique in a film seems inappropriate. Moviegoers are prone to distraction. Using it occasionally at the beginning of a film to speed up the narrative and build atmosphere is acceptable, but using it every 5 or 10 minutes completely destroys the emotional connection the film has built up. No wonder Fox didn't dare let him direct this new film. However, the script for this film is actually quite interesting. A child alone at home outsmarts 2 thugs. Many people probably had this fantasy when they were young, right? Ronald felt that if they changed directors, it might be a film that could appeal to the target audience of Who's Talking. Amy Heckerling was still busy with post-production and preparing for the sequel. Ronald thought for a moment and realized that Chris Columbus, who directed The Nanny, would be very suitable. That film also had many scenes with children's actions, and it was filmed in a very childlike way. Chris, it's me. I have a children's film script here. Are you interested in giving it a try? Ronald called Columbus immediately, regardless of the fact that it was already evening. Offended Eisner? No problem, this time it's 20th Century Fox, their big boss is Australian, there won't be any. Hey, some tactless producer is boycotting you, are you interested? Okay, have your agent call my agent, I'll schedule an interview for you. After arranging Chris Columbus's interview, Ronald received a call from the president's office of Sony's American branch, saying that President Dago wanted to talk to him. Because his bodyguard Jan said there were no secure lines in the Las Vegas hotels, Ronald agreed to contact them again when he returned to Los Angeles. The next day, Ronald, who was flying back to Los Angeles late at night on a private jet, went to see Jonathan Demme. Ronald was starting to like flying on private jets, mainly because of the low noise, good rest, and the flexibility to arrange his schedule. Demme had reconnected with his long-lost cousin, a pastor who advocated for the poor and black people. His cousin shared similar values, but unfortunately, he wasn't popular in the suburbs and was forced to wander in poor areas like New Jersey and Brooklyn. Dem donated some money to him in return to his demanding work. He had already chosen the actor to play Dr. Lecter and was contacting him through CAA to arrange a joint audition with Jodie Foster. Why did you choose him? Ronald looked at the casting director and saw it wasn't the British accented actor he dreamed of, but rather Sean Connery, the first 007. I thought Dr. Lecter needed a strong physique, someone who looked capable of taking lives with his bare hands. That's true, James Bond's image is very memorable to audiences. Yes, that's the second reason. We need to find an actor who is perceived as a good guy to play this criminal. In the novels, Lecter is a very refined gentleman who couldn't control his criminal impulses and committed serial murders. But when he's not acting out, he's someone who appears polite to the audience. I can hardly find anyone more suitable than him. Jonathan Demme showed Ronald a lot of work. He was a very hard-working director who had thoroughly prepared for the character's inner world. Ronald couldn't find a reason to reject the casting, unless it was something he'd dreamed about. Alright, let's give it a try. Do you have any backup options? I heard Sean is difficult to work with. He's unwilling to learn the accent unless you can accept a Scottish accented Lecter. Ronald still pointed out a drawback. Connery was a jerk-type movie star who would never change himself for a role. The role would always have to accommodate him. Oga-san, why did you come in person? After Ronald returned to the hotel, Oga Honorio didn't call this time but flew in personally to meet with him. The hotel's secure lines aren't reliable, so I thought I'd come in person after much consideration. Once Ronald-san's house is built, we can talk on the phone more often. Oga, having learned about Ronald's house construction, recommended a Japanese designer. Ronald selected a few rooms and, according to Oga's wishes, created a tea room with a small Japanese dry landscape garden. Is there something important? Ronald knew that Oga's personal visit must be significant. The traitor who leaked our strategic plan to acquire Columbia Pictures has been found. Oga got straight to the point. Who is it? It's our consultant, Michael Avitson. Oga picked up the small cup of kung fu tea Ronald had brewed for him, smelled the aroma of the black tea, and drank it all in one gulp. This southern tea ceremony, while not as refined as that of Japan, still possessed a certain artistic beauty. However, Ronald clearly saw that Oga's hand holding the teacup was trembling slightly. I really don't understand why we've put in so much sincerity, only to be betrayed by this Jewish guy. Ronald could only remain silent. How could he possibly respond to that? We Japanese always value sincerity and long-term cooperation. For the first few deals, we were even willing to take a slight loss for the sake of long-term partnerships. But these people always mistake our goodwill for weakness. It's just a difference in business philosophy. Oga-san. It's nothing serious. Japanese companies entering America will inevitably incur some additional costs, Ronald advised. We've made some good friends in America, like Ronald's son, a visionary businessman. You're the most intelligent Hollywood businessman I've ever met. Talking to you is like talking to a great artist. It's very inspiring. As for people like Ovitz, I just don't think they are fit for big business. They're like butchers who always shortchange their customers. In my hometown, butchers like that wouldn't survive. Oh, Mr. O, calm down. America is a complex immigrant country. You'll see all kinds of ethnicities there. Ronald poured another cup of tea. Forgive my rudeness, I was too, sigh. I was actually thinking of hiring him as the president of the new Columbia Pictures after our acquisition. After saying this, Dago stared into Ronald's eyes, watching his reaction. Now he's revealed his true character prematurely. Ronald-san, would you be interested in helping us manage all of Columbia Pictures' production and distribution operations? Me? Thank you for your higher regard, Dago-san, but actually, I'm not suited to managing a large production company. My own daydreams are already a headache. I wish a management genius could manage it for me so I can focus more on directing. Ronald firmly refused. What a joke. Hadn't he been fooled once enough? These large studios have complicated interpersonal relationships. He'd have to deal with people like Gary from Fox every day. Wouldn't that be disgusting? If he followed the example of former Columbia president Frank Price and focused solely on production, he'd definitely be targeted by those Jewish executives, and might even be framed like Price. Besides, enjoying a delicious braised pork meal doesn't necessarily require opening a butcher shop. Ronald spoke again. However, I really like the distribution departments of Columbia Pictures and TriStar Pictures. Their professionalism is rare in Hollywood. I'm willing to reach a strategic agreement with the new company after the acquisition, and my films will prioritize cooperation with Columbia Pictures in the future. It's settled then, Ronald-san. It's our honor to be able to help you. Although Norio Oga was disappointed, a cooperation agreement with such a Hollywood commercial film machine would certainly be a great boost after the acquisition. I wonder if what Ronald is talking about is an exclusive cooperation agreement. Oga felt that this trip was worthwhile. Please have another drink. Ronald heard this, but just smiled without saying anything. Maintaining competition is the best bargaining chip. How did you find the mole, Oga-san? It was our investigation team in Australia that dug it out. The main reason Scars came to bid for Columbia Pictures was because his company was in financial crisis, and its cash flow was about to dry up. He wanted to use this to manipulate the stock price. We bought his new resort at a bargain price, that respectable vice president told us. Actually, it was Ovitz who contacted Scars. Hey, Ronald thought to himself, you Japanese are really good at finding Australian traders. I wonder what benefits you offered this vice president to sell out his boss. By the way, Ronald-san, this time when we went to Australia, we acquired Scars' best beach resort in Brisbane. It was newly completed last year, fully equipped and staffed. Flying there by private jet is perfect for a weekend getaway with female friends. I've reserved 2 of the best ones for you. Send the documents and keys to your agent, Richard, then I'll accept your thanks. Ronald knew this was Day's reward for his help on the Daily News. Besides, once the cooperation agreement was signed, he was now in the same trench as him. We will terminate negotiations to hire him as the president of the merged company, and we will also stop his consulting services for future acquisitions. We can no longer tolerate such a mole. However, he would soon catch wind of Ronald's involvement from the Daily News. If there's anything that requires our intervention, please call my secretary directly. Norio Oga hurriedly left. Ronald knew in his heart that Ovitz might soon turn against him, but he already had a complete plan with Richard and Nisida. Agents really aren't the masters of Hollywood. The success of the past few years had given Ovitz a false sense of security. It was time to make him realize this. Achoo. What? Chris Columbus went to 20th Century Fox to interview for the director of that children's film? Achoo. Who did this? Ovitz sneezed several times in his office, lashing out at his secretary. Offending Disney CEO Eisner, who is also Jewish, and still getting a chance to secure such a big project. Whose connections did this guy have? Ronald? It's him again? He and Orion invited Sean Connery for those 2 projects. Ovitz heard about Ronald again. He pondered for a moment. Please have Mr. Connery call me back when he has time. These 2 projects are huge investments Ronald made to win awards. I can't let him find suitable actors, otherwise my plans will fall through. Ronald, who doesn't need my help to win an Oscar, is beyond my control. His projects must fail, preferably by a hair's breadth, to highlight my value. Hey, Sean. This is Ovitz. I heard someone invited you to play The Silence of the Lambs. Want to take it? Why take a villain role? You're a born hero, Sean. Think about it, Indiana Jones's father, 007. I have a better option, and you can even speak with a Scottish accent. What role? A spy, how about it? And then you can go to Russia and have a romance with a beautiful woman. Chapter 1083. The movie title was stolen. What was his reason? Ronald went to Jonathan Demme's office again. Sean Connery had declined the offer after reading the script, stating he wouldn't play Dr. Lecter. He said he didn't want to play a serial killer. Jonathan Demme's expression was not good. He refused even an audition and interview, immediately turning down the role. Such a direct rejection was impolite to a director like him. I'll ask his agent, Ronald said, making a call to Nisida. Sean Connery held a prominent position within CAA, as he was the first star signed by Ovitz. Now, in CAA's new building, Connery had a huge office, while many stars with greater fame, due to insufficient seniority, only had small offices available. After a while, Nisida called back. Ovitz called me himself. He said Connery's star image needed protection and he couldn't play such a particularly heinous villainous role. This was his personal decision. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Ronald turned to them and relayed the reasoning. Everyone understands that this reasoning makes sense. A positive, well-respected male star is best advised against playing villainous roles. Even if he does play a villain, it's best if he has compelling reasons and possesses various endearing qualities. A serial killer like Dr. Lecter is absolutely out of the question. However, this reasoning doesn't apply to Sean Connery. After 007, Connery hasn't had any truly positive, memorable new characters. The CAA heavily promoted him, winning him the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor in 1987. The Best Supporting Actor award was a serious declaration that Connery had degenerated into a character actor, only capable of playing supporting roles in Hollywood. If he still wanted to play a lead role, he either had to make a B-movie like The Highlanders or return to Britain to make a European film like The Name of the Rose. Given all this, his continued insistence on being a star and refusing to act made Ronald wonder if the real reason was Ovitz's hostility towards him. Perhaps Mr. Connery wants to go back to playing Bond. Ronald smiled helplessly at Demi, a self-deprecating remark. It's not impossible. The current Bond is just too bad. Jonathan Demme, despite his many failures, still retains his fighting spirit and sense of humor. What are your thoughts on the male lead? Let's set some criteria and then we can look. Ronald didn't actually recognize the actor from his dream, only that he looked vaguely familiar. I still have the same idea, someone who has a fixed image of a good person in the audience's mind to play the villain. So, who do you think is the best good guy you've ever seen in a movie? Demme stroked his chin, thinking for a long time. Do you remember David Lynch's Elephant Man, the man with a facial deformity? Ronald vaguely remembered. Yes, the British actor who played Dr. Trevor. He was so kind to such a deformed child, the audience was very moved. What's his name? The actors for each film are on file with the MPAA, but the fastest way is still to call the casting director. Ronald called Julia Taylor. Oh, him? He's a stage actor, specializing in Shakespearean plays. He played Richard the Lionheart, Katharine Hepburn's son, in the Oscar-winning version. His name is Anthony Hopkins. I'll send you his audition photo. But I don't have his phone number. His last Hollywood film, 84 Charing Cross Road, was a huge flop. After that, he did stage plays and films in Britain. You'll need to find his agent. Anthony Hopkins' American agent had essentially given up on his future, and Ronald didn't try to contact him through CAA again. He didn't want Ovitz to get the news and interfere. So Ronald directly called Alan Rickman, the villain from Die Hard. Hopkins? I know him quite well. Do you want to talk to him? I'll give him a call. Rickman, because of Die Hard's huge success, was now hoping for more opportunities in Hollywood, but everyone was still looking for him based on the villain template. Of course, that's why I contacted you. Also, what do you think of his ability to play a villain? The kind with a lot of inner turmoil. Hey, didn't you know? He played King Lear and Antony in Cleopatra with the Old Vic Theatre. Hopkins played King Lear and Antony. He'll have no problem with this. While relaying the actor's qualifications to Demi, Ronald received Anthony Hopkins' audition photo. I think he's Dr. Lecter. Ronald looked at the pair of slightly mischievous eyes in the photo and handed it to Demi. The appearance is fine. I need to talk to him. I've already sent him an audition invitation. He's coming from Britain immediately. Having dealt with the casting for The Silence of the Lambs, Minahan Grant had another problem. He arranged a time with Ronald and brought a team from the musical Lombard to meet with him. Hi, Miranda, long time no see. Ronald was pleasantly surprised to see the choreographer from the original Spicy Dance in the team, and Miranda Garrison, who played a significant supporting role. Ronald, it's so good to see you. Miranda Garrison jumped up and hugged Ronald, even leading him in a few steps of the original Spicy Dance. Haha, my idea was to just copy the choreography team from Spicy Dance. How was it? Not bad, right? Minahan Grant said to Ronald with a smile. The Spicy Dance videotape sales were consistently stable, resulting in substantial surplus dividends for the original participants. These surplus dividends weren't individual contracts for each actor, but rather allocated to the Screen Actors Guild, and then distributed quarterly to the participating actors. For a typical film, an actor might only receive a few $dozen per episode. A blockbuster film might earn hundreds per month. But for a film like Spicy Dance, with its consistently high videotape sales, the surplus was considerable. Especially those featured performers who took on the relatively dangerous dance moves were all included in the remaining profit-sharing list. Their earnings were thousands of dollars per quarter, and extremely stable. Since the videotapes went on sale, the checks have consistently been in the four figures. Ronald even saw several pairs of dancers from the original Sex and the Beast film who had also participated in the choreography and performance of this Lombard, and he truly admired Minahan's intelligence. For dances with such provocative movements between men and women, hiring a Sex and the Beast team was indeed the most suitable choice. Minahan certainly has a good eye for filmmaking, and he's quite capable of handling small-scale productions, always ensuring they don't lose money, and even making a substantial profit each year. The only thing to avoid is letting him make a big-budget film. That's simply not his forte. This is the lead actress, Miss Laura Harling. She was Miss USA in 1985, and afterwards traveled the world promoting world peace and environmental protection. However, she studied drama at the London Academy of Performing Arts and also received training in Latin dance, including Argentine tango. Minahan introduced the lead actress to Ronald. For this kind of dance film, the lead actress's beauty is paramount. Ronald was satisfied. Laura Harling was actually born in Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico. A typical Latin beauty, she later settled in Texas, having fought her way up through local beauty pageants, winning Miss Texas before participating in the Miss USA pageant. Nice to meet you. Minahan has a good eye for casting actresses. Ronald shook her hand politely. The film had a low budget, and Ronald was confident of profitability. He hoped Minahan would make more B-movies like this in the future. To be honest, Ronald wouldn't mind Minahan remaking his sexy dance scenes, as long as the audience liked them. He'd be happy to collaborate with him on everything from samba and rumba to tango. So what's going on? Satisfied with the team and casting, Ronald pulled Minahan into the meeting room. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. What happened now? Hey, someone stole I lost the movie's title. What the hell? How could you lose the movie's title? Ronald was baffled. Well, Ronald, don't be angry. My cousin Yoram, Minahan said, spitting on the ground in disgust. He planted a spy in my 21st century films. They found out I was going to make a film about Lombard, and they bought the adaptation rights to the name Lombard in advance. They want to make that movie too, huh? Why didn't you negotiate the purchase beforehand? One reason is that the spy is a manager who can see my project documents. Another reason is that I wanted to save money. Minahan smiled awkwardly, still telling the truth. Sigh. Ronald sighed. These two cousins now seemed like enemies. Yoram was even watching Minahan's project, trying to sabotage his film and prevent him from making a comeback to retaliate. You bought the rights to that song, right? Ronald asked after thinking for a moment. Of course, I bought the rights to use Kaoma's song as background music, but that bastard Yoram, stole the title. Don't spit in my conference room, you disgusting jerk, Ronald said angrily, throwing a few napkins on the floor. This guy. I'll ask my lawyer. Ronald dialed Lindsay Dolan explained the situation of the film. HMPH, Lindsay, after reviewing some case materials, returned to Ronald and said, I remember Lombard, like tango, is the name of a dance, right? Yes, it's a proprietary dance name, not invented by Kaoma, the singer of the song. Actually, she also sang a Spanish song in Portuguese, that makes things easier. Legally, the name of this dance is proprietary and cannot be patented. The adaptation rights they bought only cover the fact that you can't just use the word Lombard as the title of a movie. But you can make a movie called something like Lombard, the Magical Dance, Lombard, the Sexy Dance, etc. Copyright law has no basis to grant them the name of this dance. Even if they sue, we have a high chance of winning. Most likely, the judge will reject it during the preliminary hearing. Lombard, the Forbidden Dance. Minahan, who had overheard Ronald repeating the two names, immediately shouted out another, even more intriguing name. The more forbidden something is, the more teenage audiences want to see it. This is a major reason why PG-13 rated movies have higher average box office returns than PG-rated movies. Okay, let's call it Forbidden Dance, Ronald agreed. But you can do it this way. Ronald picked up a pen and paper and started drawing on the white paper. Lombard, Forbidden Dance. Ronald wrote Lombard in large letters, while Forbidden Dance was several sizes smaller, relegated to the second line as a subtitle. Ha ha ha, Ronald, you're a truly wicked genius, but I like it. I'm going to have a showdown with Yoram's Lombard, and see if I don't beat his XX out. Tui, damn it, get out of here. Ronald, seeing Minahan about to spit again, angrily pushed him out of the meeting room. Ha ha ha, that's it. This unlucky guy forgot to buy the adaptation rights to that song's title, and now look what happened. Two production companies are making one movie. Back at the hotel, Ronald told Diane, Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman, and the others who had come to visit the story about Minahan. They were all actors from big Hollywood productions, and they were all amused by this low-budget B-movie mess. Kidman, the Australian girl, was very tall, and she wore flat shoes specifically to match Cruise's height. She had originally intended to date Ronald, but unexpectedly fell in love with Tom Cruise at first sight. Cruise invited her to play the lead role in his first screenplay, Days of Thunder. Kidman was very satisfied with her charm and her good fortune in Hollywood. However, when Cruise brought her to Ronald's place to formally introduce his new girlfriend, she felt a pang of disappointment. Ronald also showed Tom some photos of his luxurious holiday home on Brisbane Beach in Australia, inviting them to vacation there sometime. He mentioned 2 adjoining villas, plenty of room. Kidman, who grew up in Australia, knew it was the most coveted and luxurious beachfront property in the country. It originally belonged to the local tycoon Scars, the kind of person who would send a private jet to pick up his wife's clothes. That Diane wasn't even as pretty as her. Ronald, Nicole just arrived in Hollywood, do you have any advice for her? Tom Cruise, still very interested in his new girlfriend, directly asked Ronald, who had a lot of experience in training actresses, for some guidance for Kidman. Ronald glanced at Paula Wagner, who had come with him. She and Nisida had also attended the party. Wagner gave him a look that said, I also think Tom's fallen for her. Tom Cruise's previous girlfriends were all more mature, older than him, and with less aggressive facial features. From Rebecca De Mornay to Cher, and even Mimi Rogers, whose divorce is still pending, none of them are considered the most beautiful type in Hollywood. But Nicole Kidman is the radiant type. Especially her small oval face, with its rich layers, is the kind of look that cinematographers love. Ronald understood that Tom Cruise's departure from his usual aesthetic meant he was deeply in love, and the divorce would certainly cost him a fortune. An actress's career is hard to predict. I can't give you any advice, it might even limit your performance. Ronald thought it best not to say anything too specific in this situation, otherwise he might get blamed later. Just one thing, your hair is very distinctive, both the color and the curls. Keeping it like that is actually very beneficial. Hollywood lacks this kind of distinctive type, making it easy for audiences to remember you. Thank you. Nicole Kidman was unimpressed. Everyone in Hollywood knows that blondes are the audience's favorite. PFFT, Diane next to her almost burst out laughing. Was Ronnie, who liked her original hair color and style, specifically reminding her of that? Chapter 1084 What's the most important thing when starting a film production company? Are you settling into Hollywood? It was lonely at first, but now that I'm going to parties a lot, it's not so bad. Diane and Nicole Kidman went to get their nails done together, exchanging tips on filming in Hollywood, how to deal with cinematographers, and how to win over makeup artists and hairstylists. Tom Cruise, Nisida, Paula Wagner, and Ronald left their hotel room and went to another executive suite at the Beverly Hills Hilton. This suite was booked with a name and credit card that had no connection to them. Richard, who had already arrived, opened the door for them. Ronald's bodyguard, Daniel, had thoroughly checked the room to ensure there were no listening devices. These Hollywood figures with closely intertwined interests could openly discuss sensitive issues in this room. Their first priority was to establish a united front against Ovitz's aggressive tactics. Tom Cruise's Oscar dreams were being thwarted by Ovitz. He was very much looking forward to his new film, Born on the 4th of July, and didn't want to be deceived again and miss out on a Best Actor nomination. Ronald also coveted an Oscar, and such a powerful figure who manipulated voting was someone no star or director wanted to see. For Nisida and Wagner, and Richard, the most important thing was to break Ovitz's packaged strategy. Within his all-powerful CAA, any film involving a star had to comply with the CAA tyrant's opinion. However, as he aged, his personal preferences for stars became increasingly out of touch with the realities of Hollywood audiences. Good actors like Jack Nicholson, because they signed later, had to wait for roles behind Sean Connery, and he didn't even have a permanent office in the new CAA building. The younger generation of agents, and established partners like Nisida who had no chance of acquiring shares, harbored resentment towards Ovitz, but they refrained from expressing their opinions because of his ability to create custom film studios and leverage higher salaries to generate more revenue for everyone. However, his long-term success gave Ovitz a false sense of power. He genuinely believed himself to be the most powerful person in Hollywood. Especially after his domineering stance at the last Oscars, he offended several other clients also signed with CAA and nominated, as well as their agents. Suddenly, everyone was secretly plotting, hoping to lead their clients away to William Morris and ICM at the right time, or even start their own studios. Of course, this was still in the planning stage, everyone only vaguely sensed the undercurrents. Everyone was waiting for the right moment, And no one wanted to be the first to step forward and be targeted by Ovitz, who still held considerable power. Tom Cruise, Nisida, Paula Wagner, and Ronald were longtime friends. Their interests were relatively close to those of the others. Not only did Ronald and Cruise have a long-standing friendship, but Nisida and Wagner were also husband and wife. Therefore, they were the most likely to form an alliance in this situation. Furthermore, Ronald excelled at commercial films and had many opportunities to collaborate with Tom Cruise. Regardless of history or the future, they were the first to form a defensive alliance. They reached some mutually agreed upon principles. First, everyone needs to communicate beforehand and work together. Second, regardless of the final decision, Ronald and Cruise need to be more closely aligned. Paula Wagner most wants this to happen. Tom Cruise's value is closely tied to the films he makes. If he continues to be so obsessed with the Oscars, he'll make fewer and fewer commercial films, and his value will decrease. Partnering with Ronald and making more films like Top Gun to rapidly expand his fan base is actually the most profitable approach. Nisida is also happy to form an alliance. With Ronald and Tom Cruise bound together, they can negotiate with anyone. Even Ovitz can't ignore this, otherwise, their departure from William Morris would shake the entire CAA. After discussing their secret matters, Ronald and Cruise went to the hotel's executive lounge for drinks. This kind of thing needs to be left for Nisida, Richard, and Wagner to discuss, and of course, Cruise and Ronald also need to talk privately. There are also issues of profit sharing between clients and agents. I heard Paula found you a big studio to back you up, Ronald said to Tom Cruise with a smile. Yes, you can probably guess. Paramount might be undergoing another reshuffle, and my new film is just a stepping stone. With Ovitz being so powerful, everyone should think twice. Cruise is no longer a naive actor. He works hard to learn in every film he participates in, and now he has many of his own considerations for his acting career. I heard you're also getting close to a big studio, Cruise asked Ronald in return. It's not convenient to say now, you'll know in a few months. It's a big event that will change Hollywood. You should go back and talk to Paula. Ronald could only hint at his collaboration with Sony to a few trusted partners. In short, we'll have more choices, and choices are always better than monopolies. Tom Cruise smiled and clinked glasses with Ronald. He only drank alcohol when he was with close friends like Ronald. The rest was casual conversation. Cruise was clearly very interested in Nicole Kidman. He and Mimi Rogers had begun divorce proceedings. However, he had Paula, his agent, who was like an older sister to him, protecting him. The prenuptial agreement and the division of assets were handled very well, ensuring that he wouldn't encounter the same problems as Spielberg. Ronald, do you think actors can start their own production companies? Finally, Tom Cruise couldn't help but ask Ronald a question that had been on his mind. I'd like to start my own production company, but in Hollywood, it's mostly directors who start their own independent production companies. That's not a problem, is it? In the future of Hollywood, the power of stars will continue to grow. Marketing costs are too high now. Whether or not there are stars determines the life or death of a film project. With your current ability to influence box office and audience reviews, starting a production company is no problem. Ronald remembered how Cruise single-handedly boosted the box office of the terrible film Cocktail, an ability that producers and banks wouldn't let slip. So, what do you think is most important when starting an independent production company? Tom Cruise could learn acting from his co-stars, and screenwriters and directors could learn from the crew members, but only Ronald could give him useful advice on the intricacies of running a company. The others around him were either actors who knew nothing about business, or people like Wagner with conflicting interests. If we're talking about the most important thing, for an artist like you, the most important thing for running a production company is talent. I heard a famous investor say that we're about to enter the 1990s, and talent will become the most important asset. Ronald thought for a moment. For people like them, whose core competitiveness still lies in the realm of artists, becoming a successful businessman is almost impossible. God is fair, he doesn't give anyone too much talent. Talent, Cruise seemed thoughtful. Yes, people actually have different pursuits. Not everyone values money the most. My first rule for working with talented people is to take good care of them, give them enough money and respect, understand what they want, and then find a way to give them a stage to showcase their abilities. That way, they will work wholeheartedly for you and earn enough wealth for you. Of course, at the same time, they also get what they want, wealth or self-actualization. Nicole really has her face favored by the camera. I'm even jealous. Diane returned and told Ronald her feelings. Nicole Kidman's looks are somewhat reminiscent of Grace Kelly, the last Hollywood star. There are many good-looking people, but only a few have the opportunity to enter Hollywood and be favored by the camera. As a widely circulated saying in old Hollywood goes, filmmaking is all about shooting close-ups of beautiful faces. Some darlings' faces, even magnified to the size of a two-story building on screen, show no flaws. Audiences become fans of a star largely because they are attracted by this innate human attraction to beautiful faces. Oh, don't say that, Diane. Grace Kelly left no impression beyond her face. People truly remember those who are both beautiful and talented, creating unforgettable characters, but it's also rare for a face to be remembered. Diane's envy was mainly directed at her on-screen image. Audiences don't care much about acting skills, they just love seeing beautiful faces on screen. No, I only remember you. Ronald kissed Diane's cheek. Although he didn't say anything, Diane was quite concerned about the small scar at the corner of her eye. Compared to Kidman's perfect face, Diane, who is usually quite confident in her own beauty, felt a little jealous. I have to go to New York. I have some business to take care of. I'll come back to see you then. Ronald had been spending significantly more time with Diane lately, and he was enjoying it. I'll go with you. Diane smiled and returned Ronald's kiss. What are you going to do? I have my own things to take care of. Diane and Ronald playfully bickered. She chuckled. I want to see old Bert. I still need his approval for the new film, and I also want to ask him for some advice. Oh, he is indeed very knowledgeable about acting and is the one who understands you best. Ronald understood. Diane playing a prostitute was, after all, a violation of her promise to her father, old Bert. There's no need to strain the father-daughter relationship so much now. This is a big production, and speaking openly can actually help maintain family bonds. Ronald arrived in New York and met with Ed Bastian. Bastian had already shifted his main focus to acquiring the daily news and television radio stations for Ronald. He was only waiting a few months before launching the acquisitions before resigning from PwC. Ed Bastian was very capable and provided Ronald with an excellent acquisition plan. The two companies and charitable foundation used for the acquisitions were already established. This would allow for a dispersed shareholding structure, keeping a low profile under regulatory and competitive scrutiny, and avoiding too much backlash. He also explained to Ronald the business strategy for collaborating with Daydream Studios after the acquisitions. In Ed Bastian's view, business is business, and art is art. The two shouldn't be confused. The Orient-style approach of prioritizing Oscars over production costs and giving directors complete freedom is untenable in the current climate of rising interest rates. After the acquisitions, the most important thing is to recuperate and strive for profitability with every film, every television series, and every business strategy. Newspaper circulation should reduce the number of color pages and appropriately increase prices to ensure that every reader is a target customer for advertisers. Stop giving charity to readers who are too poor to afford any mass-market brands. Television stations should reduce procurement costs and try to import more inexpensive films from Hong Kong, Japan, and Europe, as well as some English-language dramas from Australia and Britain. Avoid big-budget dramas just to make a name for themselves. In his view, Daydream's annual output is still too low, relying too much on Ronald's personal vision and connections. The most suitable strategy for Daydream is actually the strategy used by Roger Corman and Minahan Golan in their early stages: produce a large number of small-budget films costing $2 to $3 million, financing more than 10 films annually, targeting action, horror, and low-budget comedies with established audiences. Focus on collecting advance payments in Europe and East Asia, leveraging Ronald's good reputation to alleviate cash flow pressure. I've researched Hollywood's box office dark horses every year. Every year, some low-budget productions stand out, achieving considerable box office success and also generating a wave of sales on video. It's like a gamble. As long as we ensure all 10 films break even, and just 1 or 2 perform well, the annual profit will be impressive. You seem to understand film business operations better than I do. Looks like I found a great candidate for president of the new company. Ronald was satisfied after reviewing the business plan. Even if they only achieved half, the new company wouldn't have to subsidize its own cash contributions. After all, movies are just a commodity, Ed Bastian concluded. Compared to Pepsi, he was still more interested in the media industry. Aren't movies and TV series more interesting than selling sugar water? After discussing business, Ronald and Bastian talked for a while about the dynamics of film and television production, mentioning CAA's recent aggressive moves by Ovitz. Tell me, why is Ovitz so crazy? Doesn't he understand that doing this will offend a whole bunch of actors, directors, and screenwriters? These are the very foundation of his success. Hey, that's the curse of success. Bastian put down his pen and crossed his arms. I've looked at a lot of businesses at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Most successful business people summarize the reasons for their success, then treat it as a principle and have their employees learn it. And most of these people think that this is the secret to their success, and that luck and the market have nothing to do with it. When their business reaches a new level, they apply their old experience to new business areas. Clearly, Mr. Ovitz believes that his experience as a star agent is the main reason for the film's success, if not the only reason. HMPH, Ronald thought carefully about what Ovitz had done, and Bastian really had hit the nail on the head. The most important thing for a star agent is to secure roles that bring the greatest benefit to their clients. To achieve this, they can create many reasons to make their clients seem like the most suitable candidates for the roles. In this process, they can do many things, such as discrediting competing actors, manipulating directors and producers, and getting screenwriters' opinions. After securing a role, they will negotiate for the highest possible salary, such as threatening to force the star to quit if the studio doesn't offer a high salary. They might also secretly contact other studios or falsify previous salary records, etc. Ovitz's methods for winning Oscars are similar to his methods for securing roles. He coerced his actors to vote for his favorites, created public opinion that someone was determined to win the Oscar, and so on. When helping Sony acquire Columbia Pictures, he privately contacted minority shareholders to lower the price. After Sony didn't adopt his ideas, he privately contacted Australian tycoon Scars to bid and raise the price, creating the illusion for his client that he was the only one who could win. These are all typical agent tactics. Perhaps Ovitz was overconfident, or perhaps he simply didn't understand that different industries require different business operations. This domineering approach was indeed very effective against the emotionally charged artists, financially stressed producers, and studio executives who were always ready to run away with their money. However, in other industries, they would appear naive and laughable when facing true business elites. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1085 New Cosmetic Surgery Technology. Carly. Let the River Flow did well on the charts, right? Are you satisfied? In New York, Ronald met Carly Simon, the lyricist, composer, and singer of the theme song for Working Girl, again. Oh, Ronald, Carly Simon immediately hugged Ronald tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, trying hard not to let them fall. This single, rejected by Alistair Records, won the Academy Award for Best Original Song. On the night of the awards ceremony, Ronald saw Carly waiting for a taxi outside the store, without any record company support. The two finalized a deal in the car. Ronald would release the song as the lead single on the movie soundtrack and promote the single. Daydream's music director, Jimmy Reiner, not only made Carly's original version the first track on the album but also brought in the St. Thomas Boys Choir of Manhattan to create a backing vocal version as the final track. Upon its release, the album immediately created a sales boom along with the Working Girl videotape. Daydream was becoming increasingly adept at this sales method of linking the movie, videotape, and soundtrack. For this album, Ronald partnered with Columbia Records for distribution. The record company, now owned by Sony, worked very hard on Ronald's project, pushing Let the River Flow directly into the top 20 of the charts and the top 5 of the adult contemporary chart. If it weren't for the decline in popularity of choral hymns, it might have even made it into the top 10. Both the single and the album sold extremely well, breaking all of Carly Simon's records since the 1980s. This singer, considered past her prime, made a comeback with this single, and it seems likely she'll be invited to the Grammys again next year. I've arranged for a great director to shoot the music video, Ronald said with a smile, reassuring the overly emotional Carly Simon. Ang Lee's script was finished and officially sent back home to compete. Now they had some free time to shoot some music videos and commercials for Ronald, earning some money so he could hold his head high in front of his wife. The music video followed a typical movie soundtrack format, featuring Carly Simon on the Staten Island ferry, filming some scenes, and then montaging them with footage of Melanie Griffiths and Joan Cusack from the film. In Daydream's New York office, Ronald listened to a summary of the quarter's projects. The Reincarnation of a Young Man was pulled from theaters after only 5 weeks. Box office performance was disappointing, barely exceeding the $16 million production cost. A few years ago, this film would have been a guaranteed flop, potentially crippling Ronald's Daydream. However, with a video release and the popular Sybil Shepherd in the lead role, they could eventually break even by slowly raking in money from the video rental market. Nevertheless, this was one of Daydream's, and even Ronald's, rare mishaps. Fortunately, the distributor, TriStar Pictures, covered a large portion of the production costs, preventing Ronald from suffering significant cash flow losses. After much deliberation and discussion with Ed Bastian, Ronald decided to close the project. TriStar Pictures bought out the distribution rights to the videotapes, and Daydream left with a small loss. Although slowly recouping the investment through the videotapes would yield more, the long-term capital tied up in interest meant it was better to get some cash quickly. Ronald considered it a stepping stone for developing Emil Adorino, and he was quite philosophical about it. Unlike other directors, Adorino was shy and unwilling to deal with new producers, preferring to focus on directing Ronald's Daydream. He would consult with Ronald first when someone approached him for a film. Meanwhile, the film's lead actress, Sybil Shepherd, came to collect her final payment check. Shepherd flicked the check with her finger and slipped it into her small handbag. "Ronald, I have a new project here. Are you interested in investing? I guarantee I can help you recoup your losses." What did you say? "Oh, a new project? What project?" Ronald saw Shepherd and was so shocked that he didn't hear what she was saying. Sybil Shepherd had clearly had plastic surgery. Her facial skin looked like it had been forcefully pulled back at her chin and temples, making all her wrinkles disappear. However, this kind of plastic surgery clearly affected the distribution of facial muscles and fat. Ronald could hardly recognize this actress from the Blue Moon Detective Agency. Her whole face looked strange. Only fans who frequently watched her movies and TV shows could recognize that this was Sybil Shepherd. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there anything different about me?" Sybil Shepherd deliberately asked Ronald, who was staring at her. "Oh, you look exceptionally radiant today. It reminds me of your youth. Your beautiful face in the last movie." Ronald almost let slip that actresses hate being told they're old. So he changed the subject to the film that made Sybil Shepherd famous, the one that had seduced Bogdanovich and broken up his marriage. "It's all right, Ronald, now that I'm a mother, I don't mind hearing the word young anymore," Sybil Shepherd said insincerely. "Actually, this project is closely related to the last movie, and it's directed by the director who's best at filming me, Bogdanovich." No, you got the funding." Ronald felt something was off. Bogdanovich's last film was a complete failure. The Rob Lowe film didn't even gross $300,000 and was pulled from theaters after 2 days. And because of his videotape scandal, no one wanted to release the film on videotape. It was really strange that someone would hire him to direct a movie. It's Barry speaking. He's gathered everyone from the last movie to make a sequel, telling a story 30 years later. Ronald understood. Someone was willing to take a gamble. The name sounded familiar. But why did it sound so unreliable? The last movie was about young flesh and passion, a story about a few high school students. The sequel was set 30 years later, and the youngest member of the original cast, Sybil Shepherd, was over 40. As the saying goes, watching erotic films about middle-aged people is torture. Ronald was about to refuse. It's Barry speaking, the producer of The Deer Hunter. He thinks highly of this script. It's an adaptation of a new novel by the author of the original novel of the last movie. I'm not saying it'll definitely be a success, but it'll be very competitive at the Oscars. "Thank you, but no thanks anyway." Ronald's dislike grew even more when he heard it was The Deer Hunter. These few scoundrels getting together, who knows what they'll come up with this time? The problem with some filmmakers is that they don't understand they are no longer relevant to the times, yet they keep trying again and again. "Diane, where have you been? I haven't seen you for the past 2 days." On the morning of the third day, Diane returned to see Ronald. "I'm giving you some private time. I have some things to discuss with Bird and the lawyer." Diane subtly hinted that she was giving Ronald time to see Helen. "Hi, you seem very busy. Is everything going well? If there's anything I can help you with, just say so." Ronald quickly changed the subject. "It'll take a few more days to get things done. I'll come find you when it's time for you to appear. Diane remained mysterious. How is Bert? How is he now? Still the same. He's rented out the taxi to someone else and is just collecting rent. He enjoys teaching at the City University of New York, but he doesn't have much money. Diane's visit to her father was also to give Bert some money. What have you been busy with these past 2 days? Diane asked in return. I've been busy with a movie, or rather, busy trying not to get involved in a movie. After Sybil Shepherd, Peter Bogdanovich also called, asking if Ronald could invest in the project or help with distribution. Ronald wondered if he'd been too easygoing. How could he have gotten involved in a project like this? Annoyed, he told Bogdanovich directly that his ex-wife, Polly Pratt, whom Sybil Shepherd had stolen away, was producing for him, and he wouldn't invest in a film that Polly wouldn't approve of. Darling, you're such a moral and principled person. Diane hugged him, her eyes filled with admiration. Hey. I also considered some projected box office numbers. You know what? Sybil Shepherd even got plastic surgery. I almost didn't recognize her. These middle-aged actresses will do anything for their looks. Ronald thought to himself, my morals aren't much better, just a little better than others. I won't openly lie. Diane touched the corner of her eye. You're not thinking about getting plastic surgery, are you? Huh? Listen to me, you're a really good actress. Please don't get plastic surgery. Shepherd's facial expressions are already stiff. Sometimes I can't even tell if he's smiling or being sarcastic. No way. I'm scared just thinking about having surgery on my face. Diane denied having such thoughts, but then she touched the corner of her eye. Ronald was about to persuade her further when Paula Wagner knocked and entered. Paula? What brings you here? Wagner pointed at Diane. Besides being Tom Cruise's agent, Diane was also her client. Oh, you two talk first. I'll go for a walk outside. Ronald tactfully left, knowing the two were going to discuss some private matters. Why are you getting plastic surgery too? Ronald went to Daydream's office and ran into another actress, Jennifer Grey, who had come to collect her check. The biggest winners of Spicy Dance, besides Ronald, were the two lead actors. Having signed a profit-sharing agreement with the film crew, they received a quarterly share of the profits from Daydream. Jennifer Grey, while not receiving as much as the male lead Patrick Swayze, was already a wealthy woman standing out among young actresses. Instead of buying a ranch like Swayze, she bought a house in Manhattan, a move influenced by her father, Joel Grey. However, while money ensured Jennifer Grey wouldn't take on films she didn't want for the money, it didn't guarantee she'd get the films she wanted. A major reason, at least in her opinion, was her appearance. It's my nose. Jennifer Grey was very distressed. Her large, Jewish-looking nose had repeatedly cost her the lead role. If Spicy Dance hadn't been based on a story about a Jewish girl, she probably wouldn't have even been chosen. Please don't get plastic surgery. God, I get angry just hearing the word plastic surgery now. Aren't you pretty? Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen you as the lead actress. Beauty should be diverse, blonde, redhead, brunette, slim, curvy, long neck, short legs. You are all great beauties. Isn't it better to have different kinds of beauty? Why does everyone want to be the same? But my nose is a huge obstacle. You know, I can't find any handsome actors to act opposite me now. I can only act opposite Rob Lowe, who just came back from a 6-month hiatus due to a scandal, Jennifer Grey said, glancing at Ronald. She was indeed at a disadvantage in terms of appearance, and her complaints were genuine. But the reason she came to collect the check was also to have a chance to bump into Ronald, in case he remembered he was filming a sequel to Spicy Dance. After waiting for a while, Ronald didn't react. Instead, he frowned, as if he was thinking about something troubling him. Jennifer Grey didn't dare stay any longer and had to say goodbye and leave. Sigh, why do all the actresses seem to have appearance anxiety? Ronald was actually thinking about some of Diane's actions, and he felt a little uneasy. Ronald, some young agents within CAA are stirring up trouble again, which gives our plan a bit more security. Nisita called to report to Ronald on the progress of their plan to deal with Ovitz. Wait a minute, Rick, I have a question for you, and I hope you can tell me honestly. What is it? Just ask. Nisita adjusted his posture. If a client said something like that, it meant they didn't trust him anymore. This was bad. Is your wife Paula helping Diane cause trouble? What? Nisita hadn't expected this turn of events. It wasn't what he thought. However, Wagner seemed to have done something to anger Ronald. They're hiding something from me. I don't know what they're planning, But of course, they don't shy away from telling me what they're planning. Hey, you know what I mean. Ronald was a little incoherent. I understand. You think Diane and Paula are planning something. They let you know they were planning something, but they don't let you know what they're planning. Right, right. What has Paula been doing in Los Angeles lately? Nothing unusual, just taking Cruz's girlfriend, Kidman, to the doctor for some minor cosmetic procedures. What? Paula's getting plastic surgery too? No way. I don't want Diane to get plastic surgery. No, Kidman grew up in Australia, and her teeth have a slight defect. I don't care. I really dislike. No, I mean, Diane better not. Hey, you know, as a director, I don't like actresses getting plastic surgery. I don't want to face a stiff face. Okay, don't rush me. No plastic surgery, no cosmetic procedures. I think I can handle this. Why are so many people wanting plastic surgery lately? I don't want to work with actresses who've had plastic surgery. Ronald's anger subsided a bit. Recently, several new cosmetic surgery procedures have been circulating in Hollywood. I heard one involves injecting a highly toxic toxin into the face to make wrinkles disappear. Wouldn't that also render the face unable to make expressions? That's terrifying. I don't care. You have to get Diane on board. Whatever you do, don't do that. Okay, I can help you manage the expectations of your other clients, Nisida assured him again. And Helen. Ronald thought of Helen again after a while. Please, she's not my client. Right, I'm confused. Ronald hung up the phone. He was starting to worry about Helen again. Chapter 1086 I Want to Be With You. Let the River Flow. On the pier in South Manhattan, Carly Simon made a gesture of embracing the world with her arms outstretched, while her single recording played from the speakers beside her. Carly was lip-syncing on set. Ang Lee was directing the camera crew to film the music video. However, Ang Lee's English was still somewhat problematic, and she was rather shy, so she often had trouble coordinating with the camera crew. Her direction of Carly's poses was also problematic. After 2 test takes, the camera movement kept malfunctioning. What are you going to do? Aren't you going to give her some pointers? Asked Polly Pratt, the set producer for Dances with Wolves. She had just returned from the set in South Dakota, complaining bitterly to Ronald about Kevin Costner's extravagant spending of the budget. Filming the large-scale bison hunting scene had been stalled for 3 weeks, and they still hadn't captured the footage he wanted. Ronald looked into the situation. Costner actually had a clear idea of what kind of footage he wanted, but as a new director, he lacked experience in using technical means to achieve his goals. While complaining, Polly Pratt also acknowledged Costner's talent, and acknowledged that the slow filming progress couldn't be entirely blamed on him. The production of westerns in Hollywood has been declining year by year. Modern westerns are increasingly moving towards drama, and large-scale scenes are rare. As a result, the crew struggled to find experienced western filmmaking experts. For example, Diane's miniseries Lone Dove, compared to the 1950s film Red River, reduced the large-scale cavalry charge scenes to only 1 or 2. Things are different now. Ranches have largely adopted automobiles and machinery, and horseback riding cowboys are facing financial difficulties. Finding such extras is much more difficult and costly than it used to be. He doesn't need my guidance. Ronald recalled that Helen's film Deep Love was also produced by Polly, and he had even given guidance to director Cameron Crowe on set. Ang Lee's problem was different. He was very skilled at directing, but his issues stemmed from Eastern traditions. He didn't know how to communicate effectively with the crew and actors. Just set up the camera here and do a close-up of Carly's upper body. Don't move it. Carly, I want you to sing like you're in a recording studio. Don't think about acting, just sing freely. You're most beautiful when you sing, with genuine emotion. Sure enough, Ang Lee found the problem and immediately came up with a solution. Since communication wasn't working, they decided to use a still shot, just a close-up of the female lead. Everyone adjusted the lighting, and that was it. They didn't want anything complicated, simple was fine. Ronald smiled slightly. This method was actually quite good. Anyway, Carly Simon scenes would be mixed into the film in post-production. Polly, you can rest in New York for 2 days and spend a weekend with the kids. I'll have Bannon contact you. He's been wanting to invest in this project for a long time, so let's give him a chance. We're not expecting to make a lot of money from this movie anyway. Upon hearing that additional investment had been secured, Polly Pratt immediately said there was no problem. Ronald, your phone. Little Bud jumped out of the car and called to Ronald. Hello, Ronnie, are you free tonight? I need to talk to you about something. It was Diane calling. I've talked to my dad, Bert, and I've also asked Donna. They both think I need to talk to you in person. Could you come to my apartment tonight? How about 8? What is it? You'll find out when you get here. It's nothing major. I have a decision to make, and you're one of the most important people in my life. I need to discuss it with you. Don't get plastic surgery, okay? Ronald's worst fears came true. Before he could continue, Diane had already hung up, and the receiver went dead. Hey? Rick, Nisita, what's wrong with your wife, Paula? Diane wants to talk to me about plastic surgery today. Who's she trying to persuade her to go along with? Ronald quickly hung up and called his agent. Paula persuaded her, explaining the pros and cons, and Diane probably won't want to get plastic surgery anymore. However, we agents can't really dissuade her from these things. It's ultimately the actor's decision. America is a free country, and we can only offer advice. How can you do this? How can you not even do this right? Ronald was angry. Stop complaining. Our agent doesn't have much influence in these matters, especially after seeing what other actresses look like after plastic surgery. You still have a chance to persuade Diane in person. Yeah, I'm really anxious. Ronald was quite anxious. What should I say tonight? Wait a minute, let me ask Paula. After a while, Paula Wagner called. I'm really sorry, Ronald. I thought I had convinced her, but recently some Batman footage has leaked, and Kim Basinger looks more than 10 years younger. Hollywood actresses are going crazy. When you talk to Diane, don't directly deny her feelings. Actresses are very sensitive. Don't talk about the drawbacks of plastic surgery either. These are things they've thought about carefully. You need to show concern and alleviate their insecurities. After listening to his agent's words for a while, Ronald felt more confident. In short, he needed to show concern, delay, and let other actresses try it out first to see the effect. If all else fails, I'll agree to let her get the scar near her eye removed. Ronald made up his mind. Brother Ronnie, you're here. Diane lived in her small Lower Manhattan apartment, which she had bought with her earnings years ago. It was very clean. She had Ronald sit on the sofa, made him a cup of coffee, and then obediently sat beside him, behaving like a little woman. Looks like she really wants something. Thinking about getting plastic surgery, Ronald thought to himself, this is bad. Even the instant coffee had been upgraded to espresso, the smell of which clearly came from a coffee machine. Actually, I already asked Dad, Bert, and he said that as long as I feel happy, that's all that matters. Ronald took a sip of the espresso. He didn't dare drink too much. Diane's cooking skills were really unreliable. Sure enough, the coffee was very sour. He handed the coffee to his left hand. He even got Dad's approval? Wasn't old Bert the one who demanded the most from his daughter's acting skills? After plastic surgery, will his daughter still be able to film close-ups? I even asked Donna today, and she agreed to me doing this. Wow, you even got my cousin on board. Ronald pursed his lips, continuing to swirl his coffee. If only there were some sugar and milk, it would be perfect, but unfortunately, Diane's coffee machine was new and had nothing. He gathered his thoughts, remembering Paula Wagner's advice, women's thinking isn't as linear as men's, you have to consider their feelings. Well, Diane, no matter what you become, I'll always love you, cough cough, I mean, like Bert and Donna. You're so sweet, Ronnie. Diane hugged him tightly, then kissed Ronald. I've also prepared the legal documents, so you don't need to worry about any burdens. Saying this, Diane ran to the bedroom, retrieved a document, and handed it to Ronald. Is she determined to get plastic surgery? She even prepared the legal documents. Ronald's heart sank. This was too calculating. What to do? Ronald recalled his discussion with Paula Wagner, slowly considering his words. First, acknowledge Diane's feelings, then let her stall a bit. Diane's eyes widened as she watched Ronald's expression and reaction. Well, how about we try it out first, and then see how things go? You want to take it slow. Diane's eyes darkened, but she still held on to Ronald's arm tightly. Okay, seeing Diane give in, Ronald reached out and opened the document. Then don't keep me waiting too long, okay? At most, I'll let you and Helen meet every now and then, okay? I won't interfere, okay? Ronald was startled when he heard that. His hand trembled, spilling coffee all over the document. He quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe the document. Did I hear wrong? Diane seemed to be saying that I should maintain a relationship with Helen. What does that mean? Is she going to marry me? After wiping away the coffee stain, Ronald opened the document. Sure enough, the first page read, Prenuptial Agreement. Ronald flipped through the documents. This prenuptial agreement, drafted by the lawyer, showed Diane making significant sacrifices. She voluntarily relinquished all rights to claim any joint income earned during the marriage, and even in the event of a divorce, she would forego any share of Ronald's assets. She only requested that Ronald guarantee alimony based on her current annual income, adjusted for inflation. Essentially, if they divorced, she would receive nothing more. Why? Ronald asked Diane, wanting an answer. I just want to be with you. Diane knew from Spielberg's divorce case that this was a huge blow to the marriage aspirations of successful Hollywood men. While Martha Lucas's huge alimony payment to Lucas might have some merit, she was a renowned editor who made many uncredited contributions to the Star Wars editing. Amy Irving practically received $100 million just for having a son. Ronald looked at the agreement, then at Diane. The first time I attended the Oscars, I was rejected by the male guests, but you were a gentleman who let me sit next to you so I wouldn't embarrass myself. Later, after I ran away from my mother in Tennessee, I was threatened by young Kinnaman, and I was bullied by Estevez on set. Every time I had a problem I couldn't solve, you would appear like a superhero and sweep away all my troubles. When my career hit a low point, you helped me get the role I wanted. Every time I did something wrong, you would act like an older brother and make me feel at ease. I just want to be with you. I'm willing to make you coffee every day, pick up your dry cleaners, prepare your meals, and I even want to have children with you. Ronald looked at the girl in his arms. These were all dreams he had had many years ago. But he never expected that she would make them a reality. Now, Diane continued slowly, recounting her thoughts. My parents divorced when I was very young and argued for a long time about my custody. But when I went to ask Bert for permission this time, I found recordings of their phone arguments at home. Even after all these years, Bert still records every phone call my mother makes, even if it's not about custody, just arguments about trivial things from their youth. Sometimes, he secretly plays the recordings back to himself. I think that's love, but it's been blinded by unimportant things. I don't want to repeat their pattern, so I had a famous divorce lawyer in New York draft this document. Ronald, will you marry me? Sigh. Ronald hugged Diane, overwhelmed with emotion. The life he had dreamed of had unexpectedly appeared before him, rekindling his longing for family life. I do, Diane, Ronald said, gently touching the small scar at the corner of Diane's eye. He never imagined that his marriage would be proposed to by her. But I still have some things to take care of. I need to have my lawyer review this agreement. And Helen, I need to tell her this in person. Don't worry. Diane thought to herself that Helen and she already had an agreement, but she smiled and buried her head in Ronald's arms. I'm so happy. The next day, in his Fifth Avenue apartment, Ronald found Helen Slater in New York. He needed to explain the marriage to her in person. Helen didn't notice anything amiss and talked a lot about the preparations for the new film. She and Roy Efron had found some audition photos of male actors. According to Efron, there were already several suitable male leads in his mind, all very manly. What's wrong? You seem to have a lot on your mind today. Seeing Ronald's silence, Helen noticed something was wrong. Helen, I'm getting married. Congratulations. Is it with Diane? The light in Helen Slater's eyes dimmed slightly, but she still congratulated Ronald. I don't want to lie to you. I don't want you to see this news in the newspapers. Anyway, I owe you an explanation for what happened back then. Don't say that. Are you breaking up with me too? Helen touched Ronald's lips, gesturing for him to say goodbye. What? I already knew. When you had the flu last time, Diane and I made a deal. We wouldn't speak ill of each other, but we also wouldn't appear in front of each other. Ronald hadn't expected they actually had a deal. I'm not suited for marriage. The same routine day after day would make me miserable. But I have one condition. If you and Diane have a child, I want one too. Ronald had gained Helen's understanding, and the next step was to inform all the relatives and friends. His aunt was already on her honeymoon in the Mediterranean, having a wonderful time. Donna already knew and was happy that her best friend had married her brother. Ronald made a special trip to see old Bert, who reiterated his wish for Diane's happiness. Only after notifying their agent did Richard and Nisida, along with Paula Wagner and Daniel Jaffe, Los Angeles' most famous divorce lawyer, rush to New York, Richard and Nisida were actually more pleased than anything else about Ronald's sudden announcement of his marriage. The wife of their biggest client was also Paula's client, which would further strengthen their relationship. Besides, Ronald, nearing 30, was at the age where marriage was appropriate. He wasn't a notorious playboy. The last flu outbreak had already raised questions about his sexuality, so having a marriage partner was a very good thing. The one dissatisfied was the famous divorce lawyer, Daniel Jeffy, who had been practicing for 25 years and was one of the few divorce specialists on the list of America's best lawyers in 1987. Which lawyer drafted this agreement? These clauses, Jeffy said, flipping through the coffee-scented agreement with dissatisfaction. It seems to be Robert Cohen. The clauses are too unfair to Diane. Ronald felt this was Diane's way of showing sincerity, and he shouldn't be so harsh. No, it's too unfair to you. If you sign this agreement, you'll end up worse off than Spielberg. Why? Ronald asked, puzzled, looking at his personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole. Lindsay vaguely sensed the trap and gestured for lawyer Jeff to continue. This prenuptial agreement is clearly a trap. Robert Cohen is the most famous divorce lawyer in New York, but his methods are still too crude. Jeff began to belittle his colleague's methods. The prenuptial agreement has obvious loopholes. No matter which state it's in, it will probably end up like Spielberg's, ruled Inflated. Moreover, the agreement Ronald has is even more embarrassing than Spielberg's. He just made a fool of himself because he doesn't understand the law. If Ronald's agreement is leaked, the whole country will know that he is a miserly man who loves money more than life itself. He will lose both his property and his reputation. Your income as a director, screenwriter, and producer must reasonably take into account Diane's contributions. Your success is inseparable from your wife's care and compromises, and any court will consider reasonable contributions. Don't give the judge any excuses. As for your business and investment income, you can use some technical details to circumvent the rules. I suppose your fiancé won't care too much? Business operations are related to the livelihoods of many employees, and if a protracted division lawsuit is involved in a divorce, it will affect their lives. The judge will consider this at his discretion. For investments, you should consider setting up a family office to make this part of the wealth indivisible. You can consider giving your fiancé some rights to the proceeds. Such an arrangement will not be criticized by the public or the judge, and it will also prevent the opposing lawyer from disclosing certain terms of the agreement. Ronald nodded. This agreement did need to be revised. Also, do you have any other long-term girlfriends with whom you will maintain a relationship after marriage? After Lindsay Dole assured him that there was no need to worry and that Ronald's privacy was protected by the lawyer's client privilege, Ronald revealed his long-term relationship with Helen and the understanding between her and Diane. Understanding isn't enough. The law always has countless loopholes. You can't guarantee her thoughts will remain unchanged after your marriage, or even years later. It's best to be prepared, Jeff explained to Ronald. While New York and California laws don't support fault-based divorce, they do have many provisions protecting legal spouses and recognizing de facto cohabitation. If Ronald and Helen maintain a de facto cohabitation relationship, it could be very troublesome in the event of a lawsuit, whether it's a potential divorce or Helen suing him for child support. Then what should we do? Buy her a house near your usual residence, Jeff suggested. As adult neighbors, occasional romantic encounters wouldn't constitute cohabitation. Phew, I just bought her a loft apartment, Ronald thought. Good thing I bought her an apartment on Fifth Avenue. Okay, let's find a time for Ms. Lindsay and me to formally discuss it with the other party's lawyer. You and your fiancée, Ms. Lane, can come and sign the papers. Marriage is so realistic, I've almost lost all my romantic feelings, Ronald sighed. For an ordinary person, of course that's true, but you're a successful person. Your responsibilities no longer rest solely on your shoulders. You need to find ways to provide some security for the ordinary people who work for you, Mr. Lee. That's the most responsible way to think about marriage. I wish you a happy marriage in advance. GFA had handled many difficult divorce cases involving celebrities and the wealthy. She greatly admired Ronald, a man who, compared to these two groups, was still considered loyal and compassionate. Moreover, his ability to understand and adopt professional advice made him even more remarkable. Thank you. Ronald put these things out of his mind and regained his anticipation for marriage. Where are we going? Diane sat in the passenger seat of Ronald's newly bought BMW, a small gift he had given her, and Ronald was driving today. There are still some technical details to the agreement, darling. Let's get it sorted out as soon as possible." The two smiled at each other and then quickly kissed. Beep beep, the car behind honked. "Hey, it's not our problem, someone up ahead is protesting." Ronald rolled down his window and said to the person behind. "What happened?" "I need to get to Wall Street." The guy behind him was clearly in a hurry. Release. Release. A group of black and Latino people walked by, holding large signs. Ronald looked and saw that they were protesting the attack on the young woman in Central Park. The 5 suspects were quickly convicted, and coupled with the developer's advertisement that they would be sentenced to death, many black and Latino people took to the streets in protest. They said that the 5 men had confessed under pressure and had recanted their confessions afterward, clearly indicating that the NYPD had induced them. Because there was no factual evidence against these 5 men, and they were convicted solely based on confessions, the protesters demanded a retrial. Ronald didn't know if what they were saying made sense, he only knew that he was going to be late for his planned trip. "How about we call our lawyer and go later?" Diane leaned out and looked at the traffic, suggesting. "Okay, I know a shortcut." Ronald simply parked the car on 5th Avenue, which was very close to Robert Cohen's law firm. They were supposed to head south along 5th Avenue, turning at the 23rd, but Chelsea, a predominantly colored neighborhood, was completely blocked by protesters. Ronald, holding Diane's hand, ignored the NYPD's imminent parking ticket on their new car and headed towards a building. Ronald led Diane inside, down a flight of stairs, and opened a fire door leading to a long fire escape. "Do you know the way?" Diane, a longtime Manhattan resident, knew that many Midtown streets had similar alleyways, but only those familiar with the area knew how to navigate through buildings. Ronnie was from Staten Island. "Don't worry. I film scenes here for fame, I know a shortcut." Ronald confidently continued walking. They pushed open another fire door. Instead of a fire escape, they entered a dark hall. "Where is this? Are we in the wrong place?" Diane looked around. "Pick one." Ronald snapped his fingers. Richard across from them clapped twice. One by one, the lights were turned on, bright lights illuminating the deep blue velvet counters, reflecting iridescent light through the glass and the transparent stones on the velvet. "Oh, my God," Diane exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. This wasn't a shortcut, but the Cartier store on 5th Avenue. They had entered the ring section, each counter displaying 2 rows of diamond rings, with sales staff in formal attire standing behind each counter, ready to serve. "Oh, my God," Diane murmured several times, covering her mouth. She had no choice but to propose. What girl wouldn't want to be proposed to by the man she loved? Such a romantic scene should be remembered for a lifetime. "I think these are all nice," Ronald asked Diane, pointing to the rings. "Oh, my God," Diane kept repeating, speechless. "Diane Lane, will you marry me?" Ronald knelt on one knee. Chapter 1087 I'm willing. "Gentlemen, we apologize for being late." Diane and Ronald finally arrived at the law firm in Chelsea. Their respective legal teams had just been fiercely debating the various clauses in the prenuptial agreement when the 2 main figures appeared, stopping to look at them. "Diane, congratulations." Diane's agent, Paula Wagner, naturally perceptive as a woman, noticed the dazzling diamond ring on her ring finger. "Thank you, I feel so happy." Diane happily showed Paula her hand. It was a 10-carat, brilliantly cut, top-quality diamond set in a white gold ring, gleaming dazzlingly under the lights. "Wow." Diane's lawyer, Robert Cohen, eyes lit up. "Such an engagement ring must be worth over $100,000. Another item could be added to the property list in the agreement. Haven't you two finished discussing this yet?" "Ronnie and I have decided to keep the wedding small, inviting only close friends and family, and get it done quickly before the media finds out." Diane approached the 2 lawyers politely, requesting that they expedite the agreement so the couple could get married at the small chapel on Staten Island this weekend. "Miss Lane, you can definitely postpone the wedding. I think as a well-known Hollywood star and director, your wedding should be grand," Robert Cohen quickly advised, worried that a hastily signed agreement wouldn't reflect his value. Often, prenuptial agreements are finalized because the wealthier party can't stand the delays and agrees to clauses that would otherwise be impossible. "No, I've already decided. What's left to discuss?" "Just go with Ronnie's ideas," Diane quickly interrupted, not wanting her wedding to be surrounded by gossip magazines and produce unflattering photos. She also didn't want to end up like some celebrities, selling their wedding coverage to a media outlet. She wanted an intimate and memorable wedding, surrounded by family and friends, not reporters, to marry her beloved Ronnie. Most importantly, it had to be affordable. According to American tradition, the bride's father was responsible for the wedding expenses. Old Bert didn't have much money, he couldn't afford a grand wedding. To ensure everyone felt comfortable within the traditional boundaries, a small wedding was best, an arrangement Ronnie agreed to. Diane quickly reviewed the terms. Ronnie had given her a lot of extra assets, much more lenient than she had initially requested. What more could she ask for? Let's do it this way. Draft it quickly, and I'll sign it. Robert Cohen had no choice but to surrender. All the extra benefits he had planned to negotiate and the traps he had laid were completely ruined by this love-struck movie star. Haha, congratulations, Miss Lane. Marriage is a joyous occasion. Leave these little things to us lawyers, you should focus on the wedding, that's the most important thing for a girl. Ronald's lawyer, Jeffy, was overjoyed. It seemed his client's expensive ring was well spent, resolving 100-fold difference in asset division in one fell swoop. Ronnie, congratulations. Aunt Karen interrupted her planned world tour to return home specifically for Ronald's wedding. She couldn't wait to see Ronald as soon as she got off the plane, a wish she'd had for many years, to witness his marriage. Auntie, I'm so happy too. The wedding will be held at the Quaker Chapel, and Diane's father, Bert, will be there today. Okay, Auntie chattered on, asking many details. Afraid of forgetting anything. However, everything was handled perfectly by Ronald's management team. There was nothing to worry about. Diane's father, Mr. Bert, had saved enough money to give his daughter a grand wedding. On one hand, Ronald didn't throw a large banquet. On the other hand, Ronald had helped and collaborated with so many people in the acting world that they could easily handle many things. This way, the wedding satisfied Diane's parents without costing Bert much. Diane's bridesmaids included Donna and her best friend, Laura Dern, with whom she filmed a female rock movie. Ronald's groomsmen included Tom Cruise and James Cameron, who came specifically for the occasion. These men were all in couples, so their partners could easily form 4 bridesmaids and groomsmen each. Ang Lee, who was filming a music video, brought her crew to be the wedding videographer. Carly Simon and the Manhattan St. Thomas Men's Choir, who provided backing vocals for him, happened to be there as guest singers and choir members. Congratulations, Ronald. That's what marriage is all about. Enjoy it, and we'll take care of the rest. Cameron and Catherine Bigelow, having just arrived in Staten Island, immediately shared their wedding experience with him. Thanks, I didn't expect that either, Ronald chuckled. Cameron was certainly experienced. Where's Diane? Bigelow asked Ronald. I heard we shouldn't meet before the wedding. She's with Nicole and Laura Dunn, and my cousin Donna. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman had already arrived, and they were inseparable. Cruise had even brought a custom-made cake for the wedding. Okay, I'll go find her. Bigelow was also recruited as a bridesmaid, heading to the bride's house, the Douglas family mansion, to be continued. Ronald, Douglas Jr. ran over, sweating profusely, and chatted briefly with the popular star Cruise. He'd been kicked out of his own house by Donna and had to spend the night with Ronald's groomsmen. Hey, I heard you're a landlord? Tell me, any good strippers on Staten Island? It's Ronald's bachelor party today. Laura Dern's boyfriend, Kyle MacLachlan, came over and teased Douglas. He and Laura Dern met while filming David Lynch's Blue Velvet, and now Lynch had moved to television and invited him to play the lead role in Twin Peaks. You'll be satisfied. Amy is a famous stripper on our island. My father hired her for his bachelor party before his wedding. Douglas laughed. Ha. Kyle MacLachlan almost choked with laughter. How old was she? Stripper Amy was already a mother of 3, and her figure was no longer what it used to be, but her dancing was still quite good. Several celebrities and directors were teased by her and even asked for several autographs for their children. Staten Island wasn't as glamorous as Manhattan. Ronald, with his 4 groomsmen, went to the large house where Capello filmed The Godfather. Douglas's people had everything cleaned and prepared for their arrival. The group, all fans of The Godfather, immediately recognized the meticulously restored furnishings and decor that Ronald had meticulously recreated upon entering, and began their archaeological dig. Coincidentally, in the study where Marlon Brando, the Godfather, sat at the beginning of the film, a videotape of The Godfather was playing on a television. The group quickly compared the items, noting, it's incredibly accurate. Cruise and Kyle MacLachlan gave Ronald a thumbs up for his investment. This collection, wasn't it far more sophisticated than those celebrities living in Beverly Hills? They collect comic books, sports cars, famous paintings, or at most motorcycles and airplanes. Ask Ronald what he collects. He collects classic filming locations. Actually, these locations where classic movies were filmed are rarely preserved this well. We should have more places like this, even if it's just as a Godfather museum, Cameron said, already taking out his camera and starting to photograph. Have fun. I have to go pick up some guests, Ronald told them, urging them to explore the house further. He had done his best to recreate the props and furniture to 100% accuracy. Anyone else coming? Cruz asked. It's a mystery guest. This last group of guests was none other than the creators of Ghetto Justice, the film where Ronald and Diane fell in love and discovered their romantic feelings for each other. Director Walter Hill had already discussed a sequel to their breakout film, 48 Hours, with producer Joel Silver. Silver had brought him to meet Ronald, hoping to secure funding while Ronald was in a good mood. Silver himself had just come from the set of the Die Hard sequel. He had other matters to discuss with Ronald. Besides the two of them, there was also Jim Steinman, the music director from the original film, who had found a male singer, Meat Loaf, who could fully express his songs and was preparing a new album. Several female singers who voiced Diane in the film came down and took their seats in the Japanese van that Ronald had prepared. Finally, the team sent by Giorgio Armani, the costume director of Ghetto Justice, arrived. A complete set of elegant, minimalist, hand-sewn wedding dresses was randomly transported from the Armani bespoke shop in Los Angeles, along with a team of tailors who could make adjustments. They got into another car and went to Douglas's house for Diane to try on the dresses. Dong, dong, dong. The next morning, the bells of the Quaker church rang. Many residents watched the church from afar, waving to Ronald, who had brought them job opportunities and prosperity. Are you the groom? A little boy, dressed in a suit, secretly ran out of the church and tugged at Ronald's clothes. Yes, what's your name? Where's your family? Ronald looked at the boy, who had big, bright eyes and seemed very clever. My name is Macaulay. My dad is in the St. Thomas Men's Choir, and he'll be singing harmonies at the wedding today. By the way, do you have anything to eat? My dad told me to find something myself, haha, come with me. Ronald took the boy's hand and entered the church with a groomsman. The pastor was preparing for the service, followed by Carly Simon's choir, dressed in their choir uniforms. Dad, Macaulay called to a man above, clutching his pocket tightly. It contained the small cake Cruz had given him. Oh, Macaulay, where have you been causing trouble again? The man quickly stepped down and said to Ronald, my name is Kit Culkin. Macaulay's mother is looking after his younger siblings today, so I brought him here. Kit was the choir's eldest son. He and his wife had 7 children and lived a meager existence in a small rented apartment in Manhattan. Only Macaulay possessed exceptional performing talent, so he brought him here, hoping to meet Hollywood stars and seek opportunities. Thank you. I hope Macaulay found his favorite food. Ronald shook his hand and quickly went to stand at the front. The Quaker chapel was rather simple, with ordinary tables and chairs. In the window facing Ronald was the stained glass window from Tiffany's, donated in his name by his great-grandmother. Dong 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 dong, the music began, and the choir sang beautiful harmonies. The guests all stood up and turned to look at the church doors. The 2 doors opened, and Diane, wearing a high-quality, handmade white wedding dress with a lace veil, was led step by step forward by her father, Bert. Although the church was simple, its design was skillful. The morning sunlight streamed through the doors, casting a golden hue on the dark silhouette and outlining the bride's veil from behind. Welcome everyone to today's wedding. We gather here to witness the marriage of Ronald Lee and Diane Lane. Marriage is sacred. It is a covenant of love between 2 people. It is a promise to live together, to share joys and sorrows, and to face difficulties together. Ronald and Diane, today, standing here before your friends and family, you vow to love each other, respect each other, and be faithful to each other, in poverty and wealth, in sickness and in health, in good times and in bad. Now, I ask you to stand face to face and hold each other's hands. Do you have a ring? Ronald quickly reached behind him, and Tom Cruise took a gold ring from his pocket and handed it to Ronald. Ronald gently took Diane's hand and gently placed a simple wedding ring, compared to his engagement ring, on her finger. Diane also took the gold ring Laura Dunn offered and placed it on Ronald's finger. The 2 held hands and smiled at each other. Ronald, do you take Diane to be your wife? to love and cherish her, to love and to cherish her, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, in good times and in bad, until the end of time, I do. Diane, do you take Ronald to be your husband, to love and to cherish, for better, for poorer, in sickness and in health, in good times and in bad, until the end of time? I do. I am glad to hear your answer. Now, I declare you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride." After the pastor finished reciting the vows, Ronald eagerly pulled Diane close, embraced her waist, and gave her a deep kiss. A beam of sunlight shone through the stained glass, transforming into rainbow, bathing the newlyweds in its glow. "Today is the wedding of my good friend Ronald. We worked together as assistants at Roger Coleman's film company. We were making a rock movie about high schoolers, and he liked rock girls back then." A buffet was being served on the lawn outside the church. Cameron, as best man, was giving a speech. "Back then, we were all full of dreams, hoping to have the opportunity to direct a movie someday. Then, not long after, Ronald got his first directorial opportunity, and then he just couldn't stop, and you all know what happened next. But his other dream, liking rock girls, only came true today. I wish my good friend Ronald a happy marriage." Immediately afterwards, Jim Steinman's band began playing the theme song from Ghetto Justice, "Tonight is the Meaning of Youth." Laurie Sargent and Holly Sherwood, the two rock singers who sang songs for Diane back then, picked up the microphone and sang. "But I don't see any angels in this city. I don't hear any holy choir singing. If I can't get an angel, I can get a boy. A boy will be the second best thing, the best thing after an angel." Ronald and Diane waved to everyone and walked towards the Ferrari that had been specially flown in. This time, Ronald drove, and Diane sat in the passenger seat. A roar of the engine filled the air as the Ferrari glided smoothly out of the church. "I have a dream about a boy in a castle, dancing like a cat on the stairs, his eyes sparkling with the light of a prince, and the sound of thunderous drums in his ears. I have a dream about a boy climbing the stars, all alone there, dreaming of someone like me. I'm not an angel, but at least I am a girl," Ang Lee directed the photographer, focusing on Ronald and Diane's car. The Ferrari slowly drove towards the door, with two large white spray-painted words on the back, "Just Married." Chapter 1088. The Good Business brought by Ronald. "Good morning, hubby." "Good morning, Whiffy." Newlywed Ronald and Diane always loved calling each other by their pet names, seemingly never tiring of it. Ronald realized that most of his childhood dreams about marriage were correct. Having a beautiful and charming wife to spend each new day with was a wonderful experience. "I made you breakfast, come and eat. Do you want orange juice or coffee?" Diane had taken on the role of housewife very proactively after marriage. Having experienced her parents' divorce when she was young, she had always longed for this typical American family scene, and experiencing it firsthand was a source of happiness for her. "Orange juice is fine." Ronald lowered his expectations, took a bite of the bacon and smoked salmon sandwich, and found the cream cheese and onion flavors perfectly balanced, creating a rich and layered taste in his mouth. "Oh, it's really delicious. How did you make it?" This truly exceeded Ronald's highest expectations. "I went for a walk outside the hotel this morning. There was a kosher bakery, and another restaurant next door served soft-boiled eggs, so I bought some to try. This place really feels like Lower Manhattan. So many of the small restaurants here are delicious." Diane had prepared a nice meal for Ronald early in the morning, knowing he had worked hard last night. "It's really delicious. Your taste is definitely the best." Ronald and Diane had traveled from Stanton to Washington, D.C. yesterday on a private jet. Ronald is a very busy Hollywood man and didn't have time for a honeymoon right away, so the two of them took a trip to several places in America, partly for work. Washington, D.C. is a place full of memories for Diane. It was here that she truly understood what she wanted and made up her mind to marry Ronald no matter what. Visiting here as their first stop made her very happy. Ronald was staying in the large house where the reincarnation of a pretty boy was filmed. It's in one of DC's most upscale neighborhoods, with a beautiful environment, excellent security, and surrounded by centuries-old stone buildings. Even the restaurants there have been carefully selected over decades and are indeed delicious. "Where are we going later?" Diane clung to Ronald's arm, listening to the adorable hubby's plans. "What's the biggest attraction in Washington, D.C.?" Ronald asked. "Is it the memorial to the fallen?" Diane recalled that experience. "It's the White House, you silly." Ronald chuckled, playfully pinching Diane's nose. Happy wedding, Ronald. George Jr. and his wife Laura greeted the Ronalds outside the East Wing of the White House. This was the passage used by the president's private friends to visit him and his family, bypassing the cumbersome security checks in the West Wing. Thank you. Diane and I are very sorry you couldn't come to the wedding. Ronald hugged them one by one, and George Jr. playfully kissed Diane's hand. Being a member of the president's family, having reporters watching your every move is such a hassle. George Jr. waved his hand. He had recently been selling his shares in the Screen Fund, owned by Roland Bates, a close friend of his father and a Wall Street fund manager. This had attracted a bunch of self-proclaimed righteous, pro-DPP reporters who were now clamoring for an investigation into insider trading, making it difficult for him to go out. Is the president still busy lately? Ronald asked. Since taking office, George Sr. had quickly made several international trips and frequently appeared on television news. He's giving a speech to Congress today, calling for the passage of the Central American Cooperation Act to support the Nicaraguan guerrillas. He also has to speak to the press to advocate for the Whistleblower Act. His granddaughter hasn't seen him for days. George and his wife live in Texas and don't usually reside at the White House. However, they've been staying there for a week now because they need their father's connections for a big business deal, and they still haven't received a word from their father about it. Barbara is furious, but the president is too busy with international affairs to spare any time for such a small favor for his son. Ronald enjoyed lunch prepared by the White House's professional culinary team in the guest area. It wasn't the best, but it was acceptable. However, at the end, a waiter brought a bill for George to sign. These private meals are always chargeable. Diane accompanied Laura to see her two twin daughters. The 8-year-olds had a great time at the White House, though they didn't quite fulfill their parents' wish for them to be the ones to fawn over their grandfather. So, what was it you were talking about on the phone? Ronald asked George, sipping his coffee. Do you know the Texas Rangers? I've heard a little about them, said George Jr. The Texas Rangers, a team in Major League Baseball, MLB. Their owner, Eddie Chills, recently wanted to sell the team, which George Jr.'s college classmate, William DeWitt, learned of and immediately approached the president's son to discuss making a fortune. After understanding the situation, George Jr. immediately realized this was his best opportunity to achieve financial freedom. The asset value of a baseball team is closely related to its performance, and the Rangers' commercial value is underpinned by Texas's population. It had to be placed in the hands of a capable manager to multiply its value several times over within a few years. Roland Bates, the owner of Screen Fund, where George Jr. served as a director, was interested in acquiring a professional team. George Jr. was responsible for making calls to key figures, persuading some Texas committees to allow out-of-state capital to take over the team, in which case Roland Bates would give him a 2% stake. The problem arose with his 2% stake, which George Jr. had to pay for himself. The president's son's involvement in such a seemingly surefire, good deal was bound to attract the scrutiny of journalists, predominantly Democrats. Roland Bates invested approximately $76 million to acquire 86% of the shares. According to the consideration, George Jr. would have to pay around $700,000 in cash, a sum he couldn't afford personally. To raise the money, George Jr. tried many methods. First, he borrowed from banks, but their house wasn't worth that much. Then he tried to withdraw his investment from the Screen Fund, which caused a controversy, and he still didn't have enough money, leaving a shortfall of around $500,000. He discussed it with Laura, and the final solution was to liquidate their failed investment in Harken Oil Company in Texas. This would raise the money, and they would forgive the huge losses this investment had caused their family. Even so, Barbara still warned her son. According to reports from White House professionals, Harken would suffer huge losses, and if George Jr. liquidated and withdrew, he might be targeted by reporters again for insider trading. Family members of Republican politicians are at a disadvantage in the media spotlight. Ronald was keen to lend George Jr. the money privately to improve his reputation. However, the source of these funds would again be scrutinized during the Rangers' acquisition. So, I want to withdraw my investment in your film production company. Don't misunderstand, once I make money from this deal, I'll invest again. Hollywood is my lucky place, and you're my best friend in Hollywood. George was desperate, so he started frantically transferring money from his private investments back, just wanting to get his principal back. It's not mine, it's Douglas's, Ronald corrected with a laugh. He wouldn't let George be associated with his own assets. In the early stages of filming Love Is Not for Sale, Douglas had established a Delaware company, accepting a $50,000 investment from George. Delaware's new corporate law allowed companies to refuse to disclose shareholder names, essentially making it an offshore company, perfect for transferring profits. The dividends given to George over the past 2 years were equivalent to twice their initial investment. "I'll make a call," Ronald called Douglas from the White House. Love Is Not for Sale had done well at the box office, fully recouping its investment, and the videotape revenue was also good, slowly building a steady stream of income. But this company had more than one investment. Ronald's low-budget, Daydream production had received a lot of funding. "How much money do you need?" Ronald asked George upon returning. "Around $200,000 in cash will do. I can mortgage my house for another $300,000. Don't borrow any more money, or people will dig it up again." Ronald was well aware of this kind of relentless pursuit from reporters. Little Doug's project company sold like hotcakes on Love Is Not for Sale. "Your shares, discounted from future videotape sales, are worth $600,000. Little George was overjoyed. "Really that profitable?" He hesitated a bit. "This is the revenue from one blockbuster movie. If you extend the time frame, it won't be this profitable. After all, about 70% of movies these days lose money." Ronald meant that if they made 2 more movies, they might lose money, and you wouldn't get this much if you sold your shares then. "Selling now is a good opportunity for the major shareholders to oust you, so they'll give you a discounted price. After all, production companies, unlike oil companies, don't have such volatile revenue fluctuations." The reporters couldn't say anything, only marveling at little George's good luck. "Are you tired?" After meeting with his friends in Washington, Ronald was about to fly to Los Angeles. Several of his projects were in the early stages of preparation or filming, so he had to go to Los Angeles first and wait for a chance to have a belated honeymoon with Diane. Fortunately, the wedding was for the girl, and the honeymoon was for the boy. The Staten Island wedding had already made Diane very happy. "I'm probably too tired from the wedding, I just want to sleep all the time," Diane said, lying down to rest as soon as she boarded the private jet. Ronald covered her with a blanket. Ronald, Diane, can we take a picture together?" Outside the Los Angeles airport, a group of entertainment reporters had already surrounded the newlyweds. They had gotten the news from the returning best man and bridesmaids, and then from Ronald's agent, Richard, who had also obtained Ronald's flight information. They surrounded the airport, waiting to grab the scoop. Hollywood's biggest eligible bachelor director in recent years has been captured by a female star. Ronald smiled and put on his sunglasses, then put Diane's on hers too, so they wouldn't be bothered by the flashes. The two stood together, letting the reporters take their pictures. "Diane, why didn't you and Ronald have your wedding in Los Angeles?" a reporter asked through a microphone amidst the clicking of camera shutters. "Because Ronnie and I are both New Yorkers," Diane laughed. "Ronald, why didn't you invite the media to your wedding?" Reporters from Los Angeles gossip media, such as The Hollywood Reporter and Variety, were quite dissatisfied. A Hollywood star and a famous director were getting married, and they hadn't even managed to get any pictures of the wedding. "We wanted a quiet, private wedding," Ronald replied with a smile, "and besides, once you've figured out who you love and want to spend the rest of your life with, you want that life to start as soon as possible." "Oh, wow," the reporters gasped in surprise. This passionate declaration of love on the spot was simply too sweet. Click, the reporters snapped photos again. Ronald's passionate declaration of love at the airport. "Diane Lane wins the heart. Where will you go for your honeymoon?" "Ronald, we're discussing it. Maybe Japan, China, or Europe. Perhaps we'll go to all those places. But we're both very busy, so the honeymoon will be postponed. For now." Ronald tightened his grip on Diane's hand. "We're content to be together every day, no matter where we are." The female reporters were going crazy. How did Diane manage to snatch such an ideal husband? Hollywood's highest-paid director professing love to his newlywed actress wife on the spot. How many films will their marriage last? Since their new house in Hollywood Park wasn't finished yet, Ronald and Diane temporarily stayed at the Pink Hotel near Beverly Hills, renting a separate house. Directors like Jonathan Demme, Kevin Costner, and Penny Marshall, all busy with their projects, called to congratulate Ronald upon hearing the news. Ronald and Diane had extensive connections in Hollywood, and although they wouldn't be having a wedding, they still visited some close friends to avoid them feeling neglected. However, The first people they visited were, of course, Ronald's mentors, Roger Corman and his wife, who had gotten him into the industry and into the Directors Guild. Roger Corman was doing very well lately. The Sid sisters had only mediocre box office results, but after winning an award at the Sundance Film Festival, its television broadcast, overseas distribution, and video release were all successful, making his conquered company a fortune. This allowed him to invest in more projects, and he himself made a comeback, securing some investments to direct one of his favorite low-budget sci-fi films, Firing a Green Laser Gun. Ronald and Diane's visit made him feel that he hadn't made a mistake in helping them back then. After dinner, they discussed some new low-budget projects. Ronald explained his plans for low-budget films in horror, action, and romance genres, which Roger Corman agreed with, and they decided to collaborate again this year. Julie showed Diane around the house, and Roger Corman lit a cigar. His happiest moments were always when one of his students successfully made a film or got married for the first time. Ronald, I think lately, not the films you directed, but the ones you produced, are starting to waste money. Corman didn't flatter Ronald, he would criticize anything he didn't like. Which film are you referring to? The Reincarnated Prince, Ronald replied. Yes, that film cost too much money. Where did the $18 million budget go? All I saw were two washed-up stars walking around in front of the camera. If I had cast new actors, I could have made it for $300, less than $2 million, Ronald chuckled inwardly. Corman was still as straightforward as ever. He always felt that movies needed to have real substance, giving audiences what they wanted to see. In America, many children couldn't go to school, the poor went hungry, the sick couldn't afford medical care, and veterans couldn't get dignified work. How many people could this $18 million production budget help? Roger, do you remember the first movie I helped you make? How much did it cost? Ronald thought for a moment, trying to explain his reasoning. Rock high? Less than $2 million. Just from selling it to the TV station and buying out distribution rights, I made $3 million. Corman was very confident in his earning power. These days, theatrical releases can't be that cheap. Cinemas are struggling, and TV stations aren't as willing to spend money on movies as they used to. Luckily, we have VHS tapes. Corman also lamented that the old path of drive-in theaters was now difficult to follow. But movies targeting the VHS market are hard to get in theaters. If the Sisters of Sid hadn't received such positive reviews at Sundance, it would have been difficult to get a theatrical release. The experience of watching a movie on the big screen with a group of strangers is getting more and more expensive. Yeah, that's true. Corman knew Ronald was referring to distribution costs. These days, small productions without big stars often have higher marketing costs than big productions. Can you think of any new directors in the last 5 years? Ronald continued. Roger Corman thought for a long time. Besides Ronald and Cameron, there haven't been many new directors who have made a name for themselves in recent years, and even fewer who have been able to make money with commercial films. I'm worried that film directors will become an endangered species like dinosaurs, so if there's an opportunity to let new directors try their hand at it, it's worth it even if it results in a slight loss. Roger, using low-budget films to give new directors experience, and medium-budget films to help them level up. This mechanism originally existed under the big studio system, where assistant directors transitioned into directing. After the 1960s, it was mainly achieved through various independent productions. Now, the cost and risk of a film are getting higher and higher, so studios are giving fewer and fewer opportunities to new directors. The disappearance of new directors is fatal to Hollywood. You're right. It seems I also need to give newcomers more opportunities to make low-budget films. Roger Corman started doing the math again. He'd give new directors opportunities, then let them try out medium-budget projects with Ronald, and once they'd made a name for themselves, he'd re-release the films they directed with him on videotape. Chapter 1089 The Oldest Special Effects Technology. The profits from the movie Love are not for sale, so why did you buy it out? Steve Bannon, a frequent investor in Ronald's projects, visited Ronald with some semi-finished Japanese specialties. He had somehow found out that Diane liked to cook for Ronald, and brought some dishes that only required adding hot water to please her. The shareholder wanted to withdraw, so I just had Doug Jr. settle the difference for him. Ronald watched Diane happily try making hot soup, grateful for Bannon's thoughtfulness. He let his new wife enjoy herself, as long as she didn't create anything unpleasant to eat. This shareholder you mentioned, Could he happen to have some connection with the current first family in the White House? Bannon took a sip of the coffee Diane had made, frowned, and remained silent. This shareholder doesn't want to disclose his identity, so he chose to register the company in Delaware. Ronald remained non-committal. Such a strong connection wouldn't be easily shared with Bannon. Oh, have you seen the new TV series I invested in? My pilot episode is finished, and I'm currently negotiating pilot agreements with several TV stations. I told you, the guy who came up with the theme for this series must be a genius. Bannon, having failed to probe further, immediately changed the subject. What TV series? What's the theme? Ronald asked. Although he had never directed a TV series, he knew that the production methods for TV series and movies were very different. TV series are more loosely structured and need a theme to make the audience remember them, so they would watch them weekly. It's called Seinfeld Chronicles, a sitcom. Bannon proudly showed Ronald some promotional photos for the pilot episode. The photos showed a man with a receding hairline and somewhat Jewish features. A sitcom? I thought it was a historical drama from the name. Ronald looked at a few photos, not understanding what this sitcom was about. These days, TV series with family backgrounds, detective stories, courtroom dramas, and wealthy family power struggles are quite popular. This Seinfeld, he couldn't tell what it was about. That's the genius of this guy. The theme of this TV series is nothing at all. Bannon explained his idea. By nothing at all, he meant that current TV shows try to cramp too many themes into comedies, such as family bonds promoting the neoliberal values of the Republican Party, or growing pains trying to promote the traditional values of the Democratic Party. So, the creator of this TV series, Jerry Seinfeld, designed this comedy to be purely about laughter, without any preaching or profound meaning. It's just the daily life of a New York Jew and his group of idle friends. I don't understand. Ronald was completely confused. Would anyone watch a comedy like this? And this Jerry Seinfeld, using his own name as the name of the male lead in the TV series, whether this retro 1970s approach is still effective is questionable. The production company, Castle Rock. Ronald flipped through the promotional materials and unexpectedly discovered at the end that the production company for this TV series was Bob Reiner's Castle Rock Productions. I'll ask him about it later, Ronald thought to himself. What, you're thinking of producing a TV series too? You focus on production, and I'll handle the marketing to the TV stations. How about that? I've been meeting with creative geniuses from Hollywood every day in my Los Angeles office lately. All I have to do is tell them that I've collaborated with director Ronald on Love Is Not for Sale, and everyone's going to exclaim oh, and then everything's negotiable. Bannon saw that Ronald had an idea and immediately seized the opportunity. I do have an idea. My daydream company needs some ongoing projects like TV series to sustain the director and technical team. Plus, I have a lot of film rights, and several TV stations have contacted me, wanting me to adapt the movie plots into TV series. Great, you're absolutely right not to sell the adaptation rights to them. After all, who understands the meaning of those movies better than you? Let's collaborate again. You produce, and I'll negotiate with the TV stations. We'll definitely be able to replicate the success of Love Is Not for Sale. After saying that, Bannon rubbed his hands together, looking at Ronald, wondering which movie he would adapt. It was either their beloved Love Is Not for Sale, or the hugely successful Top Gun from years ago. I'm considering turning Working Girl into a TV series. Ronald had done some research. A story with workplace elements, romantic love, and office politics would have a much higher chance of success as a TV series than a movie adaptation with only one theme. Bannon grinned broadly. He had already founded Bannon Company this year, becoming a full-time bridge between Hollywood and Wall Street. He helped Wall Street acquire Hollywood companies and also helped Hollywood secure funding from Wall Street. Ronald's name was valuable in both Wall Street and Hollywood. Having this project's name attached would greatly enhance his company's influence on both sides. Of course, this benefit didn't come for free. He had secured an additional $10 million in investment for Dances with Wolves, currently filming in South Dakota. Speaking of which, that film's budget had ballooned considerably. What if? No worries, Bannon reassured himself. Ronald hadn't really messed up in Hollywood. Ronald, how about we go to South Dakota together to check on the filming progress? Costner is still a new director, and sometimes he has to figure things out on his own. If you go, a few words of guidance can help him save a lot of filming time and budget. Bannon thought for a moment but was still worried, so he wanted to drag Ronald along to supervise the work. Diane, who was carrying a bowl of hot soup and wanted Ronald to try it, had already perked up her ears. Hubby was going to South Dakota? Should she go with him? Oh dear, there was still the 3000 audition to do. No, I'm still on my honeymoon. I want to be with my wife. Right now, I just want to be a 9-to-5 office worker, so I can see Diane every night when I get home. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll go by myself and report back to you. Bannon laughed and took his leave. Ronald's sweet words made Diane blush. She smiled and handed the hot soup to Ronald. Her brother Ronnie had never been so sweet before. Ronald took the hot soup. It tasted better than the coffee Diane made herself. Seeing Diane's flushed face, Ronald pulled her onto his lap, and the two shared the soup. Bob, so you guys aren't particularly optimistic about this Seinfeld chronicle. During the afternoon break, Ronald called Bob Reiner, his partner in When Harry Met Sally, to ask about Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld had been working in New York, doing stand-up comedy and even appearing on Letterman and Johnny Carson shows as an impersonator. This series was his first foray into television. Reiner's Castle Rock Productions had invested heavily in such series. Because these shows were subject to the challenges of a pilot episode, production costs weren't actually high. They only needed to cover 1 or 2 episodes. Bob Reiner actually had a higher opinion of another series they were investing in, The Ann Gillian Show, created by actress Ann Gillian. I was just giving it a try. NBC's primetime slot is short on programming, so I recommended a few pilot episodes. It's not a hassle. Oh, thank you, I understand. Ronald hung up the phone, almost fooled by Bannon. These Wall Street bankers are incredibly skilled at sales. They didn't tell a single lie, but the stories they told were completely different. Sometimes Ronald wondered if these kinds of people could also excel in Hollywood, starring as villains in movies or hosting talk shows. Bannon could talk for an hour without repeating himself. In the afternoon, Diane took Bud Jr.'s car to continue discussing the film script with director Penny Marshall. Ronald stayed alone in the hotel, cooking some food using the Japanese ingredients Bannon had brought. These semi-finished dishes tasted pretty good with a little cooking skill. By evening, Diane still hadn't returned, and Ronald suddenly felt like a stay-at-home dad, waiting for his full-time working wife to come home. This situation was unacceptable. Ronald immediately called Richard and his personal accountant, Lawrence, asking them to recommend some chefs and maids. If they were satisfactory during the trial period, they could be hired full-time once the new house was completed. After marriage, everything would become a long-term consideration, and Ronald began to get used to everything. Diane and Penny Marshall spent the entire afternoon together. When they returned to the hotel, Ronald was still on the phone in the inner room. She secretly watched Ronald working, thinking he looked very handsome. However, she was suddenly startled by Ronald's raised voice. "What the hell is going on, Joel? I didn't care about any special effects in the first Die Hard movie. How come the new director is so much worse than John McTiernan? What's so difficult about this? Airport explosion, add more explosives, add more gasoline. If the new director can't do it, you should find someone else. I've asked all the famous special effects experts in Hollywood. This shot really can't be filmed. It's not a technical problem. Let's find an airport to film it on location. Do you know how much it costs to film it on location? Where am I going to find an airport that can land Boeing 757s to film the explosion scene? Will we not be able to take off and land planes during filming? Or are you suggesting we build one ourselves in the wilderness of Minnesota?" Ronald was a little dissatisfied with Joel Silver's approach. Making movies can't rely on just throwing money at everything. Filming this kind of scene on location would cost more than $100 million. Then come and see if you have any solutions. This airport explosion scene is the most important climax scene in the sequel. We can't skimp on it. Honey, who are you talking to on the phone? Diane saw that Ronald looked unhappy and knocked on the door to come in. Honey, you're back. I spoke with Joel Silver, the producer of Street of Fury. That guy's got a huge appetite for money. But what he said about the difficulties isn't without merit. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Ronald felt all his worries vanish upon seeing Diane. The two happily sat down for dinner. Ronald had ordered takeout today, and the chef Lawrence recommended would be coming for a trial run tomorrow. If he'd known marriage was this fun, he should have gotten married sooner. The next day, at the set, Ronald met with Renny Harlin, the confirmed director for the Die Hard sequel. This director, who had directed A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, was quite capable in creating special effects and atmosphere. Joel Silver had chosen him, and he was also praised by Fox. His directing skills were definitely up to par. The difficulty in filming the final scene of the Die Hard sequel wasn't due to his lack of skill. Rather, it was because the script, in an attempt to surpass the rooftop explosion in the first film, had been made too grandiose. At the Washington, D.C. airport, Bruce Willis's character, McClane, clings to a large airplane without falling, opening the fuel tanks to flood the runway with aviation fuel. He then battles the villainous boss on the wing, only to be shot off. Just as the villain thinks he can escape with a Nicaraguan villain leader, McClane ignites the runway fuel with a lighter. The flames, traveling faster than the plane's takeoff speed, catch up with it and explode before takeoff. The firelight is seen by his wife Holly's plane, which has run out of fuel and is forced to make an emergency landing, successfully making a landing. From a dramatic standpoint, the scene is flawless, but it's far too massive. The plane has to run thousands of meters on the runway to film the fight scene on the wing. No traditional special effects method could achieve such a long take. An indoor studio of that size was unavailable. Using practical effects would be prohibitively expensive. Ronald stared at the scene. Live-action shooting was definitely out of the question for Fox. Indoor shooting wouldn't look good, and the sequel wouldn't have scenes as explosive as the first, so audience reception would be poor. Joel Silver was probably trying to get him to negotiate a higher budget with Fox, and Fox would definitely want him to invest proportionally. He wasn't willing to pay for this kind of scene shooting. Tomorrow I'll ask Hollywood's best VFX expert. Jim, do you think this scene can be computer generated? Having no other choice, Ronald approached Cameron, who was working on Bigelow's film. No, this shot is too long, the scene is too large, and computers would have a hard time handling explosions like this. It would look fake to the audience. Cameron, being Hollywood's best VFX expert, shook his head after reviewing it. Then how about using front projection in the studio? Ronald asked again. Front projection was Cameron's signature skill. In old Hollywood movies, when Grace Kelly and Cary Grant were racing cars, the camera would be positioned above the car to film the exterior, then the stars would sit inside the car in a studio, with the footage projected onto a screen behind them, and the scene would be filmed again. This method of projecting the image behind the actors is called back projection, and it often resulted in distorted perspective and looked very fake. Cameron himself replicated Kubrick's technique from the opening Ape-Man scene in 2001, A Space Odyssey, projecting the image from in front of the actors before filming again. This corrected the perspective and made the scene look more impressive. Ronald had actually approached Cameron with this idea of back projection in mind. No, that won't work either. Your scene is too large, involving the sky. I don't know how much it would cost to create a back projection of that scale. Besides, your scene has long shots of planes racing, and it's a night scene. Back projection would be difficult to handle in low-light conditions. Cameron shook his head. Ronald sighed. Did they have to cancel the scene? Change the ending? He certainly couldn't be a sucker and film it live. He wasn't some fool who would ignore the return on investment just to make a movie. But perhaps you could try an even older special effects technique than projection filming. Cameron, after all, was a Hollywood special effects master, and he did come up with an idea. What technique? Older than Grace Kelly's time, projection involves projecting film onto the scene a second time. Before that technology existed, how did Hollywood special effects experts simulate real backgrounds in the studio? How? Ronald couldn't think of anything. Painting. Chapter 1090 Matte Backgrounds and Photoshop. What do you mean by painting? Ronald knew nothing about this ancient special effects technique. Matte painting, it's probably the earliest special effects technique. Cameron thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a description, so he simply dragged Ronald to the 20th Century Fox office building. In the most famous Star Wars scene display in the meeting room, Cameron pulled Ronald to look closely at the scene where the Millennium Falcon was pulled in by the Imperial Star Destroyer's tractor beam. There was a detail in the scene that was very ordinary to the audience but seemed strange to the filmmakers. The tractor beam was empty above, below, left, and right. But in the real world, there is no such tractor beam. The Millennium Falcon model had to be suspended by something else. How did Lucas manage to film it? Cameron pointed to the screen and explained to Ronald that the Imperial Star Destroyer in the scene was not a real model, but a painting by an artist placed behind the Millennium Falcon as a false background for the camera. Even the swarms of white stormtroopers were taken from the painting. This painting required meticulous work. ensuring that all perspective and lighting were identical to those in a film studio. This created the illusion for the viewer, making them appear as if they were seeing a massive star destroyer against a black backdrop. Originally, a section of the background beyond the Millennium Falcon in the shot was empty. However, the addition of a matte painted background, illuminated by lights, made it appear almost indistinguishable from normal scenery. Finally, by having the camera move closer and further away, the static background was made to appear as if the view outside an airplane window was moving, making it impossible for the viewer to recognize it as a painting. It sounds simple, but its implementation is quite complex. First, a suitable painter with skills in sketching and watercolor was needed. This ancient technique hadn't been used in the film industry for a long time, so finding a high-level painter was a challenge. Second, as the camera moved beyond a fixed distance, the perspective of the background would change. Traditional Hollywood practice involved painting several matte backgrounds, carefully piecing them together according to different shot sizes. Because even the slightest discrepancy will be noticed by the audience, experienced professionals are needed to meticulously blend the real background with the fake artwork. This is why this type of work is called set blending. Similarly, experienced set blenders are becoming increasingly rare due to the gradual disappearance of this technique. Even a major studio like 20th Century Fox probably can't find anyone still doing this. However, this matte finish set blending technique, when done well, has advantages that other special effects methods don't have. The painting can handle details and perspective very realistically. Compared to current computer-generated special effects in shots filmed using other methods, it's much less noticeable to the audience. Moreover, compared to set construction and location shooting, set blending costs about 1/10 of the former two. With such significant advantages, anything can be done in Hollywood. Ronald summoned Joel Silver and explained his special effects ideas to him. Joel Silver carefully reviewed the Star Wars videotapes but found no flaws. He waved for Pamela Anderson to leave, wanting to speak privately with Ronald. "Ronald, I have no doubt about your technical assessment. But after all, Fox is footing the bill for this film, and such cheap special effects methods will inevitably strain the budget." "Who said it's cheap?" Ronald understood the mindset of independent producers like Joel Silver. They'd squeeze as much money as possible out of the production costs. He continued, "This method is almost extinct in Hollywood. Hiring experienced painters isn't easy. They need to practice and test. Besides, our film special effects shots are very long, requiring many paintings. Can these matte background paintings be combined with live-action footage to achieve our desired effect? Should we experiment repeatedly? Should we adjust our approach based on the results?" "Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right. We're also making an important contribution to preserving traditional techniques in Hollywood." Joel Silver, enlightened by Ronald, immediately came up with over a dozen ways to rip off the film, easily increasing the budget by 5 to 10 times. The same old division of labor: I'll handle the technical implementation, and you'll handle the budget. Ronald chuckled, deciding it was a good opportunity to find people to test some other special effects. He wouldn't need many anyway. The two co-producers still had a specific division of labor. Joel Silver managed the money and didn't oversee the filming process much, while Ronald managed the filming and didn't manage the money. The search for suitable matte painting talent went exceptionally smoothly. This was because George Lucas, the head of Industrial Light and Magic, Hollywood's largest special effects company, greatly admired Ronald. He told Ronald that had done matte set work for 2 major films after 1985. They were likely among the few remaining experienced painters and cinematographers in the industry. "I maintain a small team at Industrial Light and Magic, specializing in matte painting and background blending. However, recently only a few small productions like Steven Spielberg's Young Sherlock Holmes have this kind of work. Since you can use this technology, it's perfect for me to keep the small team going." George Lucas's employs many unusual technical teams. Aside from some popular special effects teams, niche effects like explosions, aerial combat, and matte background blending rarely have demand, and these teams are usually supported by the boss. Lucas was actually quite happy that Ronald was able to get them working. Otherwise, the financial burden of working with just him and Spielberg would be considerable. "Hello, my name is John Knoll. It's a pleasure to serve you." The special effects team members quickly arrived in Hollywood from Lucas's Star Wars estate to meet Ronald. He had worked on Cameron's The Abyss special effects team, and Ronald recognized him. "Hello, we seem to have met before. I have a big project here. The longest continuous shot is 35 seconds. Take a look at the diagram I made. Ronald showed John Noel a small model of the final airport scene from Die Hard 2, asking about the technical difficulties of achieving it. There aren't too many problems with filming. It's just a matter of making the matte painting a bit bigger, the hole in the middle a bit bigger, and adding more supports. It takes a bit of work. The background needs to leave room for the actors to perform. So a hole is left in the painting for them to perform inside. When the camera is shooting, it creates an illusion, merging the image and the characters into one. With such a large scene and such a long shot, the painting will be several meters high. The painting will take a long time to complete, and after completion, it will need to be secured in multiple ways to prevent it from collapsing during filming. This part is just time-consuming. There are still several months before filming, so it's fine to test it slowly. However, when the best of the last few matte background painters in Hollywood, the Japanese-American Yuki Usugi, came to see it, he raised a question. This scene is too big. I can't draw it well by myself. I'd have to either reduce it to half size, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to draw it accurately, Usugi exclaimed, expressing his difficulty. Even in old Hollywood, few people had ever done this kind of scene blending. Perhaps only Kubrick had done a few shots on such a large scale in Spartacus. But that was the golden age of scene blending, with many people in experience. But if the scene is small, the opening at the top will also be small. We need wide shots in the filming, so it can't be small. The other shots, however, can be filmed in smaller versions. Ronald showed him the script. If this shot didn't have the technique of pulling from the foreground to the background, it would lose its magic. Ronald disagreed with removing the largest shot, and Usugi still shook his head. Today's animators aren't as skilled as they used to be. When several people work together, it's impossible to achieve a completely unified style. He also had no experience with such large-scale special effects, so he couldn't guarantee that he could do it. "Excuse me, is John Noel here?" Just as they were at an impasse, a young man wearing jeans and a baseball cap came to find the special effects supervisor from Industrial Light and Magic. "He's changing the camera track in the back. Do you need to see him?" Yuki Usugi asked. "I'm his brother, Thomas. I need to see him." "Oh, are you using splicing?" "Not many people do that anymore." "What, you know about this too?" Ronald asked, a little surprised. "It's a technique. It's like we cover up the outer edges of the real scene and replace them with a frame, then cut a hole in the middle for the actors to perform in. It's a classic technique. My new software uses this idea." "Software? What software?" Ronald seemed to have a flash of inspiration. "It's a small piece of software that Thomas and I wrote that allows you to edit photos on an Apple computer like in a darkroom. We co-wrote the first version, and later Apple and a company called Adobe were interested, so we sold the software and went back to working on our favorite film special effects. However, there's still a lot of programming work to be done. I'm mainly upgrading the main program, while my brother, who works at Industrial Light and Magic, is busier, so he writes some small plugins. I came here to show him the upgraded main program." Ronald had just bought several Apple computers and invited the Noel brothers to demonstrate the software. On the Apple computer, the software, called Photoshop, was quickly installed. The icon was a person's eye and a color palette. Thomas Noel was more familiar with the program, so he opened an image, added a channel, and clicked a mouse. After about 10 seconds, a hole appeared in the middle of the landscape painting. Then he opened a portrait image, shrunk the person, and placed them inside the hole in the landscape painting. The effect was the same as a matte landscape painting. So, we can bring the matte painting compositing effect to Apple computers, letting the computer handle the process of cutting out the center of the image, keeping the surrounding background, and adding the actors' performances to make them fit seamlessly. Wow, this computer is really great. This way, I only need to paint a much smaller matte painting, and then, the artist, Usugi, also watched the whole demonstration, and his work became much easier. Then we need to find a way to convert the painting into film, and then we can use Photoshop to composite it, John Noel continued. He was the one who developed this channel plugin. He had never thought of using this method before, but fortunately, his brother Thomas had a flash of inspiration. So, the next step is to make a few frames to verify whether this method can succeed. Ronald calculated that if this computer compositing method were used, it would not only save on the labor costs of painting, but also make filming much simpler. There would be no need to set up a large drawing board on set, and to ensure that it wouldn't shake under the strong winds simulating an airplane taking off. It would be enough to simply film within a designated area, without going outside the designated area. That's much simpler. Do you have any methods to convert paintings to film? The idea was good, but the final step of format conversion was still a major problem. Using a regular printer or film recopying simply couldn't achieve the resolution required for film. Specialized equipment was needed to convert digital images stored on a hard drive into projectable 35mm film. And it also needed sufficient resolution to meet the high standards of the film industry, Thomas Knoll added. I know Industrial Light and Magic is collaborating with Kodak on a film projector that can convert computer images into 4 perforation 35mm film. 4 perforation 35mm film. Ronald was a little dissatisfied. The final shot was stunning. Using only standard 4 perforation film wouldn't fully capture the explosive action. Generally, in special effects film production, they use the VistaVision format invented by Paramount, with each frame occupying 8 perforations. 4 shots requiring exceptionally high image quality, or scenes with rich detail like explosions, VistaVision film is used to achieve better results. If we switch to VistaVision, Industrial Light and Magic's graphics department is developing a laser film scanner. It still has some drawbacks. About every minute, a frame malfunctions, and nobody knows what's wrong. Whatever, let's try both methods. Ronald immediately called George Lucas, offering to contribute some money to add to the development of 2 technologies so they could be used in film production, and to build 2 prototypes. Great. Ronald, remember to call me if you need any special effects shots in the future. As long as I have the money, I'll get it for you. Lucas laughed. Having someone offer money was a great thing. The Star Wars series was no longer being made, and his own special effects films hadn't done well at the box office. The development of various technologies had stagnated. After all, relying entirely on his Star Wars revenue was a stretch. Very good. George has agreed. I have a few Apple computers here. You can experiment here. If you need more computers, just let me know. Ronald came over and announced the good news to the 3 of them. The 2 Noel brothers exchanged glances, seemingly unsure of what was wrong. What's wrong? Adobe would definitely be happy to let you use it for free. It'd be a great advertisement for our Photoshop software, which will be officially launched next year. But now, Mr. Lucas, Thomas Noel hesitated. Mr. Lucas is somewhat dissatisfied with some of the practices Apple has adopted since acquiring his animation division. We at Industrial Light and Magic have fully partnered with SGI, and using Apple computers internally is a bit sensitive. We don't mind, but other engineers might not be able to accept it emotionally. What's there to be afraid of? Just use it. Ronald pulled an SGI workstation from the corner. It was expensive and frequently crashed. He hadn't used it much since buying it. Ronald took a small knife and pried off the Silicon Graphics logo from the SGI workstation. I'll have the props make some copies. You can stick them on the Apple computers. Chapter 1091 Budget Black Hole. The computer-generated imagery, CGI, for the set design was a small-scale success, with a 1-second shot produced by the Knoll brothers of Industrial Light and Magic and the artist Usuji. Ronald and Joel Silver were very satisfied, and they wrote another check for the special effects team to continue experimenting. Honey, with this kind of shooting, won't we save a lot of money on set construction in the future? Diane asked, leaning on Ronald's shoulder as he repeatedly showed her that 1-second shot. She was deeply impressed by the waste in the film industry. When filming Ghetto Justice, director Walter Hill didn't use the Chicago subway as a location. Instead, he built an entire subway station from scratch in the studio, costing millions of dollars. Because the studio roof leaked light during daytime shooting of nighttime scenes, they built a large tent outside the studio, and for the last song Diane sang, they had to reshoot due to copyright issues, rebuilding the concert set that had just been dismantled, wasting another $1 million. No wonder he couldn't get a directing opportunity for several years after Ghetto Justice failed at the box office. In reality, stupid people can't survive in Hollywood. Experienced producers can tell whether the budget is being used effectively. They can tell where the money is going just by watching the rips. If you waste money and the film does well at the box office, it's tolerable. But if it does poorly, compared to directors who are more honest with their budgets and still experience box office failures, the latter will obviously get more opportunities. Maybe so, I hope so, but the current technology isn't quite there yet. I think it'll take several more years to develop. Ronald thought for a moment. Once such set construction technology matures, all sorts of embezzlement of filming funds through set construction and decoration will be suppressed by the new technology. Honey, I auditioned with Richard Gere today, and director Penny Marshall said our chemistry was great. Diane changed the subject to the casting of 3000. Oh? Him? Ronald remembered this handsome man. Diane had previously played Richard Gere's love interest in Coppola's The Cotton Club. Ronald looked up at Diane, his eyes filled with anticipation for his affirmation of her acting skills. His newlywed wife still cared a lot about his opinion of her career. I remember director Coppola really liked your acting. He specifically told me your performance was outstanding. But your appearance in that film wasn't good. You looked a bit chubby. Ronald touched Diane's little belly. She had gained a lot of weight to portray the voluptuous figure of a 1920s actress. Yet, you even said I looked pregnant back then. Diane recalled the past and lightly hit Ronald a few times. Ronald actually quite pleased, but good chemistry with Richard Gere? I didn't really like it. Are you jealous? Ha ha ha, I didn't really get along with him on set, but we looked more compatible on screen. Diane laughed, clinging to Ronald. The camera is a magical machine. Some on-screen couples have many conflicts in real life and can't get along, but they are a perfect match on screen, and the audience loves them to death. Some real-life couples, however, have no chemistry on screen and look like complete strangers. For example, Clark Gable and Vivien Leigh, the stars of Gone with the Wind, which captivated a generation of viewers, had many conflicts during filming. Gable even chewed garlic to tease Leigh before filming kissing scenes. I was really jealous. I should have listened to Coppola and given up directing to become an actor, so I could have played your love interest on screen too, Ronald joked with Diane. Mr. and Mrs. Lee, your dinner is ready. A Chinese chef recommended by Ronald's personal accountant brought roast goose, char siu, and stir-fried vegetables. This young chef used to work at a Cantonese restaurant in Los Angeles Chinatown. He only agreed to apply for Ronald's chef job because he wanted to earn more money to open his own restaurant. He and another Italian chef recommended by Richard both cooked delicious food that suited the newlyweds' tastes and also catered to the actress's dietary needs, making it less likely to cause weight gain. Unable to choose, Ronald simply hired both of them. Now, he prepares meals and brings them to the hotel every day. Once their new house is completed, they will have their own living space and kitchen to cook in. Honey, I've packed your luggage. Come back soon. The next morning, Diane, her cheeks flushed, had already packed Ronald's clothes, a suitcase lying on the sofa. Thank you, honey. Ronald smiled and kissed Diane, who returned the kiss. This warm, traditional American family atmosphere pleased them both. Especially Diane, whose parents divorced when she was just a few weeks old. She and Ronald were actually quite similar, both longing for a peaceful family life. Today, Diane was going to the film set for another audition, while Ronald was going to South Dakota. The filming of Dances with Wolves had run into problems again. Veteran producer Polly Pratt had also called for help. Filming some hunting scenes had encountered protests from animal rights organizations, and local police were receiving frequent reports of animal abuse on set. They seemed to know Ronald was the producer, so they refused to settle, insisting that Ronald meet with them in person, seemingly trying to use the project to promote their organization. Ronald had to go no matter what, otherwise, the delay in filming would result in astronomical production costs. But his bodyguard Dan were already waiting outside, suppressing their laughter at the lipstick stain on Ronald's face. Finally, Bud handed him a tissue, and he wiped it clean using the small mirror on the back seat. Yes, this is Ronald's phone number. What's your name? The car arrived at the airport, where Richard was already waiting in the waiting room. Just as everyone was about to board the plane, a woman called. It's Cindy Crawford, she needs to talk to you, Richard whispered to Ronald. Doesn't she know I just got married? Ronald glanced at Richard. Crawford had declined his invitations to several private parties, while another model, Christy Torrington, always attended. Why was she now offering herself up? I think it's not what you think. She said she wanted to talk to you about your new project. Oh, Ronald, realizing he had overestimated his charm, answered the phone. It's me, Ronald, congratulations on your marriage, Ronald. Cindy Crawford stammered her congratulations to Ronald on the phone. Thank you, you called me for. I wanted to confirm with you, is it that your new wife is going to star in a movie with a romantic love story with Richard Gere? Yes, Ronald thought to himself. Are you trying to compete for the lead role or what? Unfortunately, it was too late. I have a request, could you please not cast Richard as the male lead? If it really has to be him, could you allow me to visit the set often when it's convenient? No, why would you want to come? Do you and Richard? Yes, he's my boyfriend, we've been secretly dating for a while. Cindy Crawford puffed out her chest on the other end of the phone, confident in her charm. To secure Richard Gere's position as his official girlfriend, she had beaten actress Kim Basinger, Elvis Presley's daughter Priscilla Presley, veteran actress Barbara Streisand, Columbia actress Dawn Steele, fellow models Tina Chow, Laura Berry, and countless unknown beauties. But a male star like Richard Gere is likable in heat in Hollywood and the modeling world. She still had to deal with actresses and models who pounced on her every day, and Richard Gere hadn't publicly acknowledged their special relationship, which was a real headache. Oh, come on over, as long as it doesn't interfere with filming. I mean, you really care about your boyfriend, don't you? You don't know Richard, every time he's filming, he ends up having an affair with the actresses, you know what I mean. I have to be on set keeping an eye on him. Cindy Crawford thought to herself, it's because you, with your good fortune, don't have any desire to develop a special relationship with me, that I have to date male stars and constantly fight with those women. Damn it, does Richard Gere always go into heat on set? Ronald hung up the phone and remembered Diane was going to act opposite him, which made him uncomfortable. Why is my girlfriend calling me? Actually, he might not be the best choice for the male lead. Richard mentally crossed out Richard Gere's name. He could definitely exert some influence on the crew. There were things Ronald couldn't say or do that, as his agent, he had to do for him. Upon arriving at the filming location of Dances with Wolves in South Dakota, Ronald first went to discuss things with Polly Pratt and also looked at some sample footage. Kevin Costa lacks experience, but he's definitely a director who wants to make good movies. You can see his effort and the speed of his progress by looking at these shots, Polly said, quite fond of Costa. She pointed to the opening scene of a film directed by Kevin Costner and explained to Ronald. It was a scene that set the stage for Lieutenant Dunbar, the protagonist of the film later known as Dances with Wolves, a Dakota film. In the decisive battle of the Civil War, Lieutenant Dunbar, believing he was doomed, charged forward with his eyes closed, riding towards the enemy lines. The enemy line infantry concentrated their fire, but none hit him as he galloped. Inspired by this miracle, the Union troops followed suit, defeating the Confederates and securing victory. To portray this fearlessness in Lieutenant Dunbar's personality, Kevin Costner actually closed his eyes on horseback and let the horse carry him. Although the horse was very docile, the filming was still very dangerous. Ronald watched until the very end, when the prop crew yelled at Costner to prevent the horses from charging into the fence of the Confederate set. Be careful. Ronald knew that actors filming westerns were usually very good at riding and could generally control the horses, but he still had to give them a few words of advice. What's with the animal rights groups? Ronald finally asked the most crucial question. It seems someone tipped us off, so these animal rights groups came to South Dakota and started targeting our crew. Pratt frowned as he recounted this. Normally, when filming in rural areas like this, unions don't come around much. Why would they bother these people? I'll have someone investigate. Ronald frowned. The last leak hadn't yielded any results, and now they were being targeted again. Private investigators couldn't find anything using conventional methods. Did they really have to resort to unconventional methods? What are their demands? Ronald asked again. The fact that they were willing to talk meant their demands were something that could be resolved with money. This is our association's protest letter, outlining our main demands. The Animal Protection Association members handed over a photocopy of the document during their meeting with Ronald, Costner, Pratt, and others. Protect the wild wolf actors. Ronald saw that the first point was about protecting the wolves. The film's title, Dances with Wolves, actually refers to the Dakota name of Lieutenant Dunbar, played by Costner, because he was often seen by the Sioux with a gray wolf with two white front legs. Dunbar named it Two Socks. We actually filmed two wolves, one named Buck and the other Teddy, and we took very good care of them, Costner sighed. These people really came to cause trouble every day, holding banners and shouting protests against filming. It even caused problems with the sound recording on set. Moreover, their demands for animal protection were very popular with women and children, so most people didn't dare to confront them directly. Otherwise, politicians would support them for votes, and if it made national television news, filming would become even more difficult. But by taking good care of them during filming, you're actually disrupting their wolf nature. After filming, these wolves, accustomed to being fed by humans, won't be suitable to return to the wild. This is inhumane to the animals. Should it be called animal welfare? Ronald thought to himself. He didn't dare confront them directly. If a protest went viral, filming would have to stop, and then all that money would be gone. What suggestions do you have? We suggest that after filming, they live in a safe, human-built ecological environment, so they can maintain their wild survival skills without being hunted by malicious people. Are there such places? Ronald asked Richard. There is actually a wildlife park in California that can house these strange animals, Richard quickly added, having already done his research. Is that acceptable? Ronald received approval. Next issue, the horses must not be subjected to any abuse or injury during filming. I noticed you have many bareback riding performances, which is harmful to the horses. Bareback riding refers to riding horses without saddles. This is the traditional way of riding horses used by the Sioux people of the Dakota. In classic westerns, Native Americans, especially the villainous ones like the Apaches, are often portrayed with exaggerated ferocity. But this is a cultural heritage of the Dakota Sioux. We want to depict the authentic way of life of Native Americans. They aren't the inherently evil characters of traditional Hollywood movies. They are indigenous people with their own way of life and unique culture. Ronald had a way to deal with them. For Dances with Wolves, he hired many genuine descendants of the Dakota Sioux, who, in the name of protecting their culture, engaged in friendly conversations with animal rights organizations. Okay, we can keep the horse riding scenes, but the daily filming must be limited. Not saddled is cruel to the horses. We need representatives on set to prevent animal abuse. Finally, the two sides stopped arguing and reached a solution. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. It was simply a matter of filming fewer scenes each day, and Costner's schedule wasn't fast anyway. Fortunately, Pratt was experienced and had previously brought in the current deputy chief of the Sioux to argue with him. Finally, we forbid you from filming the bison hunts. This last demand was the most difficult to resolve. The animal rights organization insisted on not filming actual bison hunting scenes. Although American bison are legally protected animals, our bison supplier is a wealthy man who breeds them to restore the bison population. He has a legal annual slaughter quota. We're following the law. Ronald realized there was no room for compromise. In the script, Lieutenant Dunbar was ultimately accepted by the Native American tribe and truly dances with wolves because he notified the tribe's bison herd, and together they hunted countless bison for winter food. This was one of the most important scenes in the narrative. It was impossible not to film it. This demand was non-negotiable. Slaughter quotas are a barbaric way of taking the right to life from animals. It's an evil law, and we're working hard to overthrow it. But it's still legal now, isn't it? Ronald thought. America is a society governed by the rule of law. No matter what you say, it's not illegal. But the quota stipulates that these bison must be killed humanely, not in this unnecessary and inhumane method you're using. You brutally chase them, and once they are exhausted and unable to escape, you slaughter them alive, cutting off their livers and eating them raw. Sorry, this is our Sioux tradition. This is barbaric. I think many television viewers will be very disappointed with this kind of filming, so there's no room for negotiation. Ronald was furious. How did these animal rights activists know the details of the script? Was there a mole on the production team? Costner also joined the fray, arguing with the animal rights activists. But it was all in vain. They insisted that this filming method was too cruel, and that we could simply use fake beef instead of real bison. However, the most important thing about this shot was that it had to be filmed in one take, reflecting the grand hunting scenes of the Sioux people in their day and the methods the women used to prepare food for winter from a natural perspective. The Sioux to be portrayed weren't the scalping villains of the Apache, but rather a civilized race like the Americans, with cultural traditions, a love of family, and a care for the elderly and children. Amidst the enthusiastic discussion, Ronald calmed down and considered what was truly important. He excused himself and went to another room to call Cameron. Yes, a bison-like mechanical device, electronically controlled, allowing the bison's limbs and head to rotate naturally. Yes, close-ups and medium shots can use different equipment. Well, okay, thank you. How much do you estimate it will cost? How long will it take to make and deliver? Shut up, all of you, Ronald roared as he returned. I've decided not to use real bison for this scene. I'll order a fake mechanical bison from Hollywood, and we'll use that model to film the scene where the bison collapses and dies. But, Ronald, Costner worried that the model wouldn't look realistic. Don't argue. I hired the best special effects model expert. He could make mechanical devices like human arms for Terminator a few years ago. Also, we have to film the bison herd running live. But, Mr. Lee, that's also a form of animal cruelty. You shut up too. Bison are raised to run, otherwise they'll get sick from lack of exercise. That's my bottom line. Don't. Okay, finally, an animal protection agreement was reached. The association sent 2 observers to the crew, and the crew would provide them with food and access permits, because there was nowhere else to eat in this rural area except for the film crew. Ronald, thanks to you, Kevin Costner could finally film according to his own ideas. Let me be frank with you, Kevin. This mechanical model will cost me another $300,000 to manufacture, then tens of thousands more to ship it over and find people to debug and operate it on site. Add to that the shitty animal rights organizations, the bison herds running, and the horse riding filming. We need to give the animals enough rest time. This movie is a fucking budget black hole. Every time I think I've got enough, some kind of problem pops up and I have to spend more money. I hope I don't have to go through this again. My wallet isn't bottomless. Costner nodded vigorously, tears welling in his eyes at Ronald's support. This is definitely going to be an epic movie. Hopefully, it'll be a blockbuster epic, not a money-losing one. Ronald also cried out to God. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1092, Finding the Leakage Channel. James Cameron, true to his reputation as one of Hollywood's top mechanical special effects experts, immediately sketched a draft after reviewing the storyboard for the bison hunting scene. He then introduced it to Ronald through 2 special effects experts he knew. This isn't a difficult model, Mr. Lee. However, it's quite time-consuming, because different shots require different special effects. For one bison, we'll need to make about 8 mechanical models. 2 bearded, outdated-looking special effects experts quickly provided a solution. Each bison needed a model of varying sizes for filming. For example, some bison could be equipped with an undercarriage engine, moving rapidly along a rail before being knocked over by a slider at a designated point. This was for shooting close-up hunting scenes. Some bison had internal mechanical devices that controlled the movement of their limbs, operated by a wired control console. This was for filming the scenes of the bison being knocked down and dying on the grassland, struggling in their death throes. Several other bulls of varying sizes, equipped with low-profile power units, could move quickly across the ground, blending in with the moving herds for wide-angle shots. In Cameron's large warehouse-turned-special effects studio, Ronald watched 2 special effects experts manipulate existing bull models and expressed satisfaction. He then gave them a deposit check, instructing them to work overtime to create models of the bison's hides and coats, attach them to the bulls, and then transport them to South Dakota. Actually, you could have just called me. Did you have to come all this way? What, don't you trust my sense of style for special effects models? Cameron joked with Ronald, eager to get back to his girlfriend, Catherine Bigelow. In truth, these models were no problem as long as the money was right. It was a long-standing tradition in Hollywood westerns depicting cattle herding. As long as they resembled a bison, it was fine. With the photos of real bison that Costner had obtained, the task wasn't difficult. No, I've never filmed special effects scenes with animals like that before. I was just curious, Ronald said to Cameron with a smile. Give my regards to Catherine. Ronald wasn't telling the truth. He wasn't meeting with Cameron out of concern. He was afraid his phone would be tapped again, leading to leaks. In the past few months, Ronald had already encountered several leaks, including the leak of Helen Slater's script Sticky Fingers, which led many CAA-signed actors to volunteer for the lead role. There were also rumors of an affair between Ronald and Helen, prompting gossip media to try and find evidence of their relationship. The most serious was this time with Dances with Wolves, which involved several scenes using wild animals. What exactly they were filming, and how they were filmed, was unknown to everyone except Ronald and a few members of the crew. Who leaked this to the Animal Protection Society? Private investigator Frank Mickett, who had been using Ronald's funds, had been investigating for a long time, ruling out several possible leak channels. First, he ruled out the possibility that Helen herself had leaked it to the media. The reason was simple: Helen hadn't used these 2 leaks to gain any further benefits. She didn't try to make any demands of Ronald, She was solely focused on making movies and running her acting company. Mike Parker suspected Helen's agent was also a prime suspect and followed her for a while. However, he found no evidence that the agent had contacted tabloid reporters or met with anyone with whom Ronald had a grudge, such as Stallone, Estevez, or De Laurentiis. Finally, his suspicions turned to wiretapping and leaks. He meticulously investigated Daydream Pictures' offices in New York and Los Angeles. He checked the fax numbers sent from the offices and even staked out the trash cans outside, finding no one collecting shredded paper. Mike Parker had exhausted all legal avenues for espionage. Following, rummaging through trash, paparazzi surveillance, all these were done in public, and therefore, legally, the methods employed were legitimate. Having ruled out these issues, Mike Parker had no choice but to request permission from Ronald to conduct an internal investigation of Daydream Pictures. He spent 2 weekends carefully examining the phone lines and interior layout of the offices in both locations. No signs of wiretapping were found. After speaking with several senior executives at Daydream, and giving a security lecture to employees as a security expert, and interviewing several employees who had access to the scripts, no suspicious activity was discovered. David Simpkins, who was in charge of the scripts, was very meticulous. Every copy of the scripts within the company was strictly managed, with serial numbers and distribution records. After checking them one by one, no missing copies were found. The legal investigative methods available to civilians had been exhausted. Further investigation would require the intervention of law enforcement. Ronald did not want to notify law enforcement agencies in both locations now and cause a major commotion. Reporting this to the police would only attract the attention of the gossip media, and given the professionalism of the person who spied on the information, it was unlikely that a regular LAPD could investigate them. McHugh received a large check from Ronald for security and confidentiality training and consulting fees. He concluded by telling Ronald that, after ruling out most impossible factors, Ronald was most likely being wiretapped by law enforcement with specialized listening devices. Whether law enforcement was targeting Ronald or someone was abusing their power for personal gain, he didn't know. Ronald felt he hadn't done anything illegal and couldn't have attracted the attention of law enforcement for something so trivial. In America, taking action against a famous director required a request from a prosecutor at a certain level and court approval. His private lawyer had inquired with law enforcement and found nothing amiss. He had also spoken with the New York prosecutor Rudy, who assured him that no investigation had been conducted on him and it couldn't have been done by anyone from the Southern District of New York. Rudy reminded Ronald that many law enforcement officers are bribed to do private work, unlike his own iron-fisted crackdown where no one dared to do such things. Other police departments might be different. It seemed likely someone was illegally spying on him, profiting from selling his privacy. This feeling of being secretly targeted was truly unpleasant. Ronald brewed a cup of goji berry black tea, slowly finished it, and called over Bud and his bodyguard Daniel. They decided to go to the construction site of his new house in Beverly Park to check on the progress. Looks like it's progressing quickly. The main living area will be completed soon. Richard, who had accompanied him, was very satisfied with the hastily completed house. Let's go inside and take a look. Ronald walked inside. There were many areas where carpentry work was being done. Hollywood carpenters are generally quite skilled. The construction was quite professional, although the sound of chainsaws and grinders was very loud. Dan, you come too, Ronald said, pointing to his bodyguard Daniel. The three of them discussed security issues amidst the noisy chainsaw sounds. That's the situation, Daniel. Is there any way to find out which channel was being monitored and leaked without alerting them? This is audacious behavior that could cost you your job, even land you in jail. Whoever did it is incredibly bold. Richard was taken aback, but thankfully he and Nisita had already passed McHugh's investigation. Without alerting them, I actually have an idea. Daniel had worked for the Secret Service and previously for the FBI, and he quickly came up with an idea for Ronald. Polly, Kevin, your mechanical bison is ready. I'll ship it to you right away. But you still need to find fresh game for those close-up shots of the flesh and blood, otherwise it won't look right on camera. Early the next morning, Ronald called the film crew in South Dakota from his office in Daydream. There are many ranches here. Finding fresh beef and blood won't be difficult. Kevin Costner was excited, rubbing his hands together as he awaited the arrival of the good stuff. I remember you have a few scenes with wild deer. Be prepared then too. Don't give the animal rights organizations any ammunition this time, Ronald continued. Don't worry, Polly's all set. We've sent out our assistants. Getting a few fresh, stupid deer won't be hard, okay? Be careful on set." Ronald hung up. Why did Ronald arrange this call? And why call beef from a slaughterhouse wild game? Kevin Costner asked Polly Pratt, somewhat puzzled. Hadn't his assistant already explained all the details? That's old Hollywood stuff. Don't worry about it, it's none of our business. Having received prior instructions from Ronald, Pratt, whose assistant, the chubby Lake, had flown in overnight, was well informed. Hey, honey, don't blame me if Richard Gere rejects the script for $3,000. At noon, Ronald went to the living room of Diane's rented apartment to discuss moving with her. This has nothing to do with you, right? He just said he wasn't very interested in the script. What? Did you say something to him? Diane came running out of the bedroom, tilting her head to look at Ronald. She was organizing her wardrobe, barefoot and wearing only Ronald's shirt, her two legs straight and white, which made Ronald stare for a moment. It has nothing to do with me, it's his personal matter. His girlfriend contacted me through her agent, asking to visit the set more often. She seems very jealous of your previous collaborations with Richard, and she seems to lack confidence in herself. Ronald raised his hands, indicating his innocence. Oh. I didn't even know he had a girlfriend, Diane said, helplessly opening her arms for a hug. Sigh, I wonder which ugly woman Richard Gere dated. He's so insecure. Yeah, she's a model. I'll go with you to the set tomorrow and talk to director Penny Marshall to see which male actors would be suitable to act opposite you. With that, Ronald picked up the phone in his apartment and dialed director Penny Marshall. Later that afternoon, Ronald went to Nisada's office at CAA and called Nora Ephron, the screenwriter and director in New York. Nora, when you come to Los Angeles tomorrow for the promotion of When Harry Met Sally, we can discuss the casting for the male lead in Helen's new film, okay? So you're even interfering with who Helen's co-stars is? Nora Ephron rolled her eyes. Ronald didn't seem like a good person either. He was already married to Diane, yet he still had to manage Helen's on-screen lovers. Men are all the same. No, I read your latest revised version of the script. It's definitely not as profound as your own version of When Harry Met Sally, capable of evoking audience resonance and generating word of mouth. So I'm worried the new film needs bigger stars to draw audiences to the theaters. Who do you want to play the male lead? Ha, I can pick and choose. Ephron perked up. That won't do. The film budget isn't that big. We're just picking the most famous ones within a limited scope. I'll get CinemaScore to update the male star rankings. We can discuss it in person when you come. Have you considered any of our stars? Nisada smiled and handed Ronald a plate of Italian sausages as a snack, winking at him. Tom definitely doesn't have time for this kind of movie. If you have any suitable ones, feel free to recommend them. It's not necessarily impossible. Tom Cruise is transitioning his career, and romantic comedies are a direction he needs to consider, Nisada replied with a smile. She and her husband are now even more closely tied to Ronald. Okay, see if it's convenient for them tomorrow. I'll meet them here. Nora's here too. I'll call Tom myself. Convenient, of course. If you want to meet a male actor, you have to come. Nisada finished the prearranged conversation, then gave Ronald an okay sign. The two turned and left together, and he locked the office door behind them. Jonathan, how did the auditions for Anthony Hopkins and Jodie Foster go? How was their chemistry? That evening, Ronald returned to his long-term rental room in the Beverly Hilton. Diane had already moved in some clothes and was unpacking. Ronald took the opportunity to call Jonathan them again. Very good. Although it's not a romantic comedy, the suspenseful atmosphere of this film largely comes from the scenes between the two leads. The atmosphere during their script reading was subtle, I think even better than Sean Connery's. Haha, that's great. Where do you plan to film? If you're not too picky about the locations, we can film in Canada. Many of the street scenes there are similar to Pennsylvania and Virginia. Many scenes in this film take place in old colonial-era buildings. Pennsylvania, as one of the oldest colonial states, has suitable architecture. But compared to the old colonial-style towns in Canada, filming there would be much cheaper, and the safety would be better. If the locations are suitable, I have no problem. Jonathan Demme was looking forward to spending more money on the film's essentials. He wasn't too concerned about whether the architecture was American or not. Then it's settled. I'll come and talk to you in person. Didn't you say you were meeting Penny tomorrow? Why are you also meeting with director Demme? Diane took a bite of sushi and asked Ronald, who seemed preoccupied, a question. She had wanted to ask him the same thing at home, But he had hugged and kissed her after hanging up the phone, making her forget about it. Then he took her to the best Japanese restaurant in Hollywood. The sushi was delicious. Diane ate two, picked up a third, and then remembered. It's okay. Let's go see Penny first. Jonathan and I know each other well. If I don't have enough time, I can call him and reschedule. Ronald glanced at Diane's bulging lips, wanting to say something but holding back. Hey, I'm going to start dieting soon, then find a trainer to lose weight, to prepare for the role of Vivian. Today is the last indulgence. Diane laughed, covering her mouth as she ate the sushi. After dinner, Ronald put his arm around Diane and strolled along the shopping street near the new house. He pointed to the nearby Four Seasons Hotel and suddenly said to Diane, I'm a little tired. How about we stay here for the night? I don't want to go back to the Hilton and face all that luggage again. Let the maids who applied for the job try it out when they arrive tomorrow, okay? I don't want to unpack anymore. After unpacking, we'll have to move back to the new house here once it's finished. Diane looked at the gate of the Beverly Park mansion not far away, her heart filled with anticipation. Then she could lie there and be with Ronnie every day. Chapter 1093 Who's Messing With Me? Test, Damon, Joan. Damon received, over, Joan received, over. Okay, guys, get your spirits up. Daniel's client paid a hefty price. If we pull this off, we can save more money for our kids' college education, a middle-aged man with graying hair spoke into the intercom. He looked very capable. His two partners were lying in wait at different locations near Jonathan Dem's office. Once everything was ready, he went into a public phone booth and left a message on a pager. Fisherman has set sail, waiting to cast his line. Beep beep, beep beep. Ronald's bodyguard, Dennis, got a pager. He picked it up, looked at the message code, and circled the fourth column on the whiteboard. This was an apartment that Ronald had rented through Richard, using an unrelated name, as a temporary command center for catching the mole. Richard, Nisida, Paula Wagner, and Ronald were all here, sitting on the sofa waiting for the results. Yesterday, Ronald made 4 different phone calls from his office, Diane's apartment, his long-term hotel room, and CAA Nisida's office, each conveying a different message. This is a classic technique from the FBI's counterintelligence training. If Private Investigator Mick's deduction is correct, and his communications lines have indeed been tapped for a long time, then today, simply observing 4 different locations, where gossip reporters gather and where people are hiding in the shadows, will reveal where the leak occurred. Therefore, Ronald wrote a large check for Daniel, tasking him with finding some friends to do a side job. Since it was all work they usually did, and the big clients always paid in advance, they were all on high alert. Okay, guys. The people Daniel found are all former colleagues from the FBI or the Special Operations Unit, now either retired or ex officio. They're using the latest radio communication system, positioned at 4 different locations to keep watch and see which of Ronald's 4 phone calls are being tapped. Ronald and his men sat silently on the sofa, occasionally glancing at their bodyguard Daniel to see if he was getting any messages. Beep beep, the men on the sofa all turned their heads. Finally, after waiting for a long time, and Richard asking several times without getting any information, Dan's pager finally went off. Hello, Daniel quickly called the fisherman team that had sent the message. There are quite a few entertainment reporters here waiting for Jonathan Demme. Someone is asking him if the budget is sufficient, and whether he's considering filming abroad. Any suspicious targets? Dan asked. It's good that someone's taking the bait. It would be even better if we could uncover who's behind it all. Not yet. We'll keep following up. Joan's going to talk to the gossip reporters. The first shoe dropped. Ronald stood up and asked Richard for a cigarette. He hadn't expected that his long-term hotel would be the one being bugged. He didn't know if the bug was on the phone line or in the room. He seemed to have dated quite a few beautiful women in that executive suite. Beep beep, another pager beeped. Everyone was startled and looked at the bodyguard, Daniel. Hello, Daniel calmly dialed a number. Yes, okay, I understand. He put down the phone and said to everyone, it's at the airport. An entertainment reporter is asking Ms. Evern if she'll be transitioning to directing, about the preparation and casting for her new film, SHXT. At this, Nisida and the other 2 jumped up. The call with Nora Ephron was made from his office. How could an entertainment reporter go to the airport to interview such an unknown screenwriter? After that, a long time passed without any more calls. Diane, director Penny Marshall, and the film crew in South Dakota had no new developments. 2 out of 4, the situation was mixed. On the one hand, Ronald wasn't being monitored from all angles, which meant it wasn't law enforcement. On the other hand, it seemed he had been wiretapped for a long time. His hotel room and his agent's office were leaked like sieves, and he didn't know how much had been leaked. How could this be? Didn't you check everything? How could someone still be wiretapping? Where did they start? Ronald asked his bodyguard Daniel with a frustrated expression. Since Daniel became his bodyguard, half of his energy had been devoted to the security of his various residences. Every time Ronald checked into a hotel, Daniel would carefully inspect the premises before letting Ronald stay. I don't know. I suspect it's not the eavesdropping inside the room. The problem might be with the phone line. The hotel switchboard and your agent's office are a mixed bag, unlike your office where everyone is a friend. It might have been hacked, bodyguard Daniel briefly explained his judgment. He slung his holster over his shoulder, called the remaining members of his team, and told them to gather there and set up an ambush at the location where the eavesdropping had occurred, hoping to follow the trail and catch the mastermind behind it. Nisida and the other two discussed with Ronald that they would temporarily return to the CIA office and not alert the culprit. Daniel also arranged for a security expert to go with them to the office to conduct some investigations. After everyone had set off, Ronald rode in Bud's car to Daydream's office, a relatively safe place, to patiently await the results of the main operation. Bud, do you think I was too relaxed? I didn't expect anyone would be eavesdropping on me. Ronald felt uneasy in the car, chatting with Bud. If you ask me, you should move into the new house as soon as possible. The security there is better, and it can keep entertainment reporters away. Big directors like you, who make a lot of money, like Spielberg, don't interact much with ordinary people anymore, Bud spoke frankly. Ronald still maintained many of his old habits and had many friends from before he became successful. This nostalgia is a good thing for someone like Bud, but not for Ronald himself. Now, even his past private life might have been leaked. Sigh. You're right. Ronald is experiencing the troubles of success. Perhaps stars like Tom Cruise have already tasted these troubles. As a director, after receiving a nomination, many people started eyeing his money and scandals, which could also be converted into money, constantly trying to take advantage of him. Alright, give me the phone number. I need to call them and explain the situation. Ronald grumbled for a moment, then remembered he still had things to do. The 4 people he was meeting were completely unaware that they had become bait for Ronald to test his knowledge. Hey, Diane. I have something to take care of here. Tell Director Marshall that I have an emergency to deal with today and can't meet with her to discuss casting. Oh, okay, honey, what's wrong? For another film I'm investing in. Director Demi got harassed by entertainment reporters who asked some questions about the investment. It might affect the project, so I need to rush to put out the fire. I'll talk to Penny. Take your time, don't rush. Diane was still very considerate of him. Ronald hung up the phone and then called Helen, who was in New York. Hey, Helen, this is Ronald. Ronald, why did Nora call me and say that when I called her about casting at the press conference? She said I should try to get Tom Cruise? But my new movie is about college students, you know. Don't you think his image is too fixed? Won't people think he's a nerd? Helen was still the same as before. Her biggest concern was her acting performance. If Cruise really agreed to act, then she could just revise the script. Wait, where did my mind wander? Ronald snapped out of his thoughts. I don't know who leaked the news, but Hollywood Reporter has started reporting on your new project. I need to discuss this with Nora. If any reporters interview you, just say that the casting was decided by the director and that you didn't know anything about it, okay? I was going to talk to the reporters about casting, but I think it would be better to find a male lead whose image is more suitable for the role. Never mind. I'll listen to you. Are you having a good time in Los Angeles? When are you coming to New York? Ronald scratched his head. He had just made up some casting information to lure her in, but now Helen actually believed him. Plus, he hadn't seen her or spoken to her since their wedding, and he wondered how she was doing in New York. I'll be in New York for my new film's premiere, then we can talk. Okay, I'll wait for you, Helen replied softly. Seeing Ronald's wedding news in the media made her feel worse than she had imagined. Ronald and Nora Ephron had also finished their arrangements. The last person they needed to deal with was their senior, Jonathan Dam. Jonathan, I heard from your agent that a reporter interviewed you. Yes, The reporter asked me a lot of questions about the budget. One reporter, whom I know well, told me privately that Orion is having financial problems. Their big projects are currently the focus of entertainment reporters. They specifically asked if we'd be filming in Canada. I think we need to release some good news at this stage, otherwise, Dem's voice on the phone sounded heavy. Otherwise, it will affect the distribution and the confidence of the two lead actors. Ronald covered his face, not expecting this bait to cause such a stir. But what was going on with Orion? Upon arriving at Daydream's office, Ronald immediately called Orion. They flatly denied any financial difficulties, stating that the dedicated funds for distribution and marketing were perfectly adequate. However, they needed to address the current media inquiries. An emergency meeting was convened with executives in Los Angeles. Michelle Canold calculated the costs. Fortunately, filming was taking place in Virginia, limiting the cost increase. Furthermore, Jonathan Demme was known for his efficiency, estimating the total production cost would only increase by about $2 to $3 million. FBI headquarters, training center. I'll try to find a way, Ronald said, looking at the bills, determined to reduce costs. Orion seemed to be genuinely in trouble. These extra costs would likely fall on him. He needed to use his connections to see if he could film at the actual FBI training center in Quantico, Virginia. Just like Top Gun received significant support from the Navy, this film portrayed FBI agents in a very positive light. Ronald made several more phone calls, contacting Polly Pratt in South Dakota to let her know they were fine and could continue filming without worrying about environmental organizations organizing protests. He also called his assistant, the chubby girl, back. Ronald had initially suspected South Dakota, deliberately leaking information about venison during the call to mislead the environmental groups. In reality, they were just collecting deer killed by cars on a nearby highway for filming. There was still no news from Daniel, so Ronald couldn't even return to his hotel. He ordered Chinese takeout at his office for lunch, eating a couple of bites of fried noodles and General Tso's chicken, but it was utterly unpalatable. Furious, Ronald threw down his chopsticks, yelling, "Damn it, who's messing with me?" We've discovered their wiretapping methods, Ronald. I think someone very powerful in Hollywood is after you. In the afternoon, bodyguard Daniel, accompanied by a partner, came to report to Ronald with many photos. Caught them, Ronald's eyes lit up. We haven't caught the people yet, but we've figured out how they were eavesdropping. Look, one by one, instant photographs were placed on the table. What's this? Ronald looked at the rows of densely packed machines. This is the telephone exchange at the Beverly Hills Hotel in Hollywood. Look here, because someone found your room number, someone tampered with your line. Look here, Mr. Lee, the gray-haired former Secret Service agent, Benson, pointed to the photographs. This line was carefully branched off and connected to another line behind the exchange. We followed this line and finally found a powered tape recorder in a storage room for cleaning tools in the hotel. Who did this? Who's trying to get me? Ronald nodded as he looked at the photographs. The security at the Beverly Hilton is terrible. We could easily sneak in, just like that guy. The tape was replaced with a new one this morning. I've already arranged for Damon to keep watch there. Once that guy comes to replace the tape again, we can catch him in one fell swoop. Good, you've done a good job for me, Benson. I'll need your team to provide me with security advice on a long-term basis. Ronald stroked the photo, his eyes deep, as if trying to uncover who was hiding behind it. However, Mr. Lee, I must remind you, this equipment isn't available on the ordinary market. It's an upgraded version of the equipment Richard's men used during the Watergate scandal. As far as I know, it's a very high-level device, once used to monitor our ally, the King of Persia. It was only recently retired from active service, and now it's very difficult for ordinary people to buy it, the gray-haired Benson reminded Ronald. So what do you mean? This matter definitely breaks the rules and violates multiple laws, buying and selling sensitive equipment related to national security, illegally wiring public figures, selling privacy to journalists, and even damaging communications equipment. These are all serious crimes. But if we arrest them, some things won't be easy to clarify. After all, our sting operation has crossed some lines, and it's not good for the media to know. Why don't we let the LAPD handle these matters? The FBI will take over the sensitive equipment, that's their area of expertise. Great, let's do it that way. You get this done for me, Benson. Ronald thought this method would allow law enforcement to interrogate the other party on charges, And he could also use his lawyer to exert pressure to find out who was behind it all, making him the absolute victim. This was a good thing. It seemed this gray-haired guy was really skilled. Okay, I've arranged for Joan to be ready to call the police at any time. That's the most expensive zip code area in California. They'll definitely respond immediately. I'll just have Damon stall for a few more minutes. After instructing them to move out as planned, Ronald returned to his hotel room at the Beverly Hilton. He deliberately called Jonathan Demme again to inform her that he had contacted Director Claire of the FBI's New York office, shared his idea with her, and Claire had agreed to report it to her superiors. It was possible that the film could be shot on location at the FBI, a rare opportunity. After making the call, Ronald didn't dare stay in his hotel room any longer, fearing there might be some more listening devices. He had no choice but to walk to another nearby Wilshire hotel and book a room temporarily. Damn it, who's messing with me? Chapter 1094 Caught Red-Handed. Honey, why did you change hotels again? Did something happen this afternoon? Director Penny Marshall is a little worried. She's afraid you might have other ideas about the project. Diane received Ronald's call and went directly to the Wilshire Hotel to meet him. With film production costs exceeding $10 million, there was significant pressure to recoup the investment. Often, a change of mind from an executive, or even a slight shift in market conditions, could cause numerous changes, frequently resulting in projects being suspended or even cancelled. Diane assumed Ronald was working on several films simultaneously and was worried about his financial situation, so she proactively came to inquire. Penny Marshall had already told her that she would stand by Diane through thick and thin. It's nothing, that's not what I'm worried about. Diane, I have something to tell you, don't be nervous. Ronald put his hands on Diane's shoulders, helped her sit on the sofa, and then told her about being eavesdropped on. Who would do this? Is it to eavesdrop on me? Diane, a former child star, had heard many rumors in the industry, so she wasn't particularly surprised. Instead, she calmly asked Ronald. I don't know. There are few suspects, but it's probably aimed at me, Ronald continued, explaining that the wiretapping was done on his long-term hotel suite, while Diane's apartment was unaffected. Then who could it be? I've heard my father mention that in the past, some producers in Hollywood with connections to the mob would do this. I never thought someone would try to target you like this. Diane gently stroked Ronald's noticeably tense neck. Ronald smelled Diane's perfume and felt a strange sense of relief. We should know who wants my trade secrets by tomorrow morning. Ronald woke up very early, waiting for news. He ate his breakfast absent-mindedly, not even realizing he'd poured the sugar cube from his coffee into his orange juice. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the morning, his bodyguard, Daniel, called. We caught him. Great. Who is it? A bit unexpected. This guy is from the Beverly Hills Police Department. Huh? Things were indeed unexpected. The person Daniel's team, who were lying in ambush at the Beverly Hilton Hotel, caught in the warehouse where the tape recorder was kept, was actually an undercover detective from the Beverly Hills Police Department. This man showed his badge to the staff as soon as he entered the hotel, and without much hindrance, went to the warehouse behind the telephone exchange room, opened the door to change an old tape on the recorder, and was caught red-handed. His name was Craig Stevens. After being caught, he even fiercely told Daniel's team not to meddle. Seeing them call the police, he showed no sign of nervousness. When the uniformed patrol officers, who were of lower rank than undercover detectives, arrived, he even more smugly showed off his badge, saying he was on duty. Only when Daniel explained that, according to LAPD rules, anyone reporting a felony must report it to the police station regardless of whether the arrested person is a law enforcement officer or not, did Craig Stevens show surprise. He hadn't expected the person to be an expert. Are you sure you want to do this? I have to warn you, although you have this authority, doing this will cause your boss a lot of inconvenience later. Craig Stevens was a seasoned cop who could easily intimidate. And he was trying to scare Daniel with his words. Save that for your lawyer. Daniel nudged him, indicating that his team would also be going to supervise the Beverly Police Department's procedures. The group, along with Craig Stevens and the uniformed patrol officers who responded to the scene, went to the Beverly Police Department with the evidence they had gathered and filed a complaint with the Internal Affairs Department, the department that investigates police misconduct or criminal activity. Ronald acted decisively, not wanting the suspect to escape so easily. He immediately called his well-known Los Angeles lawyer, Mickey Kent, instructing him to put pressure on the police station as soon as possible. He also immediately called his personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole, to come and oversee the case. As the victim, Ronald also went to the Beverly Hills Police Department. Accompanied by Mickey Kent, he made an inquiry to the sheriff and informed his superiors. The Beverly Hills Police Department, just like in the famous blockbuster movie Beverly Hills Cop, was overstaffed but handled mostly trivial cases, often helping wealthy women find their pets. Craig Stevens was a relatively senior detective. Having worked his way up from street patrol to his current position, he was a seasoned veteran. His partner was a rookie who listened to him completely, otherwise, he wouldn't have been left to act alone without his partner. So when the entire police department learned that a Hollywood director had complained about Craig Stevens' wiretapping, their first reaction was disbelief. The Beverly Hills Police Department was well funded, its property taxes were among the top 5 in the nation. Normal detectives could make a good living without doing this kind of shady work. Mickey Kent's gray eyes stared at the sheriff who had come to explain to Ronald's side. The sheriff's lips babbled incessantly, trying to explain that it was probably a misunderstanding. He was the last person who wanted this to escalate. Beverly Hills Police Department wiretapping Hollywood stars? Celebrities were their department's bread and butter. If he angered this group, his job wouldn't last long. You know, my client's bodyguard took action after discovering the wiretapping. That Craig came this morning and went straight to where the tape recorder was. He clearly knew where it was. Kent, losing patience, interrupted the sheriff and stated Ronald's demands directly. This isn't something a citizen should do. You discovered you were being wiretapped, you should have called the police immediately, and then what? Does calling the police make things easier for your internal staff? Ronald retorted irritably. Mr. Lee, I must say, this is a very unfounded accusation. My client is saying that your police department's efficiency in handling reports is low. Mickey Kent subtly stopped Ronald, indicating that he should handle it. In any case, this matter should be handled by the police. The sheriff still wanted to argue. Just then, the phone rang. I think that's for you. Attorney Mickey Kent squinted at the sheriff. Sure enough, the subordinate transferred the phone to him. Hello, this is John. John, this is Los Angeles County District Attorney Ira Reiner. I received a complaint from a citizen that your officers are wiretapping a famous Hollywood director. Los Angeles is not like New York. The jurisdiction of the county district attorney's office is very large, including the area where Beverly Hills is located. And the prosecutor, DA, is an elected position, and they won't miss this opportunity to establish an image of integrity. Early that morning, Ira Reiner received a call from Mitch Kent, a lawyer she had dealt with many times. This time, instead of causing trouble, Kent was doing her a favor. Yes, sir, we will handle this according to standard procedure, launching an internal investigation. Yes, I will regularly send progress reports to my superiors and the district attorney's office. The sheriff hung up, rubbed his chubby face, changed his expression, and smiled at Ronald. Don't worry, whether it was someone inside or outside, we will investigate any invasion of celebrity privacy to the end according to standard procedure, and we will definitely give you the truth. Ronald was satisfied with the result. He stood up, shook hands with the sheriff, exchanged a few polite words, and then walked out with his lawyer and bodyguards. Hey, these Hollywood celebrities always think someone is interested in their private lives. You know, I'm just there to investigate another case. Craig Stevens was a seasoned veteran. This time, the officer in charge of guarding him was a policewoman, and she hadn't handcuffed him. He was still acting like a senior, drinking coffee and chatting with the policewoman. Really? You've met a lot of celebrities, Craig. The policewoman, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, assumed it was another case of a Hollywood star abusing his power. Many Beverly Hills residents were movie stars, and they generally didn't show much respect to junior officers like them. Just then, Ronald and his group came out and passed by the detention cell. Ronald saw Craig, still sitting with his legs crossed, drinking coffee. He stopped and looked at the sheriff, as if asking, "Is this your standard procedure?" The sheriff's face remained expressionless. He simply beckoned to the officers from the Internal Investigations Department who had come with him. Two officers wearing different badges stepped forward. One handcuffed Craig, while the other read out his authority and the procedures for internal investigations. "John, is this necessary?" Craig Stevens gestured to the sheriff. "The police union will arrange a lawyer for you. If you can't hire one yourself," the sheriff replied expressionlessly. "I have a lawyer. I'm going to call him Craig Stevens, the old scoundrel." finally realized something was wrong and immediately demanded to call his lawyer, then fell silent. Ronald smiled slightly, said little, and rushed with the group to CAA. It was another ambush site. Nothing found. No wiretapping lines, no tape recorders, and no listening devices in the offices. The team that came to CAA thoroughly checked the offices of several agents and their phone lines. Nothing was found. Is it really nothing, or did we make too much noise and get discovered? Outside the CAA building designed by IMP, there was a fountain where Ronald spoke with Nisida and the others. Both possibilities are possible. Alternatively, it could be two groups doing it. Daniel, who had been communicating with the team for a long time, came to report his technical findings to Ronald. It seems there are no traces of wiretapping in Mr. Nisida's and Richard's offices. This suggests they might not be using the same method as the hotel wiretapping. The leak is undeniable. We need to continue to find out where the problem lies. Where do you think the problem lies? Nisida was furious about being wiretapped in his office. He didn't want to be in the new office until he found the cause and took action. The new office building's switchboards are all in one place. The wiring was laid out before the renovation. If you want to know the reason, you'll have to investigate there. Another possibility is your call recording system. I noticed you're still using a simple 6-digit password, which is easy to crack, or someone could tamper with it at the switchboard end. You mean our voicemails are being eavesdropped on? Paula Wagner's expression changed. That's not out of the question. In fact, we think it's the most likely possibility. Your answering machine is very busy. Even Richard's expression changed now. Agents are usually very busy, and unlike Ovitz, they don't have several secretaries. Often, when they can't answer the phone, they rely on the answering machine to record client messages. Every day, no matter where they are, they have to call back to the office regularly, entering a password to listen to which clients have left messages during that time. If their password is cracked, then they can seamlessly listen to all client messages. Moreover, a 6-digit password isn't particularly complex. For example, Nisida and Paula Wagner used their son's birthday as their password. Actually, this brand's answering machine system can access your call logs from the backend. If you get all the calls from the past 3 days, especially those voicemail numbers, you can roughly guess who did it, Daniel suggested from a technical perspective. I'll suggest getting the answering machine logs. You all need to cooperate, Nisida said to his wife and Richard, knowing this was the crucial moment. Of course, Richard and the others agreed. If this was true, it would be a huge problem. Whoever had their recordings could easily poach their clients. That evening, Nisida's joint request was approved by Ovitz at a board and partner meeting. All the brokers were shocked by the news, but they didn't object at all and agreed to a thorough investigation. By the next morning, each partner's call logs had been sent to their respective offices. Daniel's team of technical experts helped Nisida and his team analyze the logs, concluding, there were no suspicious calls. However, there's a problem with the call log here. Look, this is a record of repeated calls made within a short minute. Normally, this would be a busy signal on the first call, and then an automatic redial would occur after your first call ended. But the log for this first call doesn't show any record of the other call. Do you remember if you hung up because the line was busy? Daniel asked Nisida to recall. This log seemed to be the record of the first busy call that had been deleted, contradicting the subsequent redial behavior. I remember, it was one of my clients calling. I just got back to the office to answer it, Nisida said, pointing to the redial number. There was no one in the office before I came back. Having confirmed that someone was deliberately concealing information, Nisida and his team had no grounds for objection. They applied to have their answering machine system separated from the company's system and purchased their own independent answering machines. Daniel conducted a security review for them and would re-examine it monthly. This action was quickly noticed by those with ulterior motives, including another founder, Ron Mayer, who also began to handle his own phone system. The suspect has been caught. He's a corrupt cop. I've already asked Attorney Cantor to keep an eye on him. Your task is to keep an eye on him for me, prioritizing my interests. The same goes for the Los Angeles County DA office. I don't want them bypassing my interests to make any private deals. I'm going to dig out who's behind Craig Stevens. The next day, Attorney Lindsay Dole arrived, and Ronald immediately gave him a brief overview of the case. Have you considered involving the FBI? Lindsay asked, quickly glancing at the case file. Is that possible? Ronald hadn't expected this question, as the FBI typically only handles interstate crimes. Sure, you mentioned the wiretapping equipment is an old, retired CIA model. Such sensitive equipment is definitely involved in illegal interstate transactions. I can help you apply to Director Claire of the FBI's New York office for filming at FBI headquarters. She'll help. Okay, get this done for me, Ronald. Hearing he could pursue a two-pronged approach, didn't care about any complaints from the LAPD. Having another eager department monitoring them was always better. Michael, how's the newspaper exposure plan you prepared for me? Ronald asked Michael Gray, the PR expert who had dropped everything to come and help with a newspaper press conference Ronald wanted to work with. I suggest not revealing your name. This isn't a good thing for you. It could easily lead to rumors about the recordings, especially with the Rob Lowe videotape being leaked. The public's first reaction to the exposure of a big shot's privacy is always scandal. Okay, then we can use the angle of an anonymous Hollywood celebrity being wiretapped, with attempts to steal his roles and projects, and do some publicity. Hollywood Report and variety shows can cover it. As long as it can arouse the resentment of celebrities, you're on the side of the majority. Michael Gray believes that in this kind of situation, maintaining Ronald's victim image is the most important thing. Chapter 1095 The First Clash with Ovitz. Why isn't there any news? Ronald was in the old Wilshire Hotel, which had been thoroughly inspected by the temporary team Daniel had brought in to ensure there were no security loopholes. He woke up in the morning and looked at the newly delivered newspaper, but didn't see a single story he had arranged. Diane glanced at him. Ronald seemed agitated and nervous, something she had rarely seen in him in all the time she had known him. Ronald, there's only one story in the paper. Media relations consultant Michael Gray knocked and entered, holding a copy of the Hollywood Reporter. He flipped to page 13, to the bottom half of the back of the stack, where he found a small story. Beverly Police Department arrests employee, suspected of leaking celebrity whereabouts to tabloid reporters. This isn't the news I want. Ronald threw the newspaper down. The Los Angeles media all received instructions last night not to publish her story. Only the editor-in-chief of the Hollywood Reporter called me because they've taken on advertising for 2 of our movies, so they only published it on the least important page. However, their editor-in-chief told me that if I'm willing to give them an exclusive interview, I can ignore requests from certain powerful figures. I won't give an interview now, but I can talk to them and maybe later. Why are they rejecting our press release? Where has press freedom gone? Ronald was still enraged by this counterattack. Strictly speaking, this isn't an editorial interview, but rather a public relations piece negotiated with a newspaper based on advertising budgets. Michael Gray had great confidence in Ronald's shrewdness, so he could speak frankly without worrying about Ronald's perceived inadequacy. In reality, Ronald's proposed report wasn't a product of press freedom either. It also relied on money to influence public opinion. So who suppressed our public relations piece? What did they rely on? All the media are silent. Ronald felt uneasy about this comprehensive silencing. His adversary seemed more powerful than he had imagined. Same here. They suppressed it exactly as we persuaded the newspapers to cooperate. Ronald was no longer anxious. The other side was also using advertising pressure to force the media to remain silent, indicating that their opponent wasn't someone with powerful connections or backing from a powerful department. Then why was the Hollywood Reporter willing to make an exception? Michael Gray, seeing only Ronald's wife Diane nearby, whispered in Ronald's ear, their boss isn't Jewish. The news publishing industry, much like the film and television industry, has many Jewish executives and bosses. Last year, the Hollywood Reporter's founder's widow sold the newspaper to a non-Jewish media publisher, Robert Dowling. This was because the Hollywood Reporter's tone was relatively low, unlike more serious media outlets like Variety that cater to higher-income readers, with a significant amount of gossip and advertising space, making it less appealing to Jews. Ronald paused, not expecting this connection. He crossed his arms, lost in thought. If someone were hostile to him, they would at most influence 1 or 2 media outlets that advertised with them, like he himself. Such a large-scale silencing campaign could only be accomplished by someone who advertises extensively across all media outlets annually. Ronald's suspicions about his adversary gained more evidence. He had Gray call Robert Dowling, the publisher of The Hollywood Reporter, to personally thank him and promise more film promotion advertising. Dowling readily agreed, promising to facilitate Ronald's follow-up reporting. With this outcome as a foundation, Ronald was even more certain that the other party only possessed influence in certain areas through money. Unless powerful figures within the government were involved, Such so-called power was nothing but a joke once outside their circle. Since it was difficult to gain traction in Los Angeles, Ronald planned to have the New York media begin reporting on his being wiretapped. Ronald also agreed with Michael Gray to launch an attack on the influential New York Daily News, hoping to attract the attention of major media outlets like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. The FBI went to the Beverly Police Department today. Craig Stevens isn't getting away with it, Lindsay Dole informed Ronald of the latest development. Mitch Cantor was overseeing the interrogation of the suspect daily. As a veteran detective in the police department, he knew that without media exposure, the internal investigation wouldn't be too rigorous. Now, with the FBI's Los Angeles office involved, the pressure would increase significantly. Very good, Ronald was pleased. If they could get some information here, it wouldn't be so easy to cover up the media anymore. Why is the FBI getting involved in this case? Is the suspect suspected of any interstate involvement? Beverly Police Chief John looked at the two FBI detectives opposite him with displeasure. The wiretapping equipment that suspect Craig Stevens is suspected of using is suspected to be intelligence equipment. We have reason to believe that this is a case related to national security, the slightly younger detective from the FBI replied. Contrary to what many people think, the FBI is still America's internal counterintelligence department, and they have jurisdiction over such cases. Do you have any concrete evidence? We have sufficient reason to suspect, so we are intervening in the investigation, so you don't? This case is currently being handled by the LAPD's Internal Investigation Department. Once we have concrete evidence, we will notify the FBI field office. Chief John was very unhappy. Why was the FBI meddling in this internal affair? We'll report to the chief. The slightly older FBI agent stopped his excited colleague. This was a task assigned from above, but it had indeed overstepped their bounds. Faced with resistance from the police department, it was better to avoid trouble. The young man still needed to learn more. He shouldn't be so focused on upholding justice. However, we would like to interview the suspect to verify this national security allegation, the older agent hinted to the sheriff, wanting something to get them out of trouble. Okay, but our internal investigation department needs to be present. Make it clear, we are the FBI. Don't try to apply the experience you used on your colleagues to us. The younger agent, in the enclosed room, spoke firmly to Craig Stevens. He was an elite graduate of the FBI Academy, and he had deliberately turned up the air conditioning temperature, and the coffee he gave Craig Stevens made the suspect very uncomfortable, his carefully constructed psychological defenses slowly crumbling. Craig Stevens opened his mouth, wanting a glass of water. Beads of sweat were dripping down his back. How did the FBI get involved? Is their boss being targeted too? Who gave you the listening devices you planted? We're investigating this black market deal, as long as you can accuse your supplier. Craig Stevens hesitated. You want a promise from the judge, right? Your retirement fund is gone, Craig. Is it really necessary to go back to jail? A national security charge. You won't even be able to get excited when you see a pretty girl after you get out, will you? I'll plead with the judge. He's very likely to let you off the hook, Craig. Bang! Just as Craig Stevens was starting to soften, the door opened, and a lawyer with a hump nose walked in. Mr. Craig Stevens is my client. The FBI cannot interrogate me without cause in my absence. From now on, all questioning must be conducted in my presence. The lawyer glanced at Craig Stevens. The other man returned a knowing look and breathed a sigh of relief. If there's no evidence that my client is involved in the FBI's operations, are you going to continue? The lawyer glanced at his watch, indicating that further questioning was unlikely to yield any further information with him present. Let's go. The older FBI agent tugged at his younger colleague, who reluctantly stood up and left. Craig Stevens was led by his lawyer to a meeting room without recording equipment, where lawyers and clients enjoyed confidentiality privileges. Craig immediately said, I didn't. Of course you didn't. The lawyer interrupted him. Antonio told me to tell you that as long as you insist that this is a civilian product imported from Israel, the FBI will have no excuse to intervene, and you'll be fine. Antonio's big boss behind the LAPD will compensate you for your retirement. Just keep being as clever as you are, and everything will be arranged. What? The FBI just gave up like that? Ronald exclaimed angrily upon hearing the news. The FBI is a bunch of bureaucrats too. They're not as hard-working as they are in Hollywood movies. Mitch Cantor, the lawyer who had come specifically for this purpose, tried to calm Ronald down. Right now, media exposure would be best, further increasing the pressure on them. How is it going on your end? I'm working on it. You'll have to wait a couple of days. Ronald's New York contingency plan needed time. Ronald, Ovitz wants to see you. He wants to talk to you in person, Richard said, bringing a message from Ovitz. What does he mean? Ronald was already fairly certain that Ovitz was the mastermind behind this whole affair against him. Now, suddenly, he wanted to meet him in person. He didn't know what that meant. He said he learned from the Hollywood Reporter that there might be a misunderstanding between you and him, and he wants you to come to CAA to talk. He'll explain things clearly and clear up the misunderstanding. Then let's go. Ronald wanted to hear what Ovitz himself had to say. Ronald, Michael Ovitz, still with that forced smile, stood at the office door to greet Ronald. Michael, Ronald shook hands with him, returning a perfunctory smile. Do you remember the first time we met? You showed me the script for 10 minutes, and I immediately knew you were a screenwriting prodigy. See, it turns out I was wrong. Your achievements are 10 times greater than my wildest imagination at the time. Ovitz didn't seem to care. He invited Ronald to sit down, then sat on the sofa next to him. His patterned socks peeking out, reminiscing with Ronald like an old friend. I heard you have something to tell me. Ronald didn't want to hear about things from so far back. Hey, I do have something. Quite a few media outlets have received the press release you wanted to publish, and I have some disagreements about it. Seeing that appealing to emotions wouldn't work, Ovitz got back to business. His meaning was clear. If this matter were exposed in the media, Hollywood stars would be in a state of panic, and many stars who had signed agency contracts with CAA would likely experience a great deal of panic, leading to a wave of switching to other agencies. After all, Ronald himself was a CAA client, and there had been leaks within CAA's offices, so he admitted to suppressing the news, hoping Ronald would agree to resolve the issue internally and not make it public. I just want the truth, to see who's behind this trying to ruin me, or do you already know who it is? Michael, this isn't the first or last time this has happened in Hollywood, Ronald. Considering the industry as a whole, you wouldn't want Hollywood scandals to become public knowledge, would you? Fine, if you can find out who's behind this internally, you can make them leave Hollywood forever. Ronald, don't be so extreme. That's how this industry is. I'm not against your position, it's just that this kind of wiretapping is far too common. We usually handle it internally. We have to protect the overall interests of the industry. I'm also your client. How has CAA protected my interests? Seeing the difficulty in persuading him, Ovitz softened his tone. He assured Ronald that he would find the mastermind behind this trouble, and if Ronald wouldn't make the industry scandal public this time, he would give Ronald more resources in future Oscar considerations. It would have been better if this hadn't been brought up, as it only made Ronald angrier. Does that mean only your people get the resources and support that CAA usually provides? What do you mean by our people? Ovitz was also getting agitated. He felt uncomfortable with that term. Ronald didn't speak, just smiled at this most powerful agent in Hollywood. What else could it mean? Of course, it meant you Jews. I think you might be referring to our ethnicity. You might have some misunderstandings about us. Our ability to excel in the performing arts is the result of history and the efforts of our own people. In Europe, we were restricted to certain professions. The church didn't allow lending, so lords and kings made us do it. Ordinary citizens didn't want to work in entertainment, so our people became these comedic clowns. Ovitz went on and on about how Jews were mistreated. Historically, the reputation of Jews was deliberately created by European lords and kings, along with the church. On the one hand, they made Jews do these lowly jobs. On the other hand, when the people were dissatisfied with social injustice, Jews were thrown out as scapegoats. For thousands of years, Jews were forbidden from owning property in European cities and villages. Without land, they were forced to wander, becoming targets of public anger every few decades. The survivors were then sent back by kings to continue making dirty gloves. Unable to accumulate wealth, Jewish descendants toiled in education, equipping their children with a skill, whether a banker or a clown, a skill necessary for the survival of the community. In short, Ovitz wanted to show Ronald that the Jews' advantageous position in these industries was earned through their own efforts. But the American government didn't restrict your property ownership. Ronald didn't believe this argument at all. Perhaps they had indeed suffered unfair treatment in the past, but their current alliance in the film industry had nothing to do with persecution. They simply wanted to use subtle means to monopolize the industry's talent pool. Those unattractive young Jewish actors face an unprecedented level of difficulty entering the industry compared to other ethnic groups. nearly wiping out the young, handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment circle. In the long run, it's obvious who the culprits are in this mess. America is a relatively fair place. People don't judge you based on your ethnicity, but on your talent and hard work. Don't be ridiculous. Look at history. When was the Chinese Exclusion Act repealed, and when did black people achieve equal status? Ovitz scoffed. Let's not talk about such grand issues. I want to ask you, how do you plan to handle this wiretapping? Ronald was momentarily speechless. Discrimination in America was actually no worse than in Europe. Ovitz chuckled, took a bottle of brandy from his drawer, poured Ronald a glass, and said slowly, "Of course I hope you can join this system. We're very open, you can do whatever you want, as long as you're willing. There's still a lot to learn in this industry, and you'll benefit from it in time." Ronald rolled his eyes. He had no intention of joining Judaism. Besides, neither Diane nor he were Jewish. How could they join? It's not difficult. Take Spielberg's new girlfriend, Kate Capshaw, for example. That actress isn't Jewish either, as long as she's willing to respect Jewish customs. She herself proposed marrying Spielberg according to Jewish rites. Ovitz was very satisfied with this actress from Indiana Jones. Her appearance was Spielberg's type, and she actively aligned herself with her ethnicity, enough to change Spielberg's previously indifferent attitude towards Judaism. Ronald could handle the same thing. But I don't want to change allegiance. You might not know, but my grandfather's lineage was among the first to arrive on the Mayflower. Of course, I also have the blood of a Chinese student sent to America, but I won't tell Ovitz about that. It's alright. Our ethnic group doesn't really value paternal lineage that much. As long as your maternal line has Jewish ancestry, that's fine. Do you have any suitable grandmothers, mothers, or maternal grandmothers? Ovitz didn't seem to care. That's impossible. My grandmother was a British noblewoman, and my mother was a Quaker. You should know what kind of people they are. They have absolutely no connection to Jews. Ronald really didn't understand this Jewish mentality. Why do you insist on joining us? Is it because, can't people of his ethnicity succeed in the entertainment industry? Unfortunately, you got married too quickly. I've already found you a wonderful Jewish girl, who suits your taste. A former child star, with a fuller figure and a rounder face than traditional Hollywood actresses. Actually, you just need to say yes now. Our ethnic group's greatest strength is patience. Ovitz's words drifted off topic. He was referring to the girl who played the childhood version of the female lead in Once Upon a Time in America, just turned 18. Like a younger version of Diane Lane. These Hollywood directors, though they don't say it, actually have rather fixed tastes, often consistently favoring the same type of girl. For example, Ronald had two long-term girlfriends, both with round faces, amazing figures, and dark hair. But what female celebrity doesn't prefer someone younger? I don't want to discuss this disgusting topic with you anymore. Ronald stood up. Ovitz's words implied that Ronald should divorce his wife and marry a Jewish girl, and he seized the opportunity to lash out. You should think about it more, Ronald. Ovitz steadily swished his brandy. These young people just didn't understand the essence of the industry. Listen to the Jews. But young people only learn after hitting a wall. The Jews' strength is patience. It took them 60 years to make Hollywood what it is today. As Ronald was walking out, he saw another founding shareholder of CAA, Ron Mayer, in the aisle. Mayer was wearing a Hawaiian shirt, casually dressed, and next to him was movie star Ally McClure, the actress from the tearjerker Love Story, still charming, and getting along very well with Mayer. Mr. Mayer, Ms. McClure, Ronald greeted them. Nisita told me about your situation. If you need my help, you can call me anytime, Ron Mayer whispered in Ronald's ear during their hug. His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Perhaps Mayer was cooperating with Ovitz, or perhaps he and Ovitz weren't always on the same side. Thanks, I will. Ronald didn't want to know Mayer's true intentions right now. He had other more important matters to attend to. Back at the hotel, he held a brief meeting with several key personnel and decided not to compromise. Things had reached this point. Further concessions were pointless. After all, he couldn't possibly join them. Doug, my situation is facing significant resistance. I need the First family's help. Could you talk to George Jr. and see if he can arrange a meeting? After everyone left, Ronald called Douglas Jr. alone. Is it time to use that connection? Yes, I need some support from higher up. Alright, wait for my reply. Get your plane ready. Chapter 1096 CIA and FBI intervene in wiretapping cases. Oh, A man's true sign of maturity is marriage. I'm so glad, Ronald. You've got the look of a traditional New England upper class. After receiving George Jr.'s promise, Ronald and Diane flew to Washington, D.C., to plead with the first family for fair legal and public treatment. Unfortunately, the president was busy with important matters, discussing national affairs with National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. Ronald, with his new wife Diane, was being entertained at the White House by First Lady Barbara. Barbara, a traditional woman from a blue-blooded aristocratic family, valued family members above all else. Ronald and Diane's marriage had significantly improved her opinion of him. At least he wasn't like former First Lady Nancy, who had risen to power through extramarital affairs. I heard you invited the former president and his wife to give a speech in your hometown. Barbara's thoughts drifted back to her jealousy of Nancy during her time as First Lady. Then she looked at Ronald. Yes, Mrs. President, Stanton is the only district in New York State that voted for President George during the general election. We've worked hard there to spread the Elephant Party's values, hoping that in the next election, New York State will switch its vote to President George. We hope that when it's convenient for you, Mrs. President, you can visit Staten Island to meet the voters there who want to meet you. Very good. There aren't many young people like you these days. Barbara was charmed by Ronald's clever change of topic and expressed her satisfaction with him. However, she wouldn't go to a rural place like Staten Island herself. After dinner, Diane went to talk to Laura, George Jr.'s wife, while Barbara beckoned Ronald to speak in the side room. I heard you've run into some trouble. Barbara's white hair looked stern under the light. Before and after the election, the people around the president and his wife who fawned over them were completely different. Ronald asked her eldest son to arrange an opportunity for him to recount the grievances he had suffered. Barbara, out of consideration for Ronald's significant contributions to the election campaign, gave him special treatment. Ronald briefly recounted how he had been wiretapped and how the media had suppressed his story. Mrs. President, he said, I'm not angry about being wiretapped, but about this blatant violation of the law and public morality happening to me, and I have no way to seek justice. This is not the spirit of America. Barbara listened carefully and gestured for Ronald to continue. And what's most infuriating is that they also wiretapped the hotel room where Diane and I stayed during our honeymoon. This is far too harsh on a newlywed woman. I will demand justice for my wife, don't worry, Barbara said. I'll talk to George about it when he gets back. It's outrageous. There are just too many bad people in Hollywood. Hearing Ronald defend his wife so strongly, Barbara felt even more pleased. Ronald, who had played the wife card, was momentarily unsure if Barbara was insulting him as well. Her resentment towards Nancy, who came from Hollywood, still ran deep. Hi, honey, who's coming today? The president's voice rang out from outside the door. He had just finished his official duties when his assistant reminded him that his wife was hosting an old friend at the White House and invited him over. George, it's Ronald and his new wife. It's Ronald. I'm so happy. Is this your new wife? What a happy young couple. It reminds me of the happy times when Barbara and I first got married. Old George was in good spirits. Some of the things that had happened at the White House today had annoyed him, but seeing young Ronald, who had helped him, and his new wife brought back some family joy. The president's time was precious. After hearing Ronald's story, he asked directly, So, Ronald, what do you need me to do for you? I don't want any special treatment, I just need a fair environment, both in terms of the rule of law and freedom of the press. Your wisdom surely has already considered this, President. These days, many Jewish people in Hollywood and the press are banding together, and I've been bullied by them quite a bit. Ronald made two requests. First, to exert some influence to get the FBI involved in the wiretapping case and expose the mastermind. Second, to provide support when Ronald launched his counterattack in the media. Ronald, I can't interfere with freedom of the press, old George said with a smile after hearing the two requests. As the President of America, he was already grateful if he wasn't attacked by the media. He wasn't a communicator like old Ronald, naturally getting along with reporters. Although he hadn't been relentlessly attacked since taking office, on some issues, the reporters attending White House press briefings had reverted to their habit of taking pleasure in making things difficult for the spokesperson. If my people ask related questions at the press conference, Ronald asked, he'll get a fair answer. Old George laughed. This kind of double act was no problem. By the way, did the suspects in the wiretapping participate in wiretapping in states outside of California? You know, the FBI investigation also has to be conducted according to the law. Old George remembered something else. He was worried that Ronald, an artist, wouldn't understand the law. Although it didn't leave California, this matter involves retired CIA wiretapping equipment. My lawyer told me that the FBI can also intervene in the investigation on counterintelligence matters. Ronald came prepared. Oh? What exactly happened? Old George suddenly had a thought. He had discussed this very wiretapping technology with National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft today. The story goes back a few years, when an intelligence analyst named Jonathan Pollard, or his Israeli name, Jonah, sold all the signals intelligence data obtained by American intelligence agencies to Israel. Signals intelligence refers to intelligence gathered through technical means, such as wiretapping, intercepting coded messages, breaking codes, or obtaining imagery via satellite and reconnaissance aircraft. Pollard was extremely dangerous. The intelligence he sold included training materials, technology, and management processes from over a dozen American intelligence agencies. Essentially, all of America's core intelligence technologies were made transparent to Israel. In 1986, Pollard was convicted of stealing U.S. signals intelligence technology and sentenced to life imprisonment. His wife, Anne, was also sentenced to 5 years. Israel mobilized considerable resources for lobbying, hoping to exchange him for American spies arrested in Israel, or for a three-way exchange with the Soviet Union, but all attempts were rejected. More than 3 years later, Pollard's wife was released on bail due to health reasons. And calls for Pollard's release resurfaced. He appealed from prison, and many Jewish members of parliament and prominent figures hoped for his release so he could return to Israel, the country he had helped. This angered mainstream white politicians who, while living in the great United States, were constantly thinking of Israel, who, then, was their true homeland. When the interests of the two countries clashed, which country would they love? Defense Secretary Cheney, in George's cabinet, even told the media that this man's threat to American national security far exceeded what had been revealed, and that he should remain in prison until death. Even Rumsfeld, a think tank expert who had once competed with George for the presidential nomination and served as the president's special envoy, told the media that this man should not be granted parole, otherwise it would cause significant damage to the Cold War and other national security. However, even so, many Jewish groups in the United States were still working for Pollard's release. The most extreme example was the media. Major newspapers reported that Pollard, despite confessing to all his crimes, was still sentenced to life imprisonment, a clear sting operation by the prosecution. A political science professor and Orthodox Jewish activist named David Lutyens was organizing more prominent Jewish figures to sign a petition calling for Pollard's release. Suddenly, the question of whether Jews were traitors to America began to rise in the minds of many ordinary people, and anti-Semitic sentiment increased significantly. This matter is perfect for Webster to handle. President George H.W. Bush saw an opportunity for political maneuvering in this situation. In 1987, the former president conducted one last major personnel reshuffle. Former FBI Director William Webster was appointed as the new head of the CIA. His position at the FBI was filled by the conservative chief judge of the Western District of Texas, William Sessions. Both positions were nominated by the president and, under normal circumstances, would not be removed without special reasons. Therefore, after George H.W. Bush took office, they continued to hold their original positions. However, things didn't go as planned. The newly appointed FBI director, William Sessions, who was widely considered a conservative Republican, found himself closely associated with liberal Democrats in the Senate after taking office. He advocated for FBI impartiality, promoting numerous women and minority officials, which angered the traditional old boys of the FBI leadership. Since taking office, George H.W. Smith had repeatedly defied the president and party directives, refusing to support investigations led by the Republican Party. Smith had long wanted to warn this fool, and with Ronald's case now at hand, he instructed the current CIA director, Webster, to contact his former FBI associates and give Sessions a wake-up call. The following day, at a National Security Council meeting convened by the president, CIA Director Webster specifically raised the situation regarding Pollard's appeal, reiterating the incalculable damage his betrayal had caused to the intelligence community. In the wiretapping case involving Luon, the type of wiretapping device used was cited by Webster as evidence. The theft of technical data allowed Israeli intelligence agencies to replicate it and sell it under the guise of civilian use to intelligence brokers in various countries, even Cold War adversaries. And the FBI agents actually said this didn't involve national security and didn't open a case for investigation? When I was director, they at least read the training materials and understood the FBI's scope of authority. Webster's sarcastic remarks made the FBI director extremely embarrassed. In the end, it was the president who intervened, ordering him to immediately arrange an investigation and not let any clues endangering national security slip by. Sessions' embarrassment returned to the department and turned into boundless rage. He berated the chief of the Los Angeles bureau and rejected his subordinates' idea of immediately forming an investigation team, telling them to step aside and not embarrass him further. Next, Sessions made a decisive move, transferring Claire, the most astute and capable female detective in the New York bureau, whom he admired most, to Los Angeles to lead the investigation. This is the key evidence in this case, all the documents related to the bugging device. Please sign for it. At the New York precinct, Claire received the documents delivered by the CIA with remarkable efficiency, including some parts that hadn't been made public during the previous Pollard trial. Thank you for your help and cooperation. Claire quickly signed for the documents. She and a male subordinate, carrying the various documents, boarded the department's plane and sped towards Los Angeles. Very good, the evidence here is preserved very well. Upon arriving at the Beverly Hills Police Department, FBI Detective Claire's first action was to retrieve the most important piece of evidence, the bugging device. After quickly taking control of the evidence, she had it checked by the accompanying technical experts, who confirmed it was a CIA-designed device. These are the members of your joint investigation team, Detective Claire. This case is now yours. Beverly Hills Police Chief John, who had already anticipated the change, was eager for someone to take over this hot potato. Very good, let's interrogate Craig Stevens. Claire, wearing a jacket with bright yellow FBI lettering on the back, assigned tasks to several elite officers seconded to them by the Beverly Police Department. The FBI usually doesn't have many personnel, so for cases like this, they would incorporate some local resources to form a joint investigation team. These people would temporarily be under the command of the FBI. Yes, 2 men and 1 woman, several elite police officers, wearing vests with white FBI Joint Investigation Team lettering, quickly prepared for the interrogation. Craig Stevens? I'm Detective Claire from the FBI New York Field Office. I'm here on assignment from headquarters, specifically to ask you some questions. The female detective calmly showed the suspect her badge, then added with a smile, I know there are some things you didn't tell the previous interrogators. Now, do you have anything to add? Looking at the FBI lettering on the other person's jacket, large beads of sweat immediately began to stream down Craig Stevens' forehead. Why had they summoned the FBI headquarters again? This time, it wasn't the Los Angeles branch office his boss was familiar with. A chain reaction immediately began. News of Craig Stevens' interrogation by FBI headquarters quickly reached Anthony Pellicano, the resourceful private investigator who had hired him. Pellicano was always the first choice for powerful figures in Hollywood to smooth things over. Upon learning this, he knew things were going badly and called his client. The news passed through several hands before reaching Michael Ovitz, who found out in the evening. What's going on? Why is federal-level power involved? Ovitz was also somewhat alarmed. This level of investigation, if it were directed at him, would be very difficult to handle. He immediately called the elderly Jewish men hiding behind the scenes. What's wrong with you, kid? Pollard, whom we're trying our best to rescue, has now been dragged into this. Anti-Semitic sentiment is starting to rise again, and we have a lot of opponents watching us here. That kid named Ronald, didn't you say he didn't have any connections in high places? How should I know? Ovitz was incredibly aggrieved. I've watched the president's inauguration ceremony frame by frame. The rumors that Ronald was on good terms with the president are complete nonsense. I think he's joined forces with some anti-Semitic forces. He even said some things here that were unsatisfactory to Jews. Ovitz thought for a long time. How could Ronald have such power? It must be Pollard's appeal that caused those anti-Semitic whites to band together. They're using Ronald's wiretapping case to stir up trouble and cut off the Jewish homeland's efforts to rescue Pollard. Call these people, I need to brief them on the situation. Ovitz instructed his secretary to call the high-ranking Jewish figures in Hollywood one by one. He was going to expose Ronald's true anti-Semitic nature. I'll stay in New York for a few more days to prepare for some media matters. Ronald ruffled Diane's hair a couple of times. She was going back to Los Angeles first. Ronald needed to stay in New York to see how to launch a media counterattack against the phone hacking case. Okay, Ronnie, remember to come back, don't stay in New York too long. Diane kissed Ronald and boarded the private jet. Hi. Ronald knew that Diane's unspoken message was not to stay with Helen too long and forget about his wife, so he waved goodbye to Diane. Ronald, Michael Douglas asked you to call him back at his Fifth Avenue apartment. Before Ronald could even call Helen, Richard rushed over. Michael said it's important. Hey, Michael, are you looking for me? Ronald had no choice but to call Michael Douglas, the actor he got along well with, first. Ronald, are we friends? Okay, as a friend, please tell me the truth. Do you have any prejudice against Jews? What prejudice? You Jews are excellent theatrical actors. I've worked with many Jewish actors and screenwriters. My most successful film, Sex and the Beast, is about Jews. I believe you. Michael Douglas didn't believe the rumors he'd heard from his father either. How could Ronald be anti-Semitic? But there's a rumor circulating in Hollywood's Jewish circles that you're a hidden anti-Semitic. I don't know who's spreading these rumors about me. I absolutely have no anti-Semitic intentions. Wait, is it Ovitz who's saying this? Yes, he said that when you were face-to-face with him, you said a lot of things you didn't like about Jews. Michael Douglas readily admitted that it was Ovitz who had spread the rumors. If you're not anti-Semitic, I believe you don't have such thoughts either. You need to take action. These rumors are very troublesome. You know what, Michael? Ronald raised his voice an octave. I hate Ovitz. Not a single word he says is true. Chapter 1097. Ovitz wants to seek peace. How could you be anti-Semitic? You're the least discriminatory person I've ever met in Hollywood, regardless of skin color or ethnicity. Not the kind of non-discrimination that sounds good. You genuinely aren't discriminatory. Look at your work. Actors of all skin colors get to play leading roles. Helen Slater had taken a break from her work preparing for her new film and became Ronald's neighbor. When she came over, she found Ronald busy making phone calls to explain to many people. She asked Richard and learned about Ovitz's anti-Semitic accusations against him. That's right, I'm so innocent. I think Ovitz has gone mad. He's very emotionally unstable right now, biting people indiscriminately. He even told me that your current girlfriend is someone he chose, a devout Jew. It seems that leading the CIA is too stressful. I suspect he's temporarily lost his mind. When Ronald saw Helen arrive, he could only nod and greet her. He, like Ovitz, was also making phone calls to all his Jewish friends in the industry to explain the situation. And incidentally, he was saying some bad things about Ovitz to them. This is ridiculous. Kate isn't even Jewish. Spielberg felt these agents would exploit anything for their own gain. Ovitz and his associates had been trying to lure him into signing for a long time. Now they were trying to influence him through Kate Capshaw. Luckily, he and Kate were mutually attracted. Spielberg suddenly remembered something. Kate Capshaw had indeed asked him about Jewish wedding customs. What are you going to do? I'll testify for you in front of others, but in the end, you still need to sit down with Ovitz and settle this matter, Spielberg concluded. Yes, but it's impossible to settle it now, until Ovitz pays the price for spreading false rumors about me. Ronald hung up the phone, took a sip of tea, and had many more calls to make. The president himself was a former head of the CIA, and the current CIA head, Webster, closely followed his lead. The chosen candidate left the current FBI director, Sessions, speechless, and was also shrewd and capable. This put immense psychological pressure on the arrested suspect, Craig Stevens. According to Mitch Cantor, a lawyer monitoring the situation in Beverly Hills, in another day or two, the corrupt policeman was expected to break down and reveal his supplier. Ovitz, presumably under considerable psychological pressure, wanted to muddy the waters, transforming this simple case of an agent wiretapping clients into a story of Hollywood Jews uniting against bullying by Anglo-German whites. Ronald's reputation wasn't particularly damaged by Ovitz's fabrications, thanks in part to the intervention of Jewish people he had worked with who came forward to clarify the situation. For example, Eleanor Bergstein, the screenwriter of Dirty Dancing, was particularly indignant. She joined forces with the film's lead actress, Jennifer Grey, and began calling every Jewish person she knew in the industry to defend Ronald. Dirty Dancing is a classic story about Jewish women finding themselves in the early 1960s. How could it be directed by an anti-Semitic director? If you were anti-Semitic, how could he have portrayed the lead actress, Baby, a Jewish girl, So beautifully? They must have already changed the ethnicity to another race and found a prettier actress to play the role, right? Besides, I wouldn't sell the script to him anyway. Eleanor Bergstein has considerable influence in Jewish circles. She has almost given up screenwriting and has become a well-known party queen in the industry, earning a 7-figure share of the film Sex and the City video sales every year. To attack Ronald, you need to attack the source of her happy and extravagant lifestyle. In addition, Jennifer Grey's career is not going well, and she especially wants to find a role like Baby to make her a star. The two of them became Ronald's most ardent supporters. However, although no one in the artist circle really believed that Ronald was an anti-Semite, Ovitz still had a certain disruptive effect at the level of studio executive producers. These people are mostly older and have experienced the years when Jews were discriminated against in Hollywood. They still have vivid memories of the cold looks from the dominant ethnic group. It is not an unimaginable story that a popular director looks down on them. On the other hand, it was also related to Ronald's reluctance to package the entire project with CAA. The proportion of Jewish people in his film projects wasn't very high. Take Spicy Dance as an example. Aside from Baby, played by Jewish actress Jennifer Grey, the other characters, such as her sister, were played by actresses of other ethnicities. Moreover, the plot of a Jewish girl falling in love with a poor Irish man wasn't exactly appealing to Jewish audiences. Even so, this rumor still had some impact on Ronald, creating obstacles for his collaborations with certain major studios. However, this certainly didn't include Disney's Jewish executives, Eisner and Katzenberg. This is utter nonsense. Ovitz is being extremely unfair to you. I can assure you that all of Disney's production and distribution businesses will continue to cooperate with you as always, without any reduction, Eisner said loudly on the phone. His old friend Ovitz had inexplicably fallen out with one of his star directors, and now, at this crucial time, providing full support would yield results far greater than any usual courtship. As for which side to choose? Is there even a question? After dominating the last Oscars, Ovitz became increasingly domineering, practically bossing the studios around. His group of young agents, known as the Young Turks, used Ovitz's name to squeeze money out of Disney during project negotiations, demanding box office and video revenue shares. Leveraging Ovitz's tarnished reputation, they threatened, if you don't agree to our terms, Ovitz himself will be next to negotiate your share. Many studios, fearing Ovitz would demand even higher prices, had no choice but to comply. The top executives of the major studios, CEOs and chairmen, had begun privately conspiring to unite against Ovitz's exploitative practices. With CAA's male stars pocketing all the money, how could studio CEOs maintain impressive financial statements and satisfy Wall Street? Besides them, Barry Diller of 20th Century Fox also called to express his support. They had many collaborative projects with Ronald. And frankly, Barry Diller didn't care about this kind of thing, and Rupert's ambiguous attitude towards Jews didn't hinder his cooperation. Only those Jewish executives with moderate responsibilities and positions, who weren't involved in company operations and had plenty of free time, would consider this their primary concern. After all, the average career lifespan of an executive producer is only 3 to 5 years. If they can cultivate a reputation for vigorously protecting the Jewish community, they'll receive favors from their own people after retirement. Jews are known for being very concerned about protecting their ethnic reputation, to the point that they will reward those who contribute without regard to right or wrong. Why are these people still clinging to these things? These days, it's good enough if the Jews in Hollywood don't bully others. Helen watched Ronald work until late at night, feeling very dissatisfied with Ovitz. After Ronald's marriage, they finally had a few days together, but this bastard ruined it again. Won't this affect you too much? Helen was still a little worried. As a Jew, she knew the influence of industry unity. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile, Ronald smiled. He was still waiting for the FBI's investigation results. Once Craig Stevens revealed who was behind it all, Ovitz might also be summoned by the FBI to the Beverly Police Department. As expected of the man I like, Helen clung to him. Ronald could clearly feel that since their marriage, Helen's feelings for him had become more dependent, and she was obviously more attentive to him. Meanwhile, in Langley, Virginia, at the CIA headquarters, two middle-aged men in padded shoulder suits were talking quietly in a secluded conference room. Mossad is in trouble. The eavesdropping equipment they got through Pollard somehow ended up in Los Angeles and is being used to eavesdrop on a Hollywood star. I know about this. An analyst found it in a back page of an inconspicuous tabloid. All of our CIA counterintelligence work within the country is reported to the FBI, who are in charge. Don't worry about this affecting our national security, the two spoke slowly and carefully, their eyes meeting, both understanding the true meaning beneath the surface of their conversation. Within the CIA, besides Pollard, there were actually deep-seated Israeli double agents. Otherwise, a young intelligence officer like him wouldn't have had such easy access to highly classified materials, and in such complete detail. Should we activate the action team to strengthen the FBI's presence in Los Angeles? After all, this is closely related to the CIA. The action teams are all heavily trained or seconded from the Navy and other departments. Every move they make requires approval from the company, the CIA's term for the organization. Besides, the new boss, Webster, originally came from the FBI. We should waste official power on such a trivial matter, the speaker, a man with a prominent nose, emphasized the words official power. The CIA is legally prohibited from taking independent action within the country. Pursuing this matter further would undoubtedly implicate more people. Official power is too sensitive. Webster can't afford not to keep a close eye on the company, waiting for someone to step forward. At this point, it's necessary to utilize civilian resources, people not listed in the CIA's documents. Okay, then we'll wait for good news, another CIA member nodded, ending his conversation with his colleague. He left the office, drove his Toyota home, and after arriving, first took his dog for a walk. He then ran to a phone booth on the highway a mile from his house and made a call. Have the Los Angeles cleaners go to the Beverly Police Department and settle this, he said, quickly leaving the phone booth and running back with his dog. Then he had dinner with his wife and daughter. That evening at the Beverly Police Department, Craig Stevens, the suspect under custody, sat anxiously in his detention cell after a day of internal investigation and joint interrogation by the FBI. Detective Clare's psychological tactics were very effective, and his employer, the well-known Hollywood private investigator Anthony Pellicano, was unable to contact him. Craig Stevens had been unaware of the current situation outside. Clare told him that the source of his wiretapping equipment involved foreign spies embedded within the CIA, and this matter would not be left unresolved. To convince him, the FBI showed him a news report. At a White House press briefing, a Washington Post reporter actually asked spokesperson Maren Fitzward about the wiretapping devices in the case. The portly former journalist, who had served as spokesperson since the previous president, smiled and confirmed that a Hollywood wiretapping case was linked to the Pollard case. He added that the White House would follow the case and determine its stance based on whether the physical evidence was related to Pollard's leaks. Craig Stevens was extremely conflicted. Clare had given him one night to consider. Tomorrow he would decide whether to sell out Pellicano in exchange for a lighter sentence. Craig Stevens, the guard outside, seemed like a different person, tall and imposing, speaking to Craig through the window. Yes, and you are. The new guard didn't seem to be a Beverly Hills police officer. Craig hadn't seen him before. However, the new guard was clearly on his side. Seeing no one around, he opened the door and entered, then closed it behind him, asking in a low voice, "Antonio sent me to ask you something." "Did you say anything?" "No, absolutely nothing." Craig's voice trembled. "That's good. The big shot behind Pellicano has already hired the famous lawyer Kirkland. You can be released on bail tomorrow. Here's paper and pen. Write a note, and I'll take it to your wife to reassure her." Craig Stevens breathed a sigh of relief at the other party's attentiveness. This important client was truly resourceful. He turned and began writing a message to his wife. "My dearest Laura, I'm so sorry." "Oh, up. Just as he began to write the note, a white cloth was quickly pulled around Craig Stevens' neck. Once he could no longer utter a sound, the new guard quickly checked his carotid artery to confirm it had stopped beating. Then, quickly and precisely, he used a strip of cloth, similar in texture to a bed sheet, to hang it from the bed frame in the detention room, and then hung Craig Stevens' body on top of it. Finally, he carefully wiped away any possible traces, placed the half-written note under the body, and left. This newspaper reports that a murder occurred last night at the Beverly Hills Police Department. It is understood that the deceased is former Detective Craig Stevens, who is implicated in the Pollard leak case, and died in his detention cell. A spokesperson for the LAPD declined to comment immediately. According to a high-ranking police official who wished to remain anonymous, they are conducting an internal investigation, and the most likely explanation is that the former police officer, having lost a large sum of money in Las Vegas and facing a felony investigation, committed suicide. It is understood that he left a short suicide note for his wife, God bless. Upon hearing this news, Ovitz felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. The Anthony Pellicano he hired had been the same corrupt cop who hired Craig Stevens to do wiretapping for him. Now, that incompetent cop who might have implicated Pellicano and him had actually committed suicide, it was a stroke of luck. A potentially huge scandal had been averted just like that. Ovitz couldn't help but thank his God again. Luck was still on his side. He picked up the phone and called Kirk Douglas, the spiritual leader of the Jewish conservatives, asking his son to intercede with Ronald. He was willing to make peace with him and clear his name of the anti-Semitic rumors, at least for now. Ronald was also shocked when he heard the news. Did Ovitz already have the ability to kill a tainted witness who might implicate him? No matter how powerful the Jews were in Hollywood, they couldn't possibly command such a force. FBI Inspector Claire was even reprimanded by FBI Director Sessions for this. However, she sent a message to Ronald through someone, explaining that this matter was likely related to the Pollard case, and someone wanted to silence the witness. It shouldn't involve Ovitz much. Ronald, who was discussing the matter with Lindsay Dole, Michael Gray, and several other key associates, received a call from Michael Douglas. Ovitz contacted me through my dad, wanting me to pass on a message. He wants a truce. If you stop calling him mentally ill, he'll help you clear up the rumors within the Jewish community. You think so too? Ronald asked. It's none of my business. I'm just passing on a message. These guys are incredibly difficult to deal with when they get into a rogue state. If you're willing to reconcile, I'll act as a mouthpiece. After all, you're my friend, not Ovitz. Michael Douglas quickly distanced himself. It's not the right time yet. Ovitz is oversimplifying things. He can't just start something and then let it go. He can wage a war on my reputation, but when it ends isn't up to him. Okay, I'll pass it on. Michael Douglas hung up. Ronald sounded very tough. Did he have a backup plan, or was he just making empty threats to save face? What's next? Media consultant Michael Gray asked Ronald. The witness had suddenly died. Without testimony or evidence, Ovitz couldn't be implicated. Should the corresponding counterattack plan still proceed? The counterattack will proceed as planned. Ronald was going to keep his word to Michael Douglas. Although Ovitz was temporarily out of the phone hacking case, the war for his reputation continued. Ronald picked up the phone and dialed an overseas number. This is Ronald. I'd like to speak with Princess Diana. The person who answered was Princess Diana's secretary at Buckingham Palace. The princess is waiting for your call. I'll transfer her to her right away. Chapter 1098 Ovitz's Guinness World Record. Your Highness, thank you so much for your help. I hope William will be happy that he broke the world record. Ronald had previously secretly asked Princess Diana to contact Guinness World Records publisher, Guinness Company. Guinness was looking to strengthen its relationship with the royal family, so things went smoothly. Besides the world record Ronald asked them to update, they also gave Diana's eldest son, William, a record, world's most popular royal baby. William is very happy. He was very proud when I visited him at Weatherby. Also, you can just call me Diana, or Di. It feels really strange to be called Your Highness by friends. Diana was delighted. Every time she visited her sons at Weatherby School, she always had to compete with their father for their children's affection. Prince Charles would take his sons horseback riding, while Diana had to find other ways to maintain a close relationship with her sons. There was nothing her husband couldn't give her. She could only do things that normal parents would do for their children to win their love. For example, she was the first princess to participate in her son's school's parent-teacher sports day. Last year, she won first place in a mother's race, and this year she came in second. The children were all proud to have such a mother. But such things were rare, so Ronald contacted Guinness World Records and gave his eldest son a world record, which helped her earn a high score in the war. It's just that his younger son, Harry, would be jealous. He'd have to find a way to make it up to him next year. Okay, I'll call you Di. Princess Diana was having a good time on the phone. She liked talking to successful people who had worked hard for themselves, and disliked those who relied solely on their family's wealth. She also asked Ronald about the release date of his new film and what new works he had. Ronald promised to attend the London premieres of Steel Magnolia and When Harry Met Sally and invited the princess's family to attend before hanging up. All done. They can send the materials to Fleet Street in London now. Ronald signaled to his media consultant to launch an attack on Ovitz. Soon, several major London newspapers, along with numerous tabloids, obtained news materials about Michael Ovitz, the founder of CAA, a Hollywood talent agency. The reason for going through London was that Ovitz's influence in the American entertainment and media circles was too immense to be published directly. CAA's revenue last year exceeded $60 million, and with several blockbuster films this year, his share would be even higher. In addition, Sony had to pay him substantial consulting fees, potentially pushing Ovitz's wealth to over $100 million. While this amount might not be considered top tier among Hollywood's richest individuals, CAA also controlled the marketing budgets of various film and television production companies and related product placement companies. Its influence on the media was considerable. This meant that American tabloids considering writing sensational gossip about Ovitz had to reconsider whether they would still be able to secure advertising deals. Major newspapers, bound by the principle of fact-checking, must verify the facts with the influential figure before publishing reports about him, or with other insiders, a process nearly impossible. When Ronald's materials were anonymously distributed to American media, none of the people they contacted were willing to be interviewed. After a round of probing, Ronald was surprised to find that no media outlet in America had published any interviews or in-depth reports about him. Executives at major film studios declined to comment. Independent producers, such as Ray Stark, Ronald's co-star in Steel Magnolia, bluntly told New York media outlets wanting to interview him that they needed CAA approval before granting interviews about Ovitz. Perhaps because Ovitz himself was adept at using negative news about celebrities to blackmail them for his own purposes, he was extremely strict about the publication of his gossip. But like the so-called power gained through blackmailing clients or bullying studio executives with numerous investment projects, Ovitz's control over the media was largely based on borrowed money and influence. There isn't only one place in the world where press freedom exists. There's some news in London today that might interest you. Mr. Rupert, in the office of Rupert, the big boss of 20th Century Fox, his secretary handed him feature articles from two London newspapers controlled by his news corporation. One was The Times, with a feature titled The Most Powerful Man in Hollywood. The article used a challenging question to get readers to guess who the most feared person in Hollywood was. After ruling out producers, studios, directors, and stars, they gave their answer: Michael Ovitz, the owner of CAA Talent Agency. Ovitz's power is manifested through his control over Hollywood's scarcest resource, stars. He exploits studios through package deals and securing exorbitant salaries for his stars. Late last year, his company dominated the Oscars, with Rain Man beating out most of the competition and bringing glory to CAA's clients. Ahem, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Rupert cleared his throat, somewhat displeased. This report elevated the head of an agency to an undeserved position. The four CAA packaged films released before the end of last year, Rain Man, Twin Brothers, Fantastic Beasts, and Mississippi Burning, have grossed a total of nearly $380 million at the box office. Because of Ovitz's special contracts with these studios, they took the lion's share of the profits. These packaged contracts allowed them to take 5% of the pre-tax revenue from studio box office, video sales, and television broadcasting. It's like a tax payment to CAA. No matter how your costs change, CAA takes 5% before everyone else. Rupert spat, immediately calling his secretary to summon the group CFO to confirm the authenticity of Ovitz's exorbitant profit-sharing terms. Often, 20th Century Fox needed CAA's help and had to pay these fees. However, with films co-produced with other independent producers, such as Ronald Spielberg and Joel Silver, Fox enjoyed much better and fairer terms regarding profit sharing. Distributors face high risks, and they deserve better terms as well. Instead of Ovitz taking the 5% of risk-free, most lucrative cheese, this was a different story. HMPH, Rupert muttered discontentedly. This report needed to be published in the Times. He picked up another copy of The Sun. Below the page 3 girl, a huge headline perfectly framed her magnificent photograph. New Guinness World Record, the person with the most copyrights to his own photos. Hey, interesting. Rupert coughed twice, guessing the thought process of the person who provided the news material. An interesting young man. Ronald was in his apartment, waiting for the news to be published in London. He had made his boast, but Ovitz wasn't someone he could easily manipulate, otherwise, he wouldn't be where he was now. His Jewish friends called again. Ovitz had changed his tune, saying that his use of numerous non-Jewish actors in the film Dirty Dancing, which depicted important aspects of Jewish life, was a desecration of Jewish tradition. Furthermore, the pairing of the female lead, Baby, with an Irish low-class male dancer was something that cheered young people but displeased older generations. The hostility towards Ronald gradually increased, including from some actors who weren't chosen by him, who joined in spreading rumors. The most active among them was Sarah Jessica Parker, who lost the role of Baby to Jennifer Grey. She claimed her loss was due to her nose being too Jewish, losing to Grey whose nose wasn't as prominent. This sounded much more believable than Ronald's anti-Semitic stance. Gradually, some project partners in the industry also subtly indicated they would suspend cooperation with Ronald. Although not blatant anti-Semitism, this discrimination against typical Jewish physical features made the Jewish community in the industry feel even worse. Everyone wants better roles. Many Jewish actors, though they wouldn't admit it, knew in their hearts that their ethnicity's appearance wasn't considered attractive. If a director like Ronald gained power, their opportunities would likely shrink drastically. It was better for a Jewish person like Ovitz to be in power, as they would generally be more considerate of Jewish people. Wardfa, this is a commercial film, not a Jewish documentary. I need handsome men and beautiful women, you know? They don't want to use Jewish beauties like Claudia Wells. Ronald was furious as he listened to Richard's report. He was making movies for money and awards, not to pander to Jews. A woman with an unattractive face like Sarah Jessica Parker wouldn't even get a background role if she weren't a confirmed Jew. This tactic, I don't know who came up with it, was much more effective than sensational rumors. No one would believe Ronald was anti-Semitic. But saying Ronald didn't like using Jewish actors, at first glance, wasn't wrong. Compared to CAA's packaged film projects, the proportion of Jewish actors in his films was much lower. But that proportion should be the proportion in the entertainment industry. Compared to the proportion of Jews in the total population of America, the number of Jews in the entertainment industry was abnormally high, even if you added the racial talent of Jews. But the Jews didn't see it that way. They only saw that their opportunities had drastically decreased under Ronald's leadership. If you were any better looking, things wouldn't be like this. Frankly, movies are just commodities. What's the big difference between them and chewing gum or Coca-Cola? Ronald felt truly wronged. Audiences love beautiful women, but your ethnic group just doesn't have that. Over the years, the most beautiful and widely accepted actress has been Barbra Streisand, while Claudia Wells, whose looks were perfectly suited for the big screen in Back to the Future, has been stripped of her Jewish status, and relegated to being my distribution manager. Hello, Richard answered the phone, listened for a couple of sentences, then turned seriously to Ronald. It's Rupert from Fox and News Corporation. Hello, Mr. Rupert, this is Ronald. Ronald gestured for silence, took a deep breath, and answered the receiver. Ronald, did you do this? Rupert asked bluntly on the other end of the line. What are you referring to? Hey, it really is you. Your materials are excellent. I just discovered that he's been eating up too many profits from the film and television sectors these past 2 years. I'll support your strategy, you can do it without worry. Once you get Ovitz's Guinness World Record in the papers, the serious media in New York will be interested. Rupert smiled, reassuring Ronald and asking him to help expose Ovitz, Hollywood's biggest mastermind. Can you guarantee that the serious media will follow up with their reports? Ronald was overjoyed. With Rupert's help, it was an extra layer of security. You've got my promise, kid, Rupert said and hung up. He agreed to help. You keep an eye on James Wells of the Daily News. I don't care what the reason, they have to reprint it immediately, and then add the stuff we've added. Ronald instructed his media consultant, Michael Gray, to urge the Daily News to get to work. Even with the reports from the Times and the Sun, Ronald was still worried that the American media might be coerced by Ovitz into not reprinting the stories, or that they wouldn't be able to find suitable interviewees to verify the facts. So, he discussed the operational plan with Michael Gray and Richard. Initially, they couldn't immediately expose Ovitz's abuse of power in Hollywood. Instead, they would start with a seemingly harmless piece of gossip. Next, they would wait for the 3 most influential serious East Coast media outlets, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post, to seize the opportunity to launch their attack. To ensure success, he would also call Ned Tannen of Paramount, Leonard Goldberg of Fox, and Frank Price of Columbia, 3 former presidents of the Big 7 studios with whom he had worked well, to prepare for interviews with America's largest serious media outlets. Hello? Ned. Ronald called Ned Tennant first, the one who had helped him launch Top Gun. An interview? How could you think I would challenge the currently popular Ovitz? I'm no longer the president of Universal or Paramount. My production company needs their approval to borrow big stars. Sorry, Ronald. Ned Tennant was unwilling to help. He was also Jewish. What if you had a chance to become president of the Big Seven again? Wait, you mean, sure enough, the biggest characteristic of Jews is their verbal unity. For a price that can tempt them, a purse of 30 silver coins is enough to make them do anything. Of the 3 old friends he had worked with, only Frank Price, who was also white, was truly loyal. He had bought Ronald's first screenplay at a high price, half coerced by Ovitz, and he had also broken ties with the Jewish community in the industry, even punching Sid Sandberg. He was the most enthusiastic about getting revenge on Ovitz and helping Ronald. Just when everything was ready to be launched, Ovitz sent Ron Mayer, one of the founders of CAA, to persuade Ronald to reconcile. Ronald, I'm here to deliver a message to Michael, and also for you. Mayer's attire was more like that of a middle-class person, less arrogant than Ovitz, which made his words more convincing. That's just how things are for Jews in this industry. I won't lie to you and say you won't face any serious consequences. While you won't be labeled an anti-Semite within the industry, it's inevitable that many Jews will have doubts about you. And you, Richard, I know exactly what you're up to with Nisida and Wagner. Ronald and Cruz will always be your clients, no one can take them away from you. But are you really going to leave CAA? William Morris and ICM don't have the same comprehensive advantages as us right now. There are things you don't realize when you're in the thick of it, but once you step outside of it, you'll understand why CAA is the greatest agency in Hollywood. I say, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right. There are things you don't realize are unfair when you're in the thick of it, but once you step outside, you'll see who has been exploiting and oppressing you for so long, Ronald said with a smile, seeing that Mayer was indeed there to mediate. Let me give you an example. Back then, you and 3 other agents left William Morris with Ovitz to found CAA, but you all had an equal share of the stock. Why is it that now Ovitz has absolute control, while you're still stuck with the same little growth? Ron Mayer hadn't expected Ronald to turn around and imply that he was the one most exploited by Ovitz. He was subtly suggesting that Mayer should betray him at a crucial moment and help him get rid of Ovitz. But as the old saying goes, you can't premeditate a betrayal. Ron Mayer adjusted his glasses. I think my purpose in coming here has failed, but I saw your sincerity. Maybe we can reach an agreement next time. Now you'd better prepare to face Ovitz's wrath. He should also prepare to face our wrath. Ronald saw Mayer off and turned to Richard, the agent looking at him. The person with the most copyrights to his own photographs in the world, Michael Ovitz. What makes him so concerned about his photos not being published in the media? The next morning, the New York Daily News prominently featured the Sun's article, detailing several newly established Guinness World Records. Aside from the one about Prince William, the most intriguing story was about Ovitz, the owner of the Hollywood CAA company. Why would someone want to prevent the media from publishing their own photograph, going so far as to buy the copyright to any photo taken of them by a photographer? Unless, of course, he's hiding something from the public? Most viewers, upon seeing this news, would reflexively think of that. The last American celebrity to do something like that was Michael Milken, who became incredibly wealthy through issuing junk bonds and is now being relentlessly pursued by New York attorney Rudy, facing prosecution and trial. Ovitz attended Birmingham High School in the San Fernando Valley in his youth, and even served as student council president. One of his classmates is none other than Michael Milken, the junk bond king, facing up to 20 years in prison for tax evasion, insider trading, and stock manipulation. Goodness, no wonder they're acting so suspiciously. They're from the same high school. This middle school is a true gathering place for demons. Their principal must have strayed from the Lord's teachings. An old lady who bought the Daily News quickly made the sign of the cross on her chest to ward off evil. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1099. This is a personal feud between me and Ovitz. HMPH, you think you can attack me with a tabloid like this? Ovitz had been reading the New York Daily News his secretary had prepared for him in his office that morning. The almost joking report portrayed him as a villain like those in Roger Corman's low-budget films, utterly laughable. What do you mean, the person with the most copyrights to their own photos? In the agent business, who doesn't do that? It's just that their CAA has the most celebrities, so they get more opportunities to be photographed. Ovitz happily crossed his legs, thinking Ronald had some ruthless trick up his sleeve to make a tough statement to Mayer, but it turned out to be just youthful impulsiveness. Hairhead. These artists are first-rate at manipulating audiences' emotions, but that strength becomes a weakness when it comes to business. So agitated with business. It's time to intensify the attack on him. This guy rejected my olive branch, so let him taste the wrath of the most powerful man in Hollywood. Mr. Ovitz, a reporter from the New York Times is interviewing you, the secretary pressed the intercom, reporting an important call. A reporter? When have I ever been interviewed by a reporter? Ovitz asked, puzzled. How could his secretary make such a basic mistake by transferring a reporter's call? That's what I told him, but this reporter is a bit different. He seems very confident and said that if you don't respond, he'll interview your friends and collaborators to create an exclusive report, which would be beyond his control. If you respond personally, he'll hear both sides' statements, making the facts more accurate. Let him be. These days, any interview in Hollywood about me requires my personal approval. By the way, have him submit the article to the CAA for approval before publication. If there are any factual errors, we'll sue him into bankruptcy. Ovitz hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and then instructed his secretary to give Sarah Jessica Parker's agent more hints, preferably getting her to give some media interviews, telling stories about how she was discriminated against by Ronald during Spicy Dance because of her typical Jewish appearance. It needs details, the devil is in the details. Ovitz also gave some advice on how to fabricate the story. This is way too much. While Ronald's real attack was still in full swing, Ovitz's counterattack had already been launched. Sarah Jessica Parker gave interviews to several Los Angeles media outlets, recounting her difficult journey as a Jewish girl in Hollywood. I often encountered this situation. Casting directors would see my nose and my chances were gone. They didn't even ask if I was Jewish. That's why I was so invested in preparing for that movie. I won't say which one, but it was directed by a famous Hollywood director, a movie about girls of our race. I thought that my flaw would become an advantage. But, tragically, I was replaced because of my typical racial features, and a Jewish actress with less distinctive features was cast as the lead. I won't say her name, but I have to say, her nose was much less typical than mine. After this, I've had a hard time getting offers for film scripts. Casting directors even labeled me because of this rejection, that actress who's not even pretty enough among Jewish girls. I'm mainly focused on television now, and I'm very happy. People here don't discriminate. They judge actors based on our professional skills, not our ethnicity. Who taught her this? Every sentence is half fact, half lie, and full of details, like I didn't let her play baby just by looking at her nose. She's not photogenic, only good for supporting roles. Why doesn't she just go act in her TV series? Ronald laughed in exasperation while watching the interview. Sarah Jessica Parker's efforts had gotten a story out of Hollywood's internal circles and into the mainstream media. Although she wasn't arrogant enough to directly name names, her clarity meant the gossip media would soon dig into which movie she was referring to. She dares to act so recklessly because Ovitz is backing her up and has promised her a lead role in a mid-budget film. Richard made a few phone calls and gathered some inside information. SJP was indeed Ovitz's weapon for escalating his attacks. Spielberg, Michael Douglas, and other Jewish friends of Ronald's also noticed the report. The Jewish community within the industry was once again stirred up, and despite their already excessively high representation in the entertainment industry, they began sharing stories of discrimination they had suffered because of their Jewish identity. Yes, these accusations are going too far. We Italian-American directors and actors are very angry. If you need us, we'll all testify for you. It wasn't just Jews in the entertainment industry banding together. Italian-American actors and directors formed a large group, especially Martin Scorsese. Because of the film The Last Temptation of Christ, he was attacked not only by Christians but also by Jews. Upon seeing the reports attacking Ronald, he quickly called to offer his support. I'm very grateful, Marty. It's in times like these that you see who your true friends are. If you need us, I won't hesitate to help. Every member of Moonstruck will testify for you. This is such a distortion of the facts. Olympia Dukakis, representing actors who had worked with Ronald, also called to offer to clarify the situation. Hollywood's minorities aren't just Jewish, who are actually a majority in Hollywood. There's Dukakis, who's Greek, Cher, who's Armenian, and John Patrick Shanley, the screenwriter of Moonlight Seduction, who's Irish. Even the actors who had received favors from Ronald in his directorial debut, fast-paced Richmond High School, called to support him. Forrest Whitaker is black, and Phoebe Cates is of Chinese descent. They are the truly discriminated against minorities in Hollywood. They get few roles, can't compete for typical white roles, and are relegated to supporting roles. After thanking these old friends for their concern, Ronald had Richard deal with the remaining friends he'd only met once who called. He went to a restaurant to meet someone. Check out this Sarah Jessica Parker, everyone in the industry calls her SJP. Ronald tossed a large envelope to private investigator Mike Parker. He also wanted to prevent SJP from going any further and needed to get some background information on this woman beforehand. Ronald's main focus remained on attacking Ovitz. Of the 3 former studio presidents he contacted, the non-Jewish Frank Price was the most enthusiastic. I've already given an interview to L.J. Davis of the New York Times. I answered all the questions on the list, and even offered many more myself. Ha ha ha. I'm so glad you gave me this opportunity to say what I've wanted to say for so long. Frank Price was currently unemployed and had the chance to vent his pent-up frustration at being bullied by Jews for so many years, which made him willing to do it even without any benefits. Best of all, this was one of the top 3 serious media outlets in the country. Besides discussing the various misdeeds of Ovitz, a typical Jewish executive in Hollywood, they were beginning to do some in-depth analysis, exposing how he used his Jewish identity to relentlessly bully non-Jews. This is the first draft of the news report. Richard tore the document from the fax machine. The Davis reporter had done a thorough investigation, exposing many of Ovitz's business secrets that he was unwilling to reveal. Ovitz has 65 agents, most of whom are in their 20s and 30s. They gather almost at dawn to work for approximately 146 directors, including Sir Richard Attenborough, Sidney Pollack, Barry Levinson, Martin Scorsese, Oliver Stone, Ronald Lee, etc., 134 actors, including Robert Redford, Paul Newman, Dustin Hoffman, Gene Hackman, Kevin Costner, Bill Murray, Barbara Streisand, Cher, and Robin Williams, etc., and at least 288 screenwriters, including Chris Columbus. He worked with Mark Kasdan, Stephen King, and Gore Vidal, among others. Besides Hollywood, he represented Michael Jackson, Madonna, and Prince, as well as Irving, Magic Johnson of the Los Angeles Lakers. To say that Ovitz controls the city is pure tabloid conspiracy theory, commented an unnamed production executive on the claim that Ovitz was the most powerful person in Hollywood. Money is the ruler of this city. But Michael Ovitz controls a vast amount of potential wealth. Ronald circled this paragraph, indicating he liked the way it was exposed. The entire report touched on Ovitz's core competency, his monopoly on screenwriting, directing, and stardom to coerce studios into relinquishing profits, a fact well known to every studio executive. But the report still had a crucial function, exposing this fact to everyone. There's a big difference between everyone being angry at being coerced by Ovitz and everyone knowing that others are also being coerced by Ovitz. In short, in the first scenario, even if one wanted to oppose it, there would be concerns that Ovitz would take potentially profitable projects to other studios. In the second scenario, everyone understands that everyone is furious, providing a basis for all studios to unite in resisting Ovitz's excessive demands. Hollywood has suffered under Ovitz for too long. Ronald, why didn't you involve me in this? Ha ha ha, were you worried I'm Jewish and wouldn't stand by your side? That evening, Ronald received another call from Disney CEO Michael Eisner. I just didn't want to put you in an awkward position, Mr. Eisner. Ronald was overjoyed upon hearing the call. His prepared bombshell had finally attracted the attention of the heads of major studios other than Fox. Moreover, Eisner was Jewish. With him on his side, the power of this bombshell, along with the accusation that he was a misfit, meant that few would try to take advantage of the situation. HMPH, do you really think an agent has more power in Hollywood than the CEO of Disney? Eisner was touched on his ego. Back when he was still a big shot at Paramount, Ovitz wouldn't have dared to push him like this, since Disney was the weakest of the big seven. Of course not. But Hollywood is a business, and nobody wants to turn down money. Ronald revealed the real reason why the major studios tolerated Ovitz. Sigh, Disney can't just throw money around like that. Right now, we can only cast stars who are going through a career slump to star in our movies. Anyway, let that reporter interview me. I'm willing to give an interview with my name on it, thank you, Mr. Eisner. Call me Michael. Keep an eye on your wife's new film too. I have high hopes for the projects you're optimistic about. Ronnie, are you alright? I saw that bitch SJP was subtly criticizing you in the newspaper. Diane saw the report about Ronald, called a group of friends in the industry to ask around, worried for a long time, and finally couldn't help but call Ronald. It's alright, it's all just hearsay. SJP didn't even dare to name names, which means she knows she's lying. Besides, other people are instigating her for their own benefit. I can handle it, don't worry. I'll come back to see you after I'm done with this. Oh, you. Ronnie, if it's convenient for you, come back soon. Today when I went to CAA to see my agent Paula, the other agents were all cursing her to her face, and some people said, what did they say? Ronald's temper flared up instantly. Some people said I only got my position because of you. Anyway, it was all very nasty stuff. Diane heard some very nasty things today, saying that she only got her current status by serving Ronald well, and that she shouldn't have any roles at all if she had the talent. But these were all jealousy, and Paula Wagner fought back directly, leaving the other party speechless. Diane was worried about whether Ronald would be affected in the industry because of SJP's accusations. They cursed you? Don't be angry, I'll come back after I'm done with this. These people really don't even have basic professional ethics as agents. Ronald could only sneer at this kind of person. He'd get her fired from CAA in a few days. Ovitz wouldn't be able to protect him. Ronald, I apologize for what happened at CAA today, for the attack on your wife. It was the antics of some immature agents. A few hours later, Ron Mayer, another founder of CAA, called to apologize to Ronald. Ever since meeting Ronald, he'd felt the young man had some tricks up his sleeve, perhaps enough to go toe-to-toe with Ovitz. Since Ovitz's triumphant victory at the Oscars, he'd become increasingly arrogant at CAA, often disrespecting even his own founding member. Moreover, he constantly reminded Mayer of his scandals. This is a personal matter, Mayer. Ronald hung up the phone. This kind of situation couldn't be resolved with just a few kind words. Perhaps some word had reached the ears of the Jewish community, because Ronald received many more calls from Jewish friends seeking mediation. Spielberg also called to inquire about the situation. Eventually, even Michael Douglas's father, Kirk, learned of the SJP's attacks on Ronald. Kirk Douglas was very dissatisfied with the stupidity of some people. They hadn't experienced the real discrimination Jews faced in Hollywood. This mutual mudslinging only resulted in everyone's dirty deeds being exposed. What good did that do for the Jews? Kirk quickly instructed his son to act as a peacemaker, to prevent Ronald, someone with status, earning power, and force to retaliate, from having an excuse to expose the dirty deeds Jews did in Hollywood. Ronald, can you and Ovitz sit down and talk things out? This is something nobody wants to see. And stigmatizing Jews doesn't benefit anyone, right? I'm willing to be the mediator. Can you stop attacking each other for now, and then find time to talk things out? Michael Douglas called and carefully explained to Ronald their willingness to make a truce. If Ronald was willing, they would convey goodwill to Ovitz, and both sides could compromise, ending the matter there. What about the matter of him instructing an actress to slander me? It's wiped clean. We'll make sure that actress doesn't talk about it anymore. Luckily, she's still somewhat rational and didn't name names. That's not good enough, Michael. If we don't teach such a person a lesson, others will follow suit, especially since Ovitz rewards her lying. Ronald, of course, didn't want this. Completely denying the SJP's claims now would give the non-Jews another card to play. I'm sorry, Ronald. But I'll say something somewhat arrogant. The Jewish community in Hollywood as a whole is not something you can fight against. If you can agree to compromise, I can personally, and my father's name, guarantee that the same thing won't happen again. Michael Douglas didn't want Ronald to criticize the misdeeds of Hollywood Jews. Some things are easy for Jews to do, but not pleasant to hear. Is this all there is to it? When Ovitz bullied me, he used the name of Jews, and now he wants to use Jews to make peace. Tell me the truth, is it Ovitz himself who wants to make peace, or is it you, and your father's idea? I'm friends with you, not with him. I'll call you first. If you're willing, I'll go back and talk to him. You won't suffer any losses. Michael Douglas still wanted to prioritize peace. What if I say no? As a friend, I respect your choice, but as a Jew, There are some statements I can't refuse. After understanding Michael Douglas's stance as a Jewish actor, Ronald thought for a moment. Ovitz had dragged the Jewish community into the mix, putting Ronald in a very passive position. In Hollywood, the traditional New England whites weren't very influential. After searching around, only Frank Price was willing to help. And the Chinese community in Hollywood was practically non-existent. Ronald didn't have a powerful ethnic backer in Hollywood, which was definitely a disadvantage. The Jewish practice of helping one's own people, not one's own, and mutual support was indeed very effective in Hollywood, where connections mattered. However, Ronald wouldn't back down to Ovitz. Things had come to this point, and there was no turning back. I'm not anti-Semitic. On the contrary, I like Jewish people in the entertainment industry, so you agree. Michael Douglas was overjoyed. This would elevate his status in Hollywood. His father, Kirk, was right. The arbitrator, in the eyes of outsiders, was as powerful as, if not more powerful, the parties being arbitrated. No, I mean, this is a personal grudge between me and Ovitz. A personal grudge, Michael Douglas understood. Ronald didn't want to antagonize the Jewish community as a whole. He wanted to define his grudge with Ovitz as a personal matter, separating it from the Jewish community. What personal grudge do you have with him? He instructed his subordinates to disrespect my wife in the office. Is it a misunderstanding? It's not a misunderstanding. He even told me to divorce my wife and marry the girl he introduced me to. This is an insult to me and Diane. Okay, Michael Douglas hadn't expected this twist. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal of stopping Ronald from attacking the Jewish community as a whole. Mr. Ovitz? Ronald said you attacked his wife, that he had no taste in choosing Diane Lane? If you could apologize to Ronald for this, Michael Douglas still found this too far-fetched and, with his father's approval, called Ovitz to confirm. Hell, I was advising him to choose someone younger. That little girl from Once Upon a Time in America is an adult now, and she's exactly his type, round face, good figure. Ovitz was now full of confidence in his plan, looking down on everything Ronald had to offer. His preference for actresses like that clearly showed a problem with his taste. Ovitz has gone a bit crazy. What good does attacking his client's wife do? Michael Douglas couldn't understand. Hollywood has no shortage of people like that. Hollywood had people like that back in the day, like Luella Parsons, the queen of film criticism and gossip, who once thought she was the power center of Hollywood, until she was replaced by the even more shameless Hedda Hopper. Sorry for the late update tonight, it's a family dinner. Chapter 1100 Ronald's decisive move. Hollywood professionals are usually very talkative. But 42-year-old Michael S. Ovitz is an exception. As president of the extremely successful Creative Artists Agency, CAA, he never gives interviews. Very few industry insiders are willing to talk about him, and even fewer are willing to reveal their identities. Among those who resolutely refuse to comment are some of the most powerful and respected figures in the film industry. On Sunday morning, a report titled Ovitz, Hollywood's Most Mysterious Agent appeared on a prominent page of the New York Times. The cover photo featured the only image Ovitz hadn't purchased a copyright to, a picture of him smiling smugly as Dustin Hoffman broke with convention by thanking him at the Oscars. Ovitz, who usually practices Aikido every morning, saw the photo while having breakfast in a Japanese garden with his former bodyguard, Aikido master Steven Seagal, after their morning practice. The relaxed and cheerful smile that appeared after practicing Aikido quickly disappeared from Ovitz's face. Because the photograph was widely circulated on public television, it had achieved public dissemination and thus naturally forfeited certain important portrait rights. For example, if a news media outlet wanted to use this photograph to identify a subject, it would not need to obtain Ovitz's prior consent. Dak Smith, Ovitz cursed. Dustin Hoffman, for some reason, was thanking him. We called senior producer Ray Stark's office and learned that Mr. Stark would only discuss Michael Ovitz after the CAA office approved an interview. A spokesperson for former NBC chairman Grant Tinker said Mr. Tinker would not comment, consistent with the spokesperson for Walt Disney Company chairman and CEO Michael D. Eisner. Eisner is a longtime friend of Ovitz, yet he devised a strategy, using actors whose careers were temporarily waning to film his movies, effectively breaking the CAA's control over production costs. Reading further, Ovitz couldn't help but resort to profanity again. That bastard Eisner, saying he wouldn't comment, what did that last sentence mean? Fortunately, these borderline comments wouldn't shake his foundation. After a while, He would give this New York Times reporter a good beating. Ovitz glanced at the author's name under the headline. There was no New York Times reporter by signature, so it must be a so-called special commentator. Further down the line, things get complicated. In 1985, Frank Price, then chairman of MCA Films, the parent company of Universal, decided to produce a comedy developed by producer-director Ivan Reitman. The project, later named Final Destination, was written by Jim Cash and Jack Epps II, also CAA clients. Price planned to invest approximately $25 million in the film. After CAA client Dustin Hoffman withdrew, CAA client Robert Redford was cast as the male lead. CAA handled the entire production team and recommended Deborah Winger for the female lead. According to Price, Redford received $5 million, Winger received $2.5 million, Reitman received approximately $2.5 million, and the writing team received $750,000. Ultimately, Final Destination reportedly cost $32 million and performed poorly at the box office. When all the creators are from one agency, you're required to make a lot of compromises, but Ovitz and his agency made a fortune from the film. Deborah Winger also left Ovitz because she felt hurt by being treated as a commodity rather than an artist. In Hollywood today, if you want your career to flourish, don't mess with Michael Ovitz. One agent said, "I've never seen such a terrifying atmosphere in this city." Ovitz jumped up from his chair with a whoosh, rubbed his glasses, and looked at the headline again. Yes, it was indeed a report about him, and the largest word in the headline, taking up the entire line, was all in capital letters, Ovitz. Who's trying to get me? Even the most secret internal figures have been revealed. Frank Price, you bastard, how dare you leak this kind of information to the media? I was just helping your Jewish rival with a little something. Are you trying to take us all down with you? Judy, hell, Ovitz called out loudly to his wife. Honey, what's wrong? Judy came over and saw Ovitz leaning on the breakfast table chair, panting heavily, as if he had difficulty breathing, and panicked. I'll call 911, don't move. Ha. Ovitz grabbed his wife's hand with surprising strength. Don't call. Get my tie and coat, then drive me to the office. This is important. Frank Price's interview completely exposed the ruthless and domineering nature of Ovitz's CAA in Hollywood. Whether it was producers who dare not speak out in the industry or stars, they would all be in trouble after receiving this news. Again, knowing that everyone was being exploited by Ovitz is not the same as everyone knowing that everyone knows this. Ovitz usually didn't go to the office on Sunday mornings, so his driver wasn't waiting at home. When Judy drove over and Ovitz sat in the car to continue reading the report, the phone started ringing from all directions. The callers were all Ovitz's close associates at CAA, all reporting in a panic what was happening in the chaotic office building. The first group calling or rushing to the scene were the screenwriters, directors, and actor clients. Normally, these actors' salaries are kept confidential from each other, but this report directly exposed the pay ratios for Law and Eagle. Top star Robert Redford received $5 million, a well-known and undisputed market rate. However, Deborah Winger's $2.5 million broke the rules. It's worth noting that last year's Best Actress winner, Jodie Foster, received less than $1 million. When did a female star receive half the salary of a male actor? Moreover, Deborah Winger wasn't the only female lead in Law and Eagle. The one who truly had a passionate affair with Robert Redford was Daryl Hannah, who played Wall Street. Director Reitman's $2.5 million salary was also outrageous. It's hard to imagine a Czech director who only directs and doesn't produce receiving a salary comparable to a second-tier male star. What terrified Ovitz even more were the second group of people calling, Wall Street bankers. Most major Hollywood studios have long lost the ability to fund their films through box office revenue. All big productions require Wall Street funding. And these investors' understanding of Hollywood is barely better than that of the fans who buy The Hollywood Reporter on the street. CAA's strategy of bundling stars is very attractive to these investors who only know a few names. Want to invest in a movie starring Tom Cruise and Paul Newman? Just invest in CAA. What's the point of talking to the studios? Without us, no one can get these stars' schedules. But these very things, so firmly believed by bankers and investors, are the very foundation upon which CAA can push its bundle deals. And today this report is ruthlessly questioning them. The more Ovitz reads the newspaper in the backseat, the more he feels the report is specifically aimed at him. The Law of the Hawk wasn't the first time the CAA, led by Ovitz, had exerted pressure on a film, or even an entire studio. During David Putnam's brief tenure as head of Columbia Pictures, Ovitz successfully excluded the determined British producer of Chariots of Fire, from any involvement in Ghostbusters II. The filming rights to this sequel were actually a significant asset of Columbia. This passage vividly portrays Ovitz's use of star power to coerce the CEO of a major studio like Columbia. If this description of Ovitz had come from The Hollywood Reporter, he wouldn't have thought much of it. Many uninformed readers and moviegoers believed such reports and considered Ovitz the greatest and most powerful person in Hollywood. Such urban legends were actually beneficial to Ovitz's business. However, this report was published in a serious media outlet like the New York Times. This was no longer a media outlet to be ignored. Wall Street bankers had their own information channels. With a little verification, they would know how much money the CAA had exploited. It's important to understand that in Hollywood before CAA, not packaging films together was an ironclad rule, as it severely interfered with casting and filming, lowering both quality and box office returns. He had simply taken advantage of this information gap, bullying these newcomers who were unaware of Hollywood's long-standing rules. Upon arriving at his office, Ovitz was already surrounded by a large group of young Turks. He glanced around. These young agents, whom he had initially trained into a formidable sales force by exploiting their naivete, drive, and ambition, and their lack of platforms outside of CAA. But today, their eyes seemed to hold less respect and fear, and more of a restless eagerness to settle scores. What are you still doing here? Go call your clients, chat with them, use all your lying skills, absolutely do not let them consider leaving, Ovitz roared, waving his hand, instructing these young men to maintain client relationships no matter what. You come here, Ron. Ovitz entered the office alone with his partner, Ron Meyer, to discuss the matter. What's going on, Ron? How did this report come about? How did you monitor the media? Ovitz disregarded his composure and yelled at Meyer as soon as he entered the room. This was your own oversight, Michael. This reporter called you to verify before publication, and you refused him. Ron Meyer slammed a notebook on Ovitz's desk. Here's the phone log. You clearly told your secretary to ignore him. We would have had another chance to speak up, and things wouldn't be so passive. Meyer picked up the New York Times article, pointing to the lines he had highlighted. Ovitz's close involvement is not a necessary condition for a film's profitability. For example, Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, and Ronald Lee are some commercially successful directors. The Indiana Jones trilogy did use some CAA clients, but not many. And in Top Gun, besides Tom Cruise, most of the clients were from the other two major agencies. Doing business in Hollywood without encountering Michael Ovitz is possible, but difficult. Ovitz was almost speechless with anger. This was a devastating blow. This article is highly targeted and written in an engaging style, reading like a Sherlock Holmes detective novel. It meticulously dissects and unravels the secrets of CAA's past success, slowly revealing them to Wall Street's bigwigs. The main point is clear: Ovitz is a villain. He can produce big-budget productions, but not necessarily box office hits. These advantages stem from his exploitation of studio weakness over the past decade, using star contracts to coerce studio CEOs, who prioritize impressive financial statements, into signing unequal agreements. However, CAA's success rate may not be higher than that of directors and producers who accurately grasp market trends. These are the core figures driving revenue in the industry. Instead of investing in CAA projects, only to have them extract exorbitant salaries, plus the mandatory 5% of its tax, the first priority profit-sharing fee, it's better to invest directly in producers and directors. Finally, the article casually reveals the core secret behind CAA's ability to sign so many stars. Since the 1980s, the Hollywood market has stagnated, and overall box office revenue has even shown a downward trend. Many celebrities entrust their contracts to lawyers. What they lack most is access to high-quality scripts. Ovitz, however, relied on signing screenwriters, which brought in directors and stars. The talent agency industry relies on core industry knowledge and close relationships with celebrities and producers. This article publicized Ovitz's domineering side nationwide, making celebrities and producers aware of and resenting this kingpin of Hollywood bullying. As a result, two major talent agencies, William Morris and ICM, will soon be using this report to poach talent. Did you see that report? Come to us, and we'll tailor a script for you, instead of just packaging you into an unsuitable script to make money for them. Did you see that since the French Open Eagles, Deborah Winger hasn't had any offers to make movies? If you want to be famous in Hollywood, leave CAA. Unless you're one of the early stars who joined CAA, CAA won't care about your life or death. All they care about is that 5% package deal. We may not have the power to bully the CEOs of big studios like they do, but we'll consider your long-term interests. Michael, it's time for you to reconsider. Ron Mayer, dressed in light Hawaiian-style clothing, whispered in Ovitz's ear. What do you want to do? Ovitz's eyes flashed sharply. He had said the same thing when he drove away the other co-founders of CAA. Back then, he used their habit of working endless 9 to 9 hours every week, only resting on Sundays to go to synagogue. Or perhaps they were unwilling to use Ovitz's methods of using leverage to coerce clients or studios to achieve their goals. He used these two reasons to declare that these companions who had defected with William Morris were not suited to CAA's corporate culture, forcing them to leave and taking their shares. These were his exact words when he did so. Don't forget those orgies Ally McRae threw for you in Las Vegas. Ovitz's face darkened. This last founding partner of CAA, the only reason he tolerated him in the company was because, apart from Mayer being relatively obedient, he couldn't possibly not have leverage over the huge gambling debts he owed in Las Vegas. What I mean is, it's time to reconcile with your enemies, Michael. No matter how painful the outcome. Don't forget the desire you had back then to dance on the table to close a project. Mayer adjusted his glasses, seemingly unconcerned about Ovitz's threat. Do you know who wrote this article? Ovitz asked, startled. Isn't it obvious? Look at the names of these three people in this paragraph. Spielberg isn't a CAA client, and George Lucas doesn't need us at CAA to help his celebrity clients get roles. Mayer tapped his finger heavily on Ronald's name several times. Him? Impossible. He's only 30 years old. Where would he get such methods? And where would he get the influence to affect three major media outlets? Have you called Eisner at Disney, and Universal and Fox? I think they were supporting Ronald behind the scenes, creating trouble for me. Are you sure you want me to call them now? The most important thing now is to eliminate the influence, not to find out who's backing the opponent. Mayer pointed out the window. Ovitz rolled up the blinds and looked out following Mayer's gesture. Dozens of young Turks were making calls to their clients, pleading, threatening, intimidating, or even kneeling, trying to persuade their clients not to be influenced by the comments generated by this article. But the fervor and confidence in these young people's eyes were gone, replaced by weariness, regret, and resentment. Resentment is the most terrifying thing. Ovitz saw several gazes directed at him and quickly closed the blinds again. If they delayed for another hour, CAA's solid foundation would begin to crumble. At this point, they had to take some decisive measures to stabilize the situation first. Ovitz regained his composure and first had May contact a reporter at the New York Times to quickly produce a response article. Then the two quickly discussed some bottom lines for concessions, which studios to negotiate better terms with, and which to leave alone, which stars to woo with better offers, and which to let slip away. Finally, Ovitz sent May out first, leaving himself to swallow the worst pill and yield to a young man like Ronald. Hey, Nisida, is there some misunderstanding between Ronald and me this time? Why would he fabricate this article to attack his own agency? Is it him? He was involved, wasn't he? Ovitz was still somewhat skeptical, but Nisida's swift answer shattered his illusions. He's waiting for your call, Michael. If you don't hurry, he'll be boarding his plane. I'll call right away. Beep, beep, the call connected. This is Ronald, came the confident, youthful voice from the other end. Ronald, this is Ovitz. What do you want? Ovitz felt a surge of discomfort and humiliation, a feeling he had experienced less and less over the past decade. Who's begging for mercy now, Mr. Ovitz? If you want me to stop, you'd better reconsider your offer. Ronald answered the phone on his private jet, a smile on his face. Ovitz's distance from the media wasn't the best option. A better option was to influence their reporting. Of course, this was something only a media mogul like Rupert, who owned newspapers, television stations, and film studios, could pull off. And your attitude, Ovitz? I'm flying to Los Angeles. I imagine you'll have a better offer after I land. Ronald chuckled and hung up, then didn't answer again. Now it was Ovitz's turn to stop the second wave of attacks, letting him name his price was best. If he spoke up, who knew what Ovitz would be willing to give in exchange? Ronnie. The private jet landed at Burbank Airport. As soon as Ronald got off the plane, Diane rushed over and nestled into his arms. hugging him tightly and refusing to let go. What's wrong, Diane? Ronald sensed that Diane's love for him had deepened even further. I know everything. Ovitz and that bitch SJP said bad things about me. You'll help me get revenge, right? I'm so happy. Diane rubbed her head against Ronald's chest. If Ovitz hadn't called to apologize, I wouldn't have known you cared about me this much. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.